Jacques Lacan. Transference. The Seminar of Jacques Lacan. Book 8. Edited by Jacques Alain Miller. Translated by Bruce Fink. Translator's note. All quotations from Plato's Symposium are from the excellent rendition by Alexander Nehamas and Paul Woodruff in Plato on Love, Lysis, Symposium, Phaedrus, Alcibiades, with selections from Republic and Laws, edited by C.D.C. Reeve, Indianapolis Inn, and Cambridge, England, Hackett Publishing Company. Since Lacan sometimes quotes from Leon Robin's translation into French, and sometimes provides his own rendition or paraphrasing, I do not always supply the exact translation found in Plato on Love, adapting it instead to fit what Lacan seems to me to be trying to convey. Indeed, it is not always easy to know when Lacan is providing his own rendition of the Greek and when he is putting words in a character's mouth that correspond to his own interpretation of the import of that character's speech. I have relied for the Greek on the Loeb Classical Library edition, Cambridge, MA, Harvard University Press, and on the Greek spellings and transliterations provided by Rachel Rue, Ph.D., who was kind enough to scour the manuscript for me. All references here to Lacan's Écrits, Paris, Seuil, are to the French pagination included in the margins of Écrits, the first complete edition in English, New York and London, W. W. Norton & Co., translated by B. Fink in collaboration with R. Grigg and H. Fink. When I refer to Lacan's seminars, I provide the pagination of the French editions, followed, after a slash, by the page number in the English editions, published by Norton, when they exist. In the case of Seminar 3, I give only the French page numbers, as they are included in the margins of the English edition. All but one of the extant seminars in French were published by Editions du Seuil in Paris. Le Séminaire, Livre 6, Le Désir et son Interpretation, The Seminar, Book 6, Desire and its Interpretation, was published in by La Martinière in Paris. References to Freud's work here are always to the standard edition of the Complete Psychological Works of Sigmund Freud, volumes, published in London by the Hogarth Press, abbreviated here as SE, followed by the volume number and page, S. Note that throughout this seminar I have translated l'analyse as the analysand, instead of as the more cumbersome person analyzed, even though Lacan had not yet begun to use l'analysant here. Real means both reality and the real, Lacan defining the latter in opposition to the imaginary and the symbolic. It is not always clear which is intended at which point in his work, so whenever I translate real as reality instead of as the real, I include the French in brackets. Despite assistance from Rachel Rue, from my wife, Heloise Fink, and from Russell Grigg and Dan Collins, numerous errors no doubt remain here. Lacan's incredibly broad background and in-depth knowledge of numerous fields are such that I have surely misunderstood specialized terminology, overlooked references to specific authors, and just generally misinterpreted the French. Lord knows it is easy enough to do given Lacan's singular style. His oral work presents additional problems, given the number of homophonies French allows for. I have attempted to address some of these, along with alternative readings and translations, as well as likely sources of Lacan's discussions, in my endnotes. The latter are keyed to the pagination of the present English edition. Numbers found in the margins here correspond to the pagination of the French edition. Readers who believe they have found mistakes of whatever kind are encouraged to send comments to me at. I consider this translation to be, like my others, for which updates can be found in the form of PDFs at, a work in progress, and hope to improve on the text here in future editions. Abbreviations used in the text and notes. Écrits, the first complete edition in English G.W. Gesammelte by Sigmund Freud, Frankfurt am Main, S. Fischer Verlag, IJP International Journal of Psychoanalysis IPA International Psychoanalytical Association PQ Psychoanalytic Quarterly PUF Presses Universitaires de France RFP Revue Française de Psychanalyse SE Standard Edition of the Complete Psychological Works of Sigmund Freud. Words followed by an asterisk, are found in English in the original. Book 8. Transference. Introduction. I. In the beginning was love. Plato's Schwarmerei. Socrates and Freud. A critique of intersubjectivity. The beauty of bodies. I announced that this year I would discuss transference in its subjective disparity, its supposed situation, and its excursions into the realm of technique. Disparity is not a term I chose lightly. It essentially highlights the fact that transference involves much more than the simple notion of a dissymmetry between subjects. Right from the outset, disparity implies that I reject the idea that intersubjectivity alone can furnish the framework within which the phenomenon of transference is situated. Different languages offer more or less apt words with which to express the kind of disparity I have in mind. I have been trying to find something equivalent to the word odd asterisk to qualify the essentially uneven impair nature of transference. There is no term in French with which to designate it, apart from imparite, which is not currently in use. Its supposed situation, my title continues, referring thereby to the attempt that has been made in recent years in analysis to organize what takes place during treatment around the notion of situations. Supposed is included there to alert you to the fact that I do not endorse this attempt, or at least that I propose to correct it. I do not think one can purely and simply say of analysis that it constitutes a situation. If it is a situation, then it is a situation that can also be said not to be a situation, or again that it is a rather artificial false situation. As for technique, everything that is proffered on that score must be viewed in relation to the principles, or at least to the search for principles, already evoked by my title, with its allusion to differences in approach. To put it in a nutshell, a correct topology is required here and, consequently, a rectification of what is commonly implied by our everyday use of the theoretical notion of transference. The goal is to relate this notion to an experience. We are, however, extremely familiar with this experience, at least insofar as each of us has practiced analysis in one form or another. It has taken me a long time to come to this crux of our experience. Depending on when one takes the seminar, in which I have been guiding a number of you for some years, to have begun, it is in either its 8th or 10th year that I am finally broaching transference. You will see that this long delay was not accidental. Let us thus begin. In the beginning you all immediately infer that I am paraphrasing the sentence, in the beginning was the word John, smiley face, I'm Anfang war die Tat, says another. A third sustains that first, that is, at the beginning of the human world, there was praxis. This gives us three apparently incompatible statements. But, in fact, from the perspective of analytic practice experience, what counts is not their value as statements but rather their value as enunciations or announcements, that is, the respect in which they bring out the ex nihilo character of all creation and demonstrate its intimate connection with the evocative power of speech. In this respect, all three obviously prove to come under the first statement, in the beginning was the Word. I am mentioning this so as to distinguish it from what I am saying, and from the point from which I am setting out to grapple with this most opaque term, this core of our experience, transference. I intend to start, I would like to start, I will try to start today, beginning with all the necessary clumsiness, with the fact that the term in the beginning certainly has another meaning in psychoanalysis. In the beginning of analytic practice was, let us recall, love. This beginning was not akin to the self-transparency of enunciation that gave meaning to the three sentences mentioned before. It was a dense, jumbled confus beginning. A beginning not of creation but rather of training. I will come later to the historic moment at which, in the encounter between a man and a woman, Joseph Breuer and Anna O recounted in the inaugural case of the studies on hysteria, what was already a form of psychoanalysis emerged. Anna herself named it the talking cure, asterisk referring to it also as chimney sweeping. Asterisk before coming to that, I want to familiarize those of you who weren't here last year with some of the terms around which our exploration of what I called the ethics of psychoanalysis revolved. Last year I endeavored to explain to you, to refer back to the word creation I mentioned a moment ago, the creationist structure of the human ethos as such, that is, the ex nihilo that subsists at its core, constituting the core of our being, to borrow Freud's expression, Kern unseres Wesen. I wanted to show that this ethos wraps around the ex nihilo as subsisting in an impenetrable void. To broach the subject, and to designate this characteristic of impenetrability, I began, as you may remember, with a critique whose aim it was to explicitly reject what you will allow me, or at least those of you who were here will allow me, to call Plato's Schwärmerei. For those of you who don't know it, in German Schwärmerei means daydream or fantasy involving some enthusiasm, especially related to superstition. In short, it implies a negative assessment of superstition that was made at a later date from the perspective of a religious orientation. The word Schwärmerei is clearly inflected in this way in Kant's texts. Well, Plato's Schwärmerei consists in having projected the idea of the sovereign good onto the impenetrable void. Such is the path that, with more or less success of course, I deliberately tried to trace out, what happens to us when we reject Plato's notion of the sovereign good as occupying the center of our being. In order to relate that discussion to our practice, I naturally proceeded, with a critical aim, on the basis of what might be called Aristotle's conversion from Platonism. Aristotle is indubitably outmoded as far as ethics is concerned, but from our temporal vantage point, where we are obliged to show the historical fate of ethical notions starting from Plato, it is clearly essential to refer to Aristotle. In tracing what Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics provides by way of a decisive step in the construction of ethical reflection, it is difficult not to see that, while Aristotle maintains the notion of the sovereign good, he profoundly changes its meaning. Through an inverse reflective shift, he turns the sovereign good into contemplation of the stars, the world's outermost sphere. And it is precisely because this sphere, which to Aristotle was an absolute, uncreated, and incorruptible entity, has been decisively exploded in our time into a shimmering expanse of galaxies, the last word in our cosmological investigations, that Aristotle can be taken as a crucial reference point for the notion of the sovereign good in antiquity. We were led into a tight spot by his step, the same tight spot as countless others who have attempted to take ethical reflection further. We had to either accept or reject what ethical reflection or thought has never been able to shake off, namely, that there is no good, bon, gut, or pleasure that is not based on the good bien. It was up to us to seek the principle of Wohltat, right action bien agir, and what it implies allows us to say that it is perhaps not simply good deeds, even if they are raised to the Kantian power of a universal maxim. If we are to take seriously the fallacy of so-called moral satisfactions that Freud pointed out, insofar as an aggressiveness lurks within them that succeeds in stealing from he who carries out such deeds his own jouissance, while his misdeeds mefate have endless repercussions on his social partners, what these long conditionals and circumstantials indicate is the exact equivalent of civilization and its discontents in Freud's work. We must ask ourselves by what means we are to honestly handle desire. In other words, how are we to keep desire in our deeds, that is, to preserve the relationship between desire and action? In action, desire ordinarily achieves its demise collapsus rather than its fulfillment, and, at best, a deed presents desire with its mere feat, its epic, heroic exploit jest. How, I ask, are we to maintain what might be called a simple or salubrious relationship between desire and action? Let's not mince words about the meaning of salubrious in the context of Freudian practice. It means unburdened as possible of the infection that, to my mind, but not to mine alone, to everyone's from the moment they begin to engage in ethical reflection, is the seething ground fond growerland, of every social institution as such. This assumes, of course, that psychoanalysis, in its very user's guide, does not respect the opaque spate, newly invented cataract, moral wound play, or form of blindness constituted by a certain practice deriving from the so-called sociological point of view. I could recount here what a recent meeting showed me about the vacuity and scandalousness to which sociological research leads, research that claims to reduce an experience like that of the unconscious to 2, 3, or maybe 4 sociological models, but my irritation, which was very great at the time, has subsided, and I will leave the authors of such exercises in futility to the truisms that will welcome them with open arms. Should point out that in speaking of sociology in such terms, I am obviously not referring to the level at which Levi Strauss thought is situated. I refer you to his inaugural lecture at the Collège de France, for he explicitly engages in an ethical meditation on social practice. His twofold reference to a cultural norm on the one hand, that is more or less mythically situated in the Neolithic era, and to Rousseau's political meditations on the other, is sufficiently indicative here. But let us set this aside, it is of no concern to us in the present context. I will merely recall here that it was by examining Saude's savage reflections regarding ethics, and by following the insulting paths of Saudean jouissance, that I showed you one of the possible means of access to the properly tragic frontier where Freud's Oberland Highland lies. It is at the heart of what some of you dubbed the between two deaths, a perfect expression for designating the field in which everything that happens in the universe traced out by Sophocles is articulated, and not just in the adventure of Oedipus Rex, that a phenomenon is situated about which I think I can safely say that we have introduced a guidepost in the ethical tradition, that is, in reflection on motives and motivations for doing the good. I designated this guidepost as beauty insofar as it dresses up, or rather functions as a final barrier to access to, the final or mortal thing, at the point where Freud's thought made its ultimate admission with the term death drive. Please excuse this long detour. It was but a short summary by which I thought I should outline what we stated last year. This detour was necessary to remind you where we left off concerning the function of beauty, as it will be a springboard for what I will have to say this year. Indeed, I need not, for most of you, mention what is constituted by the term the beautiful or beauty as it is inflected in what I called Plato's Schwärmerei. As a hypothesis, we are provisionally going to assume that the latter constitutes, at the level of an adventure that, if it is not psychological, is at least individual, the effect of a form of mourning that we can qualify as immortal, because it is at the very source of everything that has been articulated since then in our tradition concerning the idea of immortality, the immortal mourning for he who accepted the wager of sustaining his question, the same question raised by everyone who speaks, so much so that he received this question from his own daemon in an inverted form, to use our own expression. I am talking about Socrates, Socrates thus placed at the origin, and why not say so right away, of the longest transference, giving this expression its fullest import, that history has ever known. I hope to get you to sense this. Socrates' secret will be behind everything I will have to say about transference this year. This secret was admitted to by Socrates. But it is not because one admits to having a secret that it stops being a secret. Socrates claims to know nothing, except how to recognize what love is, how to infallibly recognize, he tells us, I am referring to Plato's account in the Lysis, see, when he meets a couple, who is the lover and who is the beloved. Socrates often refers to love, and this brings us back to our point of departure, as I intend to highlight it today. Indeed, however prudish or improper it was to keep partially veiled the inaugural incident that dissuaded the eminent brewer from following through on his first sensational experiment with the talking cure *, it is clear that it was a love story. It is equally clear that it was not unrequited, in other words, love was not felt solely by the patient. It is not enough to say, in the exquisitely measured terms of our vocabulary, as Ernest Jones does in the first volume of his biography of Freud, that Breuer must have fallen prey to what we call a somewhat pronounced counter-transference. It is clear that Breuer loved his patient. By way of proof, we need no more evidence than what, in such cases, is the true bourgeois outcome, the return to renewed conjugal fervor and the abrupt departure for Venice, which even bore fruit in the form of a new daughter being added to the family. Jones sadly tells us that her death was tied to the catastrophic invasion of Vienna by the Nazis. There is no point ironizing about such incidents, except, of course, insofar as they present what is typical of certain so-called bourgeois ways of dealing with love. They reveal the need for or necessity of an awakening regarding the neglect of the heart that goes together so well with the kind of abnegation characteristic of bourgeois duty. But this is not what is essential here. What difference does it make whether Breuer resisted or not? What we should instead celebrate about that moment is that it foreshadowed the break between Freud and Breuer years before it occurred. The latter's work with Anna O took place in, and it took years for Freud's experience to result in the studies on hysteria, written with Breuer, and years for them to go their separate ways. It's all there. Little Eros, whose mischievousness struck the one like a bolt from the blue and forced him to take flight, found his master in the other, Freud. Why? I could say, if you'll allow me to strike a lighter note for a moment, that it was because all possibility of retreat had been cut off for Freud. This fact arises from the same context as the one we know of now that his correspondence with his fiancée has been published, the intransigent love he espoused. He would meet ideal women, who responded to him physically like porcupines, sie streben dagegen, he wrote in The Dream of Irma's Injection, where the allusions to his own wife are neither obvious nor admitted to, they always rub me the wrong way. The Frau Professor, the professor's wife, appeared in every case as an element of the permanent picture Freud provided us with of his thirst, and she was occasionally a source of marvel to Jones who, if my informants are to be trusted, himself knew what it meant to be submissive. This would constitute a curious common denominator between Freud and Socrates, Socrates having had, as you know, dealings at home with an unmanageable shrew. The difference between the two, insofar as it was palpable, is that outlined by Aristophanes between the pompous otter and the Lysistrata-like weasel Billet, whose powerful bite can be sensed in the dialogues in his plays, a simple difference in odor. But enough on this topic. I reckon that it is but a secondary connection, and that this datum concerning married life is in no way indispensable. Each of you should be reassured, to your proper conduct. We must look further to approach the mystery in question. The approach adopted by Freud, unlike Breuer, and regardless of the reasons why, made him master of the fearsome little god, Eros. Like Socrates, Freud chose to serve the god in order to make use of him. It is in this making use of Eros, which nevertheless had to be emphasized, that our problems begin. Making use of him for what? This is why I had to remind you of the mile markers of our work last year, making use of Eros for the good. We know that the realm of Eros goes infinitely beyond any field the good can cover. At the very least, we take it for granted, and this is why the problems posed by transference merely begin here. It is, moreover, something that is ever fresh in my mind. It is in yours too, inasmuch as people commonly say concerning transference that you must in no way, whether premeditated or permanent, posit as the primary aim of your action your patient's own good, supposed or otherwise, but rather his Eros. I don't think should pass up the opportunity to remind you once again here of what the Socratic and Freudian endeavors, at their most scabrous, have in common. I will do so by pointing to the similarity of their outcomes via the duplicity of the terms in the following condensed expression. Socrates, too, chose to serve Eros in order to make use of him pour sn servi / to serve Eros in using him an sn servant. Note that it took Socrates quite far, to a far-off place that people strive to camouflage by turning it into a pure and simple accident of what I earlier called the seething ground of the social infection. But wouldn't we be doing Socrates an injustice tantamount to refusing to accept his viewpoint, were we to believe that he didn't know full well that he was going against the tide of the whole social order within which his daily practice was situated? Wasn't his behavior truly insane and scandalous, despite the praiseworthy light his disciples devotedly cast on it by emphasizing its heroic facets? It is clear that they could not but record a major characteristic of Socrates, that Plato himself qualified with a term that has remained famous to those who have taken up the problem of Socrates, his tau omicron pi alpha, eta pia, within the order of the city. In the social bond, opinions have no place if they are not borne out by all that ensures the city's equilibrium, and thus Socrates not only did not have his place, he was no place. What is so surprising if an act that is so powerfully unclassifiable that its aftershocks are still felt in our own times, and that has found a place, what is so surprising about the fact that it resulted in a death sentence? It resulted, in the clearest fashion possible, in real death, inflicted at a time chosen in advance, with everyone's consent and for the good of all. And, indeed, writers in the centuries that have since passed have never been able to decide whether the sanction was just or unjust. Where will Socrates' fate, a fate that can, without exaggerating, it seems to me, be considered necessary, not extraordinary, take him now? As for Freud, on the other hand, wasn't it in strict accordance with the rigor of his path that he discovered the death drive? It too was quite scandalous, albeit less costly to Freud himself. But does this amount to a true difference? Formal logic has been repeating for centuries, and its insistence is not unfounded, that Socrates is mortal and thus that he, in any case, had to die sooner or later. But it is not the fact that Freud died peacefully in his bed that concerns us here. Last year, I endeavored to show you how what I sketched out converges with Sadian ASPI rations. The idea of eternal death must be distinguished here from death insofar as it makes being itself into a detour, we being unable to know whether or not it makes sense. The idea of eternal death must be distinguished from the other death as well, the second, that of the body that uncompromisingly obeys eros. Eros is that by which bodies come back together, according to Plato into a single soul, according to Freud with no soul at all, but in any case into but one. Eros is what unites unitively. You could, of course, interrupt me here by asking, where are you leading us? Eros, you will grant me, is clearly the same in both cases, even if we can't bear it. But why are you trotting out the two deaths, last year's old hat? Are you still mulling it over? And what are you trying to convey with it? The river that separates them. Are we dealing with the death drive or dialectic? My answer is, yes. Yes, if the one brings the other with it and astonishes you. I am willing to admit that I'm getting off track, that I need not take you through all the most far-reaching paradoxes, and that by doing so at the outset, I am making sure you are astonished, if you weren't already, by Freud if not by Socrates. If you are unwilling to be astonished by anything, these paradoxes will undoubtedly prove simple to resolve. You merely take as your point of departure something as easy as pie, as clear as day, intersubjectivity. I intersubjectivize you, you intersubjectivize me by my chinny chin chin, the first one who laughs will get a well-deserved slap. Doesn't everyone know by now that Freud mistakenly thought that was all there was in the sadomasochist constant? Narcissism supposedly explained everything. And people ask me, didn't you yourself almost endorse the same view? It should be said that at the time I was already restive regarding the function of the narcissistic wound, but that's of no importance. People will tell me that my untimely Socrates should also have come back to the notion of intersubjectivity. In all, he committed but one mistake, and that was to swim against the tide of the masses, which should always be our guide. Everyone knows that one has to wait for the masses before making the slightest wave on the shore of justice, for they will necessarily arrive there tomorrow. This is how astonishment works, things get chalked up to wrongdoing /FOD/. Errors will never be anything other than errors of judgment. That's that, without counting my personal motives, my ever-present need to exaggerate, related to my inclination to make things sound good /Fairbo, beauty showing up here again. It's a perverse tendency. Thus my sophistry may be superfluous. So we'll begin again by starting from scratch, and I will take up anew, coming back down to earth, the power of understatement to aim without your being even slightly astonished. Isn't intersubjectivity what is most foreign to the analytic encounter? Would it resurface if we were to flee from it, convinced that it must be avoided? Freudian practice congeals as soon as intersubjectivity appears on the scene. The former flourishes only in the latter's absence. Are the doctor and the patient, as they say in talking about us, that doozy of a relationship people get all worked up about, going to outdo each other at intersubjectivizing each other? Perhaps, but in this case it can be said that both are rather uneasy. He's telling me that to reassure me or make me happy, thinks the one. Is he trying to pull a fast one on me, thinks the other. Dick and Jane relationships get off to a bad start if they start out on this footing. They are doomed, if they stay at this level, to go nowhere. Which is why doctor/patient and Dick and Jane relationships must at all costs differ from diplomatic negotiations and ambushes. With all due respect to Henry Lefebvre, what is known as poker, theory as poker, is not discussed in von Neumann's work, despite what Lefebvre has recently claimed. This means that, owing to my benevolence, I can deduce but one thing: Lefebvre knows nothing more of von Neumann's theory than the title of the latter's book that appears in the Hermann Publishing House catalogue. It is true that, at the same time, Lefebvre situates the very philosophical discussion that held us in thrall at the level of poker. If he is not within his rights to do so, I can, after all, but wish him all the credit that comes from having done so. Returning to the thoughts of our intersubjective couple, my first concern as an analyst would be not to get myself into a situation where my patient would have to confide such reflections to me. The simplest way to spare him that is precisely to avoid any attitude which would incline him to accuse me of attempting to reassure him, much less seduce him. Even if I try to absolutely avoid any such attitude, it could happen that I let something slip out anyway, if, for example, I see the patient, at the end of his rope, adopt a certain attitude. Even in this case, I can only say something about it if I stress that I assume that he is doing so unbeknown to himself. And even then have to be cautious in order to avoid a misunderstanding, namely, seeming to accuse him of some kind of trickery/phoeniceria, whether calculated or not. I am not saying that it is the job of analysis to rework intersubjectivity in such a way as to raise it to a second power, as if the analyst were expecting the patient to impale himself en fer so that the analyst could then roast him on the spit le tourneur. No, intersubjectivity is withheld or, better still, put off indefinitely to allow another handhold/prize/ to appear, whose essential characteristic is that it is transference itself. The patient himself knows it, he calls for it, he wants to be found out elsewhere. You may retort that this is another aspect of intersubjectivity and that I, strangely enough, am supposedly the one who paved the way here. But whoever introduced the idea, it can only be attributed to me mistakenly. And in fact, if I hadn't formalized the subjective alterities involved in the analytic setting in the guise of bridge players, no one could have claimed I took a step that converges with the falsely audacious schema Rickman once proffered that goes by the name of two-body psychology. Such creations always have a certain modicum of success, given the state of amphibious respiration in which analytic thought maintains itself. Two conditions suffice for their success. First, that they be supposed to stem from honorable zones of scientific activity, whereby psychoanalysis can be made to seem relevant and shine anew, for what is relevant today quickly loses its luster. This is the case here, for Rickman was a man who, just after the war, had the advantageous aura of having been involved in the Russian Revolution, which was supposed to have given him plenty of experience in interpsychology. The second condition for success is not to rock the boat of analytic routine. This is how people repave a path for intellectual guidance that leads nowhere. The name two-body psychology * could at least have had the virtue of awakening us to how the attraction of bodies it evokes might relate to the supposed analytic situation. But, curiously enough, the attraction of bodies is the very meaning that is elided when people use the term. It is odd that we are obliged to turn to Socrates to realize its import. In Socrates' discourse, I mean in the dialogues in which he is made to speak, he refers constantly to the beauty of bodies. It animates, so to speak, the moment of questioning we haven't taken up yet, where we still don't even know how the functions of the lover and the beloved are divided up. At least a spade is called a spade there, which allows us to make, in this regard, some useful remarks. If something in the impassioned questioning that characterizes the beginning of the dialectical process is, in fact, related to the body, it must be stated that, in analysis, this relationship is highlighted by traits whose value derives from its particularly negative impact. Socrates' ugliness gives us the most noble example of the fact that analysts, I hope that no one here will feel that I am singling him out, aren't well known for their physical charms. But at the same time it also reminds us that ugliness in no way constitutes an obstacle to love. I must nevertheless stress the fact that the ideal physical appearance of the psychoanalyst, or, in any case, the way in which the analyst is pictured in the popular mind, also includes an obtuse denseness and a narrow-minded brutishness that truly raise the whole question of prestige. The silver screen is the most revealing medium in this regard. To refer only to Hitchcock's most recent film Psycho, consider in what form the unsquarable of enigmas appears, the one who is presented there as deciding irrevocably at the end when there is no longer any other recourse. Quite frankly, he is endowed with all the features of the untouchable. We touch here on an essential element of the convention as it concerns the analytic setting. In order for it to be violated in a way that is not revolting, the person who plays the role of analyst, sticking with film, consider here the movie Suddenly Last Summer, the therapist, he who pushes Caritas Charity to the point of kissing back an unfortunate woman who kisses him on the lips, must be a good-looking guy. In him, this is absolutely essential. True, he is also a neurosurgeon and he is promptly sent back to his Trephines. The situation couldn't last. Overall, analysis is the only praxis in which charm is a disadvantage. It would break the spell charm. Who ever heard of a charming analyst? These are not irrelevant remarks, even though they may seem designed to amuse you. It is important for them to be made at the appropriate stage. It is no less notable that in guiding the patient, the very access to the body that medical examination seems to require is foregone, as a rule. This is worth pointing out. And we cannot explain why it is foregone simply by saying that it is in order to avoid excessive transferential effects. Why would such effects be any more excessive in this realm than in others? It is not due to anachronistic prudishness, traces of which subsist in rural areas, in Islamic harems, and in Portugal where, incredibly enough, doctors auscultate beautiful foreigners only through their clothing. We up the ante. Auscultation, however necessary it may seem at the outset of treatment or maybe in the course of it, constitutes a breaking of the rules. Let us look at things from a different angle. There is nothing less erotic than the reading of the body's momentary states at which certain psychoanalysts excel, for one might say that these bodily states are translated into signifying terms. The focal distance at which this reading can occur demands on the analyst's part as much aversion as interest. Let us not too quickly decide what all of this means. One could say that the neutralization of the body, which seems, after all, to be the first goal of civilization, is related here to a greater urgency, and that all these precautions assume that the body can be abandoned. I'm not sure about that. Here I am simply asking what this bracketing epithet is. It would show poor judgment on our part if we were not to recognize at the outset that psychoanalysis requires, right from the beginning, a high degree of libidinal sublimation at the level of collective relations. The extreme decency that one can truly claim to be maintained in the majority of cases in the analytic relationship makes us think that, if the regular confinement of the two interested parties in an enclosed space sheltered from all uninvited interruption only very rarely leads to bodily coercion contra intepar core of one by the other, it is because the temptation to which this kind of confinement would give rise in any other occupation is lesser here than elsewhere. Let's leave it at that for the moment. The analytic cell, even if it is comfy and cozy, is nothing but a bed for love-making. This is due to the fact that, despite all the attempts that have been made to reduce it to the common denominator of a situation, with all the connotations we can provide for this familiar term, entering into it is not a situation. As I said earlier, it is the most artificial situation going. What allows us to understand this is precisely the reference I will try to take up next time to what is, in the social context, the situation of love itself. It is to the extent that we can home in on what Freud discussed on more than one occasion, namely, the status position of love in society, a precarious status, a threatened status, and, to come right out with it, a clandestine status, that we can appreciate why and how, in the most protected context of all, that of the analyst's office, the status of love becomes even more paradoxical. We'll arbitrarily end our discussion today on this point. It will suffice if you see from what direction I intend to broach the topic. Breaking with the tradition that consists in abstracting from, neutralizing, and emptying of all its meaning what may be involved in the foundations of the analytic relationship, I intend to use an extreme question as my springboard: what is presupposed by the fact of isolating oneself with another in order to teach him what he is lacking? This situation is still more redoubtable if we consider that, by the very nature of transference, he will find out what he is lacking insofar as he loves en tant qu'aimant. If I am there for his own good, it is certainly not in the comfortable old sense in which the Thomist tradition articulates it as amori est vel bona moleculae, since this good bien is already a term that is more than just problematic. If you were willing to grant what I said last year, you know that it is outdated. I am not there, in the final analysis, for a person's own good, but in order that he love. Does this mean that I must teach him how to love? Clearly it seems difficult to avoid this necessity. As for what it means to love and what love is, we will have to indicate that the two things are not identical. As for what it means to love and to know what it is to love, I must at least, like Socrates, be able to credit myself with knowing something about it. Now if we take a look at the psychoanalytic literature, we see that this is what people talk about the least. It seems that love in its primordial, ambivalent coupling with hate is a self-evident term. Don't think of my humorous observations today as anything other than remarks designed to tickle your funny bone. A long tradition, nevertheless, exists concerning love. It has most recently led to a huge harebrained lucubration by Anders Nygren, who splits it into two radically opposed terms, eros and agape. But before that, people debated about nothing else for centuries. Isn't it astonishing that we analysts, who make use of love and talk about nothing else, can be said to present ourselves as truly deficient when compared to this tradition? We haven't made even a partial attempt to add to, much less revise, what has been developed over the centuries on the subject of love, or provide something that might be not unworthy of this tradition. Isn't that surprising? In order to bring this home to you, I have selected as the subject matter for my next class a text of truly monumental interest, which lies at the origin of our whole tradition concerning the structure of love, Plato's Symposium. If someone who is sufficiently interested wants to dialogue with me about it, I anticipate that it can only be to our advantage to read a text that is chock full of enigmas, where everything remains to be demonstrated, especially everything that the very mass of religious lucubrations that has permeated every fiber of our being, that is present in all our experiences, owes to this extraordinary testament to Plato's Schwärmerei. I'll show you what we can find in it and what we can deduce from it by way of essential landmarks, even regarding the history of the debate about what really took place in the first psychoanalytic transference. I think that, once we have put it to the test, you will have no doubt as to our ability to find all the possible keys in it. Assuredly, these are not terms that I would easily allow to be published in a summary of our work, since they are so showy. Nor are they formulations that I would like to have repeated outside of this room to furnish fodder for the usual tomfoolery. I will expect you to take into account this year among whom we find ourselves and who we are. November. The mainspring of love. A commentary on Plato's Symposium. 2. Set A and D characters. Alcibiades. Scholars. The Symposium, a session. Recording on the brain. Greek love. Today we are going to begin our examination of the Symposium. At least that is what I promised you. What I spoke about last time seems to have affected you in different ways. The tasters have been sampling the vintage. Will it be a good year, they wonder. I can only hope no one will dwell for too long on what may appear approximate in certain of the strokes with which I am trying to sketch out our path. Last time I tried to show you the pillars of the scene that provides the context for what I have to say about transference. It should be quite clear that my reference to the body, in particular when beauty may be one of its attributes, was not simply an opportunity to be witty regarding transference. It has been objected that in movies, which I took as an example of widespread views about psychoanalysts' looks, it sometimes happens that the psychoanalyst is a good-looking guy, and not only in the exceptional case I mentioned. My response is that such is the case precisely when analysis is taken as an occasion for comedy. In short, you will see that the main points I brought out last time find their justification in the path we shall have to follow today. How shall I relate what is at stake in the symposium? It isn't easy, given the style and limits imposed upon me by my position and objective, which, let it not be forgotten, is specifically that of psychoanalytic practice. To set myself the task of making a nice orderly commentary of this extraordinary text would perhaps require me to make a long detour, which would then leave us too little time for other parts of the field to which the symposium seems to me to provide an illuminating introduction. This is why I chose it. It will thus be necessary to proceed in a way which is obviously not that of what one might call academic commentary. Furthermore, I must assume that at least some of you are not truly familiar with Plato's work. I'm not saying that I consider myself thoroughly equipped in this regard either. But I do have enough experience with it, and enough of a grasp of it, to think that I can allow myself to direct a spotlight on the symposium while giving proper consideration to the whole backdrop of the dialogue. Moreover, I bid those who are equipped to do so to monitor what I say, and to let me know, should the occasion arise, what might be. Not arbitrary, it obviously must be, but forced or off the mark in its arbitrariness. What's more, I have nothing against a certain roughness or newness, even think it should be emphasized, in taking up a text like the symposium. This is why you will excuse me for presenting it to you in a way that is a bit paradoxical at first, or that may seem paradoxical to you. It seems to me that whoever reads the symposium for the first time, if he is not obsessed with the fact that it is a text from a respected tradition, cannot fail to feel flabbergasted, to put it approximately. I would go still further. If he has a bit of historical imagination, he must wonder how such a thing could have been preserved for us throughout what I would willingly refer to as the generations of monks and ignoramuses, all of them vocationally unsuited to transmit a text to us that is quite akin, due to at least one of its parts, in other words, its end, and one cannot but be struck by this fact, too, and why not just say so, what is nowadays called a specialized literary genre, the kind that may fall within the ambit of police investigations. Indeed, if you simply know how to read, and just once won't hurt you, I think that after my announcement the last time many of you went out and bought the text, and have thus no doubt had a look at it, you cannot help but be struck at least by what transpires in the second part of this dialogue between Alcibiades and Socrates. What transpires between Alcibiades and Socrates goes beyond the limits of the symposium itself. What then is a symposium? It is a ceremony with rules, a sort of ritual, intimate contest among the elite, or parlor game. The holding of such a symposium is thus not simply an occasion for Plato's dialogue, but refers to the mores and real customs variously observed in different localities in Greece, and, might add, in certain cultural strata. The regulation imposed is by no means unusual. Each person must do his share by giving a short speech on a specific topic. A rule is announced at the beginning of the symposium that no one is to drink to excess. The reason why is ostensibly that most of the people there already have splitting headaches from having drunk a bit too much the day before, but it also makes us appreciate the importance and gravity of the elite group formed by the fellow drinkers assembled that evening. Something nevertheless happens that was not expected, pandemonium, as it were. At a point at which the meeting is far from over, and at which a guest by the name of Aristophanes is about to say something, to rectify some point or request an explanation, see, a group of people turn up at the doorstep and enter, all of whom are completely smashed, namely, Alcibiades and his companions. And Alcibiades, in a rather offhand manner, takes it upon himself to preside over the symposium, and begins to speak of things whose scandalous nature intend to bring out. This requires our forming a certain notion of who and what Alcibiades and Socrates are, which will take us quite far afield. For the commonly accepted account, read what Plutarch says in his Lives of the noble Grecians and Romans, and you will get an idea of Alcibiades' general character. But you will have to make an effort there too, for his life is described by Plutarch in what I will call an Alexandrian atmosphere, in other words, a funny time in history where everything seems to transform characters into mere shadows of themselves. I am referring to the moralistic tone of the works that have been handed down to us from that era, involving a coming out of the shadows, or nu epsilon kappa upsilon alpha, Nicoia, as it's put in the Odyssey. Plutarch's fabrications or characters, colored by the fact of having, moreover, served as models or paradigms for the whole of the moralist tradition that followed, have a genesis qua that reminds us of zombies. It isn't easy to make veritable blood flow anew through their veins. But try to imagine, on the basis of the one-of-a-kind career Plutarch outlines for us, who Alcibiades could have been, this man who shows up before Socrates, in other words, before he who declares elsewhere that he was Alcibiades Pyro Tau Omicron Epsilon Rho Alpha Sigma Tau, Protus Eristes, the first to have ever loved Alcibiades. Alcibiades was a sort of early Alexander. All of his political adventures were beyond a shadow of a doubt marked with the stamp of defiance and extraordinary daring, tour de force, and the inability to either situate or stop himself at any point. He would turn the situation around wherever he went, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat for whichever camp he aligned with, but would be chased away or exiled by everyone, precisely, it must be pointed out, because of his misdeeds. It seems that Athens lost the Peloponnesian War because the city felt the need to call Alcibiades back from the fray right in the middle of the hostilities to make him account for an obscure event, that of the so-called mutilation of the Epi, Herme, which, with hindsight, strikes us as just as inexplicable as it is far-fetched, but which surely involved at its root an element of profanation and, strictly speaking, insult to the gods. Nor can we completely let Alcibiades and his companions off the hook. The people of Athens were no doubt justified in calling him to account. The practice in question was suggestive, by analogy, of some kind of black mass. We cannot but notice the context of insurrection and subversion of the polis laws from which a character like Alcibiades emerges, a context implying a break with and contempt for the forms, traditions, laws, and no doubt religion itself. This is the kind of disturbing background he brought with him. He also exercised, wherever he went, a truly remarkable fascination on people seduction. After the suit brought against him by the people of Athens, he sided with the enemy, Sparta, he himself having played a role in setting the two cities at odds, since prior to that he had done everything in his power to ensure that the peace talks between them fell through. So he sided with Sparta, and right away found nothing better, nothing more worthy of his fame, than to get the queen pregnant, in plain sight of and with full cognizance of everyone. It turned out that it was well known that the king, Agis, had not slept with his wife for 10 months, for reasons I'll spare you. The queen thus bore Alcibiades' child. I didn't do it for pleasure's sake, he tells us, but rather because it seemed a worthy undertaking to ensure a throne to my descendants, and to thus honor Sparta's throne with someone of my lineage. As you may well imagine, such things can captivate people for a while, but are not easily forgiven. You know, of course, that Alcibiades, after having bestowed this present, along with several ingenious ideas concerning battle tactics, set up headquarters elsewhere, taking the opportunity to do so in a third camp, that of the Persians. He paid a visit to the person who represented the power of the king of Persia in Asia Minor, namely, Tissaphernes, who, Plutarch tells us, hardly liked Greeks. In fact he hated them, but he was taken with seduit Alcibiades. From then on Alcibiades knuckled down to the business of restoring Athens' good fortune. He did so thanks to conditions whose history is also highly surprising, as it seems that it was in the thick of a network of double agents and constant double-crossing. All the warnings he sent the Athenians were immediately rerouted and passed on to Sparta and to the Persians themselves, who then informed the person in the Athenian fleet who had passed on the news, such that Alcibiades wound up being informed, in turn, that people in high places were perfectly well aware that he had betrayed them. In any case, each of these people got on as best he could. What is clear is that in the midst of all this, Alcibiades reversed Athens' fortune. And consequently, although we cannot be absolutely sure of the particulars, which vary from one ancient historian's account to another, we should not be surprised to learn that Alcibiades returned to Athens with all the signs of an unprecedented triumph that, despite the joy of the Athenian people, marked the beginning of a swinging back of the pendulum of public opinion. For here we are dealing with someone who could not avoid being, at every turn of the way, the kind of guy about whom people could not but have an opinion. His death, too, was very strange. Questions remain as to who was responsible for it. It seems that, after a series of reversals of fortune, each more astonishing than the one before, as if, in any case, regardless of the trouble he got into, he could never be defeated, a sort of immense tide of hatred ended up doing him in, employing the means that legend or myth tells us must be used with scorpions. He was surrounded by a circle of fire, but he managed to escape from it, and it was only at some distance that he could be laid low with javelins and arrows. Such was Alcibiades' incomparable career. While I have highlighted his highly active, exceptional, powerful, penetrating mind, would nevertheless say that this character's most salient feature was the added luster of what is said of his looks beaut. Not only his precocious good looks as a child, insofar as we know that it is altogether related to the history of the dominant form of love at that time in Greece, namely, love for children, but also his long-preserved attractiveness, which even late in life made him someone who seduced people as much with his looks as with his exceptional intelligence. Such was the man. Here we see him show up at the symposium, at this contest assembling serious learned men, albeit in the context of Greek love, which I'll stress later, that already provides a backdrop of constant eroticism to the speeches on love. He tells everyone about something that can be summed up in these words: the vain efforts he made when he was young, when Socrates loved him, to get Socrates to fuck him. He goes into it at length, furnishing plenty of details and describing it in the crassest of terms. He quite clearly wanted to make Socrates lose control, show some emotional turmoil, and yield to direct corporal come-ons, physical contact. All of this is said publicly, by a man who is drunk, no doubt, but whose words Plato doesn't consider it beneath his dignity to repeat right down to the last detail. I'm not sure I'm getting my point across. Imagine that a book comes out, not now, for Plato brings it out some years after the scene it relates took place. But imagine that a book comes out sometime in the future, to avoid ruffling anyone's feathers, in which a celebrity, Kennedy, for example, a Kennedy who is simultaneously James Dean, recounts in a book designed for the elites that he did everything, when he was in college, to get to make love to him. I'll let you fill in the blank with someone's name. You needn't absolutely restrict yourself to teachers, since Socrates was not exactly a teacher, but he was one all the same, a rather unusual one at that. Imagine that it is someone like Messiaen, and at the same time Henry Miller. That would make waves, and would spell trouble for Jean-Jacques Pauvert, who would publish the book. Keep this in mind when considering that it is thanks to those who we must call the brothers variously ignoramus that this astonishing book has been handed down to us through the centuries, such that we no doubt have the complete text. This is what I was thinking, not without some degree of admiration, in thumbing through the admirable edition Henry Essain gave us, which includes a Latin translation. This edition is quite definitive. It is such a perfect critical edition that even now, in all other editions, whether more or less scholarly, its pagination is provided. Those of you for whom this is all a bit new should know that the little a's and so on you see in the margins refer to Henry Essain's pagination dating back to. Henry Essain certainly wasn't an ignoramus unignorantin, but it's a bit hard to believe that someone who was capable of devoting himself to compiling such monumental editions, though this wasn't all he did, was sufficiently open to life to fully appreciate the contents of this text, inasmuch as it is a text about love. Other people were interested in love during the same era as Henry Essain, and I can certainly tell you that, when I talked last year at length about sublimation as concerns love for women, the author I didn't mention was neither Plato, nor any other scholar, but rather Marguerite de Navarre. I alluded to her without spelling it out. Keep in mind that, for the sort of banquet or symposium constituted by her Heptameron, she carefully excluded the people with ink on their hands who appeared at the time as overhaulers of the contents of libraries. She wanted only cavaliers and lords, people who, when speaking of love, spoke of something they had time to experience. And in all commentaries on the symposium, it is this very dimension which is often lacking, leaving something to be desired. But that is of little consequence. For those who never wonder whether their understanding, as Jaspers says, extends to the limits of the concrete, perceptible, or comprehensible, the story of Alcibiades and Socrates has always been hard to swallow. By way of proof I need but mention the fact that Louis or Lois Leroy, Ludovicus Regius, the first French translator of these texts that had just surfaced in Western culture from the Orient, quite simply stopped translating when he reached Alcibiades' entrance. He went no further. It seemed to him that enough fine speeches had already been made, which is, indeed, true. The scene with Alcibiades seemed to Leroy superfluously tacked on, apocryphal. He wasn't the only person to behave this way either. I'll spare you the details, but one day Racine received the manuscript of a translation of the Symposium from a lady who had worked on it, asking him to look it over. Racine, a sensitive man, considered it to be untranslatable, not just the story of Alcibiades, but the whole Symposium. We have his notes, which prove that he looked very closely at the manuscript that had been sent to him. But as for correcting it, for it required nothing less than total revamping, only someone like Racine could translate the Greek, he refused. It didn't tickle his fancy. Third reference, a long time ago I was lucky enough to come across handwritten notes of a course on Plato given by Victor Brockhard, which had been tucked away somewhere. They are quite remarkable, the notes were exceptionally well taken, the writing exquisite and, concerning the theory of love, Brockhard referred to everything relevant, the Lysis, the Phaedrus, and above all the Symposium. But he plays a very cute little game of substitution when it comes to the part about Alcibiades. He shifts gears and redirects things toward the Phaedrus, which becomes his new focus. He doesn't take it upon himself to account for the story of Alcibiades. This reserve on his part is rather deserving of our respect. It at least attests to his sense that there was something there that raised a question. And I prefer this to seeing it resolved by the sorts of unusual hypotheses that are not infrequently proposed. The most amazing of them, never in a million years would you guess it, and Leon Robin rallies to it, which is astonishing, is that Plato was concerned in this last scene to make people give his master his due. Scholars have discovered that, several years after Socrates' death, a man by the name of Polycrates brought out a pamphlet in which one sees Socrates collapse under the weight of various accusations that are conveyed by three people. Polycrates is supposed to have made one of the three, Anytus, furnish an indictment whose main claim was that Socrates was responsible for what I told you about earlier, namely, the trail of corruption and scandal Alcibiades left in his wake his whole life long, including the string of problems, if not catastrophes, he created. It must be agreed that the idea that Plato was trying to exonerate Socrates and his mores, if not his influence, by presenting us with such a scene of public confession, has truly got it all backward. What could people who come up with such hypotheses possibly be thinking? The idea that Socrates resisted Alcibiades' commands, and that this, in and of itself, would justify presenting this part of the symposium, insofar as it was designed to improve the public's view of Socrates' mission, personally leaves me dumbfounded. One of the two following things must be true: either we have to come to grips with a whole series of reasons Plato never mentions, or else the scene in fact serves a purpose. Why does Alcibiades burst in? And why does he sit beside Socrates, who can be associated with him, who no doubt hails from a rather more distant shore, but who is the most indissolubly bound up with him in some way? Alcibiades' arrival here in the flesh is, in fact, closely related to the question of love. Let us now see what it's about, since this is the focal point of everything at stake in the symposium. It is here that will be most deeply illuminated, not so much the nature of love, but what interests us in this context, namely, the relationship between love and transference. This is why I am emphasizing the shift/articulation between the speeches given at the symposium, at least according to the text of it that is reported to us, and Alcibiades bursting onto the scene. First I must sketch out for you the meaning of these speeches, but even before that, I must say something about the text thereof which is communicated to us, in other words, the narrative. What is this text? And what is Plato telling us? One can raise this question right from the outset. Is it fiction or a fabrication, as many of his dialogues clearly are, being compositions that obey certain laws? Lord knows that much could be said about this. Why this genre? Why this law of the dialogue? We will have to leave certain things aside, and I will simply indicate to you that there is a whole lot to know in this vein. But the symposium nevertheless has another feature that is not so very different from the way in which certain of his other dialogues are presented to us. To give you a glimpse of what I mean, first let me say that we are going to take the symposium as a sort of account of psychoanalytic sessions. For it is indeed a question of something like that. As the dialogue progresses, and the contributions by the different persons participating in the symposium lead one to the next, something happens, which is that each flash is illuminated by the one that follows, and then at the end, life, Alcibiades' presence, bursts onto the scene, this being reported to us as a raw and even disturbing fact. It is up to us to grasp the meaning of Alcibiades' speech. Assuming then that this is what we are dealing with, we have, according to Plato, a sort of recording of it. As there were no tape recorders at the time, we'll call it a recording on the brain. Recording on the brain is an exceedingly old practice, which underlay for many centuries the way people who participated in serious events listened, for as long as writing hadn't taken on the dominant role in our culture that it has nowadays. Since things can be written, those that are to be remembered are remembered for us in what I've called the kilos of language, stacks of books and piles of paper. But when paper was rarer and books far more difficult to manufacture and distribute, it was essential to have a good memory, and, if I may say so, to experience everything one heard with an eye to storing it in one's memory. It is not simply at the beginning of the symposium, but in all the traditions we know of, that we find evidence that the oral transmission of the sciences and wisdom was absolutely essential. It is by this pathway, moreover, that we know something of them. In the absence of writing, the oral tradition served as their medium. This is what Plato is referring to when he tells us how the text of the symposium comes down to us. He has someone named Apollodorus tell the story. We know this character because he existed historically. He is supposed to have come into the picture just over years before the appearance of the symposium, if we take its date of publication as circa BC. It is thus before Socrates' death that Apollodorus hears, Plato tells us, the account of what happened. And Apollodorus is supposed to have heard it from Aristodemus, who attended the supposed symposium years earlier, since we are given to believe it took place in BC. It is thus years after the fact that a character extracts from his memory the verbatim text of what was supposedly said. Consequently, the least one can say is that Plato takes all the necessary steps to make us believe in this brain recording which was widely practiced, and which was always practiced in such phases of culture. He stresses the fact that Aristodemus, I am quoting couldn't remember exactly what everyone said, no more than Apollodorus himself did. Parts of the tape were damaged and there might be gaps at certain points. Obviously none of this can definitively answer the question of historical veracity, but it nevertheless rings true. If it is a lie, it is a pretty one. And as it is, moreover, manifestly a work on love, and we will perhaps come to where the notion arises that, after all, only liars can fittingly respond to love, the symposium would certainly seem to be the choice reference, concerning love, of Socrates' action. This, indeed, is conveyed to us unambiguously. This is clearly why the symposium is such an important piece of evidence. We know that Socrates himself asserts that he truly knows only about what falls under the heading of love. No doubt the THIRD, where he says so, was not written by Plato, but it is nevertheless a dialogue by someone who wrote about what was known of Socrates and what had been handed down about him. In it, Socrates is attested to have expressly said that he knew nothing, all in all, but this little bit, apokpotau omicron, smikrotinos, of science, mu alpha tau omicron, mathematos, which concerns matters of love, tau omega nu epsilon rho omega tau iota kappa nu, ton eroticon. Socrates repeats this, and in exactly the same terms, at one point in the Symposium D. What is the topic of the symposium? The topic was proposed by the character, Phaedrus AC, he is no other than the character for whom another dialogue was named, one I referred to last year regarding beauty, in which love is also discussed, for the two are linked in Plato's thought. Phaedrus is said to be pi alpha tau rho tau omicron lambda gamma omicron upsilon, pater tou logu, the father of the topic that is taken up in the Symposium D. The topic is the following: what is the purpose of being knowledgeable about love? And we know that Socrates claims to be knowledgeable about nothing else. It becomes still more striking when the following remark is made, a remark you will be able to fully appreciate when you go back to the text. Socrates says almost nothing in his own name. I will tell you today, if we have time, that this almost nothing is important. I even think we are reaching the point where I can say so. It is no doubt essential, for it is around this almost nothing that the scene really revolves, and that they begin, as was to be expected, to truly delve into the topic. Socrates, in a sense, calibrates or adjusts the level at which things must be taken up, and, in the final analysis, he does not rate love as highly as all that compared to the others present. What he says consists rather in framing cauterer things, adjusting the lights in such a way that one sees precisely the level, which is middling. If Socrates tells us something, it is assuredly that love is not divine. He doesn't rate it that highly, but it is nevertheless what he loves. In fact, he loves it and it alone. It is worth pointing out the moment at which he begins to speak, just after agathon. I will bring the characters in one at a time, instead of presenting them all at the outset. There is Phaedrus, Pausanias, and Aristodemus, who is a party crasher. In other words, he ran into Socrates, and Socrates brought him along. There is also Eryximachus, who counts as a colleague for most of you since he is a medical doctor, and Agathon, who is the host. Socrates, who invited Aristodemus, arrives very late because, on the way, he had what we might call a fit crise. Socrates' fits consisted in stopping short, and standing still in some spot on one foot. That evening he stopped at the house next door where he had no business being. He remained glued there in the foyer between the umbrella stand and the coat rack, and there was no way to rouse him. One must provide a bit of atmosphere for these things. These stories are not nearly as boring as they make them out to be in junior high school. Someday I'd like to give a talk, in which I'd take my examples from the Phaedrus, or from one of Aristophanes' plays, on an absolutely essential trait without which there is no way of understanding how what I will call the lit circle is situated in everything antiquity has bequeathed us. We live in the midst of constant light. The night is brought to us on a stream of neon. But try to imagine that up until a relatively recent era, there's no need to go back as far as Plato, night was night. When, at the beginning of the Phaedrus, someone comes knocking to wake up Socrates because he has to rise a little before daybreak, I hope it's in the Phaedrus, but that's of little importance. It's at the beginning of one of Plato's dialogues, it's a whole to-do. He gets up and finds himself truly in the dark, for he knocks things over at every step. The same thing happens at the beginning of one of Aristophanes' plays. When one is in the dark, one is truly in the dark. It is at such times that you cannot recognize the person who is touching your hand. The Heptameron, to mention what was still common in Marguerite de Navarre's era, is full of stories that turn on the fact that at that time, when you slipped into a lady's bed at night, it was considered entirely possible to pass yourself off as her husband or her lover, as long as you kept your mouth shut. It seems that went on all the time. Obviously, what I will call, with an altogether different meaning, the spreading of light, changes many things in the realm of human relations. To us, night is not a consistent reality, it cannot be poured from a ladle or form a blanket of darkness. That deprives us of certain things, many things. All of this to return to our topic, which is that to which we must come, namely, what is signified by the lit circle in which we find ourselves, and what was at issue when love was talked about in Greece. When it was talked about, well, as Mr. de la Palace would say, it was Greek love that was at issue. You'll have to get used to the idea that Greek love was love for pretty boys. And that's it. It is quite clear that when people spoke of love they were speaking of nothing else. All the attempts we make to situate this in its proper context are doomed to failure. To try to see exactly what it is, we are no doubt obliged to push back the furniture in a certain way, re-establish certain perspectives, and look at it from a different angle, by saying that there wasn't necessarily only that, obviously, naturally. The fact remains that, as far as love was concerned, that's all there was. You will tell me that love for boys is something that was universally accepted. Some of our contemporaries have been saying so for a long time, regretting that they weren't born a bit earlier. But no. The fact remains that in a whole part of Greece it was not at all thought well of, and that in a whole other part of Greece, Pausanias says so himself in the Symposium, it was thought well of. And as it was in the totalitarian part of Greece, among the Boeotians and Spartans, where everything that was not prohibited was compulsory, that it was not only thought well of, but the mandatory form of service, there was no getting around it. There are people who are far superior to us, says Pausanias, it's well thought of by we Athenians, but it's prohibited nevertheless, and naturally that makes it all the more invaluable. All of this teaches us little, except that it was more credible, on condition that we understand more or less what it corresponded to. To get some idea of it, we must refer back to what I said last year about courtly love. It wasn't the same thing, but it served an analogous function in the society. It was quite obviously a kind of sublimation. Recall that I tried last year to provide a slight rectification in your minds regarding the real function of sublimation. It involved nothing that we can situate within the register of regression on a societal scale. While it is true that psychoanalytic theory points to fraternity among men as the basis of the social bond, homosexuality attaching man to the neutralization of the bond, that's not what is at issue here. It is not in the least occasion of the dissolution of the social bond and a return to some sort of innate form. It is obviously something else, it is a fact of culture. This form of love was practiced by the masters of Greece, people of a certain social class and milieu, people at a level at which culture reigned supreme and was developed. This love was obviously the great center of elaboration of interpersonal relationships. Let me remind you, in another guise, of what I indicated at the end of an earlier seminar, the schema of the relationship between perversion and culture, insofar as culture is distinct from society. While society leads, via censorship, to a form of disintegration which is called neurosis, perversion can be understood, contrariwise, as a kind of elaboration, construction, or even sublimation, to use that word, when it is a product of culture. The circle closes. Perversion contributes elements that shape travailant society, and neurosis favors the creation of new cultural elements. This doesn't stop Greek love from being a perversion, however sublimated it may be. No culturalist viewpoint can prevail here. Let it not be retorted, on the basis of the pretext that it was an accepted, approved, and even celebrated perversion, that it was not a perversion. Homosexuality still was what it is, a perversion. To maintain, in order to be accommodating, that if we treat homosexuality, it's because in our era it's something else altogether, it's no longer in style, while at the time of the Greeks it served a cultural function, and was as such worthy of our highest regard, is truly to skirt the issue. The only thing that distinguishes contemporary homosexuality from Greek perversion is, I believe, well, hardly to be found anywhere but in the quality of its objects. High school students here are pimply and turned into blithering idiots by the education they receive. In Greece, the conditions were favorable for their being objects of homage, without it being necessary to go find these objects in dark alleys or in the gutter. That's the whole difference. But the structure is in no way different. This is scandalous given the eminent dignity we have bestowed upon the Greek message. People shroud themselves in this context in fine words. Nevertheless, they say, don't think women weren't paid suitable homage, for all that. Don't forget that Socrates, for example, in the Symposium, while saying very little in his own name, has a woman, Diotima, speak in his stead. Don't you see that this proves the supreme homage was paid, even in Socrates' own words, to women? That, at least, is what the kind souls never fail to trot out in this context. And they add, you know, from time to time he went to visit Lais, Aspasia, and Theodota, who was Alcibiades' mistress, anything and everything they can find in the gossip of the historians. And then there's the amazing Xanthippe, Socrates' wife, to whom I alluded last week. She was there the day of his death, you know, and she even wailed so loudly she deafened all around. There's just one hitch. It is attested to in the Phaedo, and it is that Socrates bids those present to get her out of there as quickly as possible and put her to bed straight away so that they can talk in peace, there being only a few hours left. If it weren't for that, the dignity of women in Greece would be safe and sound. Personally, I don't question the importance of women in ancient Greek society. I would even say it was rather considerable, and you will see its import in what follows. The fact is that they had what I would call their true place. And not only their true place, but an altogether eminent role in love relations. We have all kinds of proof thereof. It turns out, in fact, assuming, as usual, that we know how to read, you can't read ancient authors with blinders, that they had a role that is veiled for us, but that is nevertheless eminently theirs in love, quite simply the active role. The difference between the women of antiquity and modern women is that the women of antiquity demanded their due, they attacked men. This is quite palpable in many cases. Once you have opened your eyes to this point of view, you will notice many things in ancient history that otherwise seem strange. Aristophanes, who was a very fine music hall director, did nothing to conceal how the women of his time behaved. There has never been anything more characteristic and direct concerning women's doings, and this is precisely why learned love amour savant, so to speak, sought refuge elsewhere. We have here one of the keys to the question, and it is not such as to surprise psychoanalysts terribly much. All of this may seem to be a rather long detour for our undertaking, which is to analyze a text that aims at discovering what it means to be learned in love. Please excuse this detour. We know that the Symposium dates back to the time of Greek love, and that this love was, so to speak, schoolish, in other words, love of pupils. For technical reasons, for reasons of simplification, exemplification, and use as a model, this love allows us to understand a connection articulation that is always elided in what is overly complicated in love involving women. It is in this respect that this love for schoolboys amour de l'école can legitimately provide us and everyone with schooling in love d'école de l'amour. Which doesn't mean it should be reinstituted. I would like to avoid all possible misunderstandings. Soon people will be saying that I am advocating Platonic love. There are many reasons why it can no longer serve as a love school. Were I to tell you which reasons, I would be making great lunging thrusts with a sword into the curtains without being sure what lies behind them. I generally avoid such things, believe me. There are reasons why it should not be reinstituted, and why it would even be impossible to do so. One of the reasons, which will perhaps surprise you if I propose it here, is that for us, at the stage we are at, love, and its phenomenon, culture, and dimension, has for some time now been disconnected from beauty. That may surprise you, but that's the way it is. Even if you haven't yet noticed, you will if you reflect a bit. Consider it from both sides, from that of beautiful artworks, on the one hand, and from that of love, on the other, and you will realize that it is true. It is, in any case, a condition that makes it difficult to prepare you to see what is at stake, and it is precisely why I have taken this long detour. We now return to beauty, whose tragic function I brought out last year, since it supplies the true meaning of what Plato tells us about love. Moreover, it is quite clear that, currently, love is no longer situated at the level of tragedy at all, nor at another level I'll talk about later. It is at the level of what is called polyhymnia in Agathon's speechi. This is the level of what presents itself as the most vivid materialization of what is essential in fiction, which for us is film. Plato would be overjoyed by this invention. There is no better illustration in the arts of what Plato places at the beginning of his vision of the world. What is expressed in his myth of the cave is illustrated every day for us by the dancing beams that shine on the screen, showing all our feelings in a shadowy state. In contemporary art, the defense and illustration of love most clearly belong to this dimension. This is why I told you before, a remark that was not without eliciting your reluctance, made as it was as an aside, but which will nevertheless be the linchpin of our progress here, that love is a comical feeling. But an effort is necessary to arrive at the focal point at which one can appropriately appreciate its import. There are two things that I've noted about love in my prior work, and I will remind you of them here. The first is that love is a comical feeling. You will see what illustrates it in our investigation, and we will come full circle in this regard, which will allow us to bring up again what is essential, the true nature of comedy. It is so essential and indispensable that it is. Why there is in the symposium a presence that, for a long time, commentators were never able to explain, that of Aristophanes, who was nevertheless, historically speaking, Socrates' sworn enemy. The second thing I wanted to mention, which we'll come across constantly and which will serve us as a guide, is that love is giving what you don't have. You will also see this appear in one of the essential full spirals of what we will encounter in our commentary. In any case, to begin the step-by-step examination by which Socrates' speech will have an enlightening function for us, let us assume that Greek love allows us to isolate in a love relationship the two partners in the neuter. It is a question of something pure that is naturally expressed in the masculine, and that first allows us to articulate what happens in love at the level of the couple formed by the lover and the beloved, epsilon rho alpha sigma tau, eros, and rho mu epsilon nu omicron, eromenos, respectively. Next time I will show you how the process that unfolds in the symposium allows us to characterize these two functions, the lover and the beloved, with all the rigor of which psychoanalysis is capable. In other words, at a time at which psychoanalysis did not yet exist, and the unconscious in its true function in relation to the subject was assuredly the most unsuspected of dimensions, thus with all the limitations this implies, something was quite explicitly articulated that converges with the crowning point of our experience, the same thing I tried to lay out for you under the twofold heading of the relation to the object, 1 year, and desire and its interpretation 2 years later. To formulate it in the terms we arrived at, you will clearly see that the lover appears here as the desiring subject le sujet du désir, with all the weight that the term desire has for us, and the beloved as the only one in the couple who has something. The question is to figure out whether or not what he has bears a relation, I would even go so far as to say, any relation whatsoever, to what the other, the desiring subject, is lacking. The question of the relations between desire and that upon which it becomes fixated has already led us to the notion of desire qua desire for something else. We arrived at this by analyzing the effects of language on the subject. It is quite strange that a dialectic of love, that of Socrates, that was established entirely by means of dialectic and by putting the imperatorial effects of questioning as such to the test, does not bring us to the same crossroads. It does much more, it allows us to go beyond, and to grasp the moment at which a shift or reversal occurs in which, from the conjunction of desire with its object qua inadequate, the signification called love must arise. Anyone who has not grasped this shift articulation and the conditions it implies in the symbolic, imaginary, and real, cannot grasp what is at work in the effect called transference, whose automatic functioning is so strange. Nor can he compare transference and love or gauge the share or dose of illusion or truth that must be attributed to each and both. In this respect, the investigation to which I have introduced you today will turn out to be of inaugural importance to us. November 3. The metaphor of love. Phaedrus. The others being, an object? From know thyself to he doesn't know. The gods belong to the real. Orpheus, Alcestis, and Achilles. Last time we ended with the positions of epsilon rho alpha sigma tau, Erists, and rho mu epsilon nu omicron, Eromenos, the lover and the beloved, the dialectic in the symposium allowing us to present them as the basis, crux, or essential articulation of the problem of love. The problem of love interests us insofar as it allows us to understand what happens in transference, and, to a certain extent, because of transference. To justify such a long detour, which may seem superfluous to those of you who are attending this seminar for the first time this year, I will try to help you immediately grasp the import of our study here. It seems to me that at some stage of his training, something must occur to the psychoanalyst that can give him pause for thought at more than one turning of the way. Isn't the simplest point, one that is difficult to avoid, it seems to me, starting at a certain age, and that must already pose for you, very directly and in and of itself, the problem of what love is, the following? Hasn't it ever struck you at some turning of the way that something was missing in what you gave to those closest to you? And not simply that something was missing, but that there was something that left the above-mentioned loved ones irremediably missed by you? What could that be? The metaphor of love, Phaedrus. Being an analyst allows you to understand it. With those close to you, you have merely revolved around the fantasy that you have basically sought to satisfy through them. This fantasy has more or less replaced them with its own images and colors. The being you can suddenly be reminded of by some accident, of which death is clearly the example that makes us best understand its full resonance, this veritable being, should you so much as call it to mind, flees and is already eternally lost. Yet it is this being that you are attempting to connect up with along the paths of your desire. But this being être-là, which is also the French for Dasein, is yours. As analysts, you are well aware that it is, in some sense, because you failed to want it that you also basically missed it. But at least here you are at the level of something that is your own fault, and your failure reflects the precise magnitude of that fault. Is it because you made mere objects, so to speak, of these other people you have cared for so poorly mal? Would that you had treated them like objects, objects whose weight, taste, and substance we savor. Today you would be less troubled by your memories of them. You would have given them their due, paid them the proper homage and love. You would have at least loved them as thyself, except that thou hardly mal lovest thyself. But it is not even the fate of the barely mal loved that we have all known. You wanted to make subjects, so to speak, of them, as if that were the end all of the respect they deserved, respect, so to speak, for their dignity, the respect owed to your semblables. I'm afraid that this neutralized use of the expression, our semblables, is quite different from what is at issue in the question of love. I suspect that the respect you have for these semblables all too quickly tends to come down to chalking everything up to their whimsical resistance, narrow-minded ideas, and inborn stupidity, in short, to their own beeswax. Let them work it out for themselves. This is, think, the basic reason why you stop short of infringing on their freedom, one of your common behavioral traits. Freedom to be indifferent, liberté d'indifference, people say. However, it is not their freedom but rather yours. It is here that a question arises in analysts' minds: what is our relation to our patient's being? We are well aware that it is what is at stake in analysis. Is our access to this being the access allowed by love? Does this access bear any relation to what we can know about the nature of love, beginning with the question that I am raising this year? As you will see, this will take us rather far. There is a metaphor in the symposium that I intend to make use of in this regard. It seems, indeed, that there were, at the time, statues representing a satyr or a Silenus on the outside, and inside of which something was lodged, as in Russian dolls. We don't really know what was inside, but they were assuredly precious objects. In any case, Alcibiades compares Socrates to these small objects. My question will aim, but only at the end of our exploration, at what, in analysis, there must be, can be, or is supposed to be inside. I am trying to broach the problem of the relation of the analysand to the analyst, which manifests itself in the odd phenomenon known as transference, in a way that homes in on it as closely as possible and that eludes its forms as little as possible. Every analyst knows it, but people more or less seek to extract its true weight or avoid it altogether. We can do no better, in this regard, than to begin with an investigation of what the phenomenon of transference is supposed to imitate to the greatest extent, even to the point of becoming indistinguishable from it, namely, love. One of Freud's famous articles sets off in this direction, Observations on Transference Love, a text which is part of what are usually called his papers on technique. It situates transference with respect to what it is closely related to. But there has always been an uncertainty in the problem of love, an internal dissension, some kind of duplicity, which is precisely what we must try to focus in on. It can be shed light on by the ambiguity of something else, which is the substitution that takes place in the process, which, after attending this seminar for a while, you should know is something that happens in analytic action and that I can summarize for you. He who seeks us out does so on the basis of the assumption that he doesn't know what he has, and the whole unconscious, the fundamental he doesn't know, is already implied therein. It is in this way that a bridge is erected that can link up our new science with the whole know thyself gamma nu theta iota sigma alpha upsilon tau nu, null high Souten, tradition. There is, of course, a fundamental difference. The emphasis shifts completely due to this he doesn't know. Believe I've said enough about it already not to have to do anything other than point out the difference in passing. It is a question of what the subject truly has in himself, of what asks to be educated, brought out, and cultured in accordance with all traditional pedagogical methods, which take refuge behind the fundamentally revelatory power of a dialectic, and are the shoots and suckers of Socrates' inaugural method insofar as it is philosophical. Is this where we are going to lead someone who seeks us out as analysts? In your sole capacity as readers of Freud's work, you should already know something of what, at first glance at least, manifests itself as the paradox of what is considered to be the term, telos, and the metaphor of love, phaedrus, or termination of analysis. What does Freud tell us if not that, in the final analysis, what is found at the end of this path by those who follow it is essentially nothing other than a lack? Whether you call this lack castration or penis nade penis envy, it is a sign or metaphor. But if this is truly what analysis runs up against in the end, isn't there already some ambiguity here? In short, in recalling the twofold register between the beginning or theoretical starting point of an analysis and its end, it does not escape me that its first appearance may seem deceptive, and quite necessarily so. Its whole unfolding is nevertheless inscribed therein. The course of an analysis involves, strictly speaking, the thorough revelation of something that is called the unconscious other. To anyone who is listening to me talk about it for the first time, but I suspect this is not the case for any of you here, all of this can only be taken as an enigma. But that is not why I am presenting it to you, am doing so in order to assemble the terms in which our action is formulated. It is also in order to immediately sketch out the general trajectory we will follow. It is but a question, for goodness sake, of immediately apprehending the analogy between this unfolding and these terms, on the one hand, and the fundamental, original situation of love, on the other. The latter, while obvious, has never, to the best of my knowledge, been situated in the terms in which propose that we articulate it right away, the two terms with which we are beginning, eros, the lover, or ronu, eron, the one who loves element, and eomenos, the one who is loved, the beloved. Isn't all of this best laid out right at the outset? There's no point playing hide and seek. We can see it right away in such a gathering. Isn't it essentially what the eros or lover is lacking that characterizes him for all those who come into contact with him? As analysts, we can immediately add that he knows not in what he is lacking, furnishing the particular accent of inscience that is characteristic of the unconscious. On the other hand, hasn't the eromenos or loved object always been situated as the one who knows not what he has that is hidden, and which makes him appealing? Isn't what he has something that, in love relationships, is destined not only to be revealed, but to come into being, to be rendered present, whereas up until then it was merely possible? In short, let us state it with an analytic accent, or even without such an accent, the beloved doesn't know either. But it is a matter of something else in his case, he knows not what he has. Note that the two terms that, in their essence, constitute the lover and the beloved in no way coincide. What the one is missing is not what is hidden in the other. This is the whole problem of love. Whether one knows it or not is of no consequence. In the phenomenon of love, at every step of the way one encounters the wrenching and discordance associated with it. No one needs, for all that, to dialogue delta iota alpha lambda gamma epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, dialogest high, or dialectize, delta iota alpha lambda epsilon kappa tau iota kappa epsilon epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, dialecticois thigh, about love to be involved in this gap or discord. It suffices to be in the thick of it, to be in love. Does that say it all? Is that sufficient? I can't go any further here. I'm already going pretty far in saying this. I am exposing myself to the risk of a certain immediate misunderstanding. But I have no intention here of misleading you, so I'll lay my cards on the table at once. Of course things go further. We can provide here, in the terms we use, a formulation that takes up anew what is already indicated in the analysis of the creation of meaning in the signifier-signified relation, provided we are prepared to see in what follows how it should be handled and its truth. Love as a signifier, for to us it is a signifier and nothing else, is a metaphor, assuming that we have come to understand metaphor as substitution. This is where we enter uncharted waters. For the time being I bid you to simply accept it, and to consider what I am saying as what it is, an algebraic formula. It is insofar as the function of eros or the person who loves, as a lacking subject, comes to take the place of, or is substituted for, the function of eromenos, the loved object, that the signification of love is produced. It will perhaps take me some time to explain this formulation. We have the time to do so in the year before us. At least I won't have failed to give you, right from the outset, this reference point which can serve, not as a riddle, but as a landmark that may help you navigate around certain ambiguities in the discussions to come. Let us now enter into the symposium whose set depicted and whose characters I presented last time. These characters have nothing primitive about them, despite the fact that they present us with a simplification of the problem of love. They are highly sophisticated characters, that's the word for it. Let me retrace now one of the staves portees I spoke with you about last time, for I think it's important that it be stated as provocatively as possible. It really is quite funny that, in close to centuries of religious thought, there hasn't been a single reflection on love, whether by libertines or clerics, which hasn't referred to this inaugural text. Now, after all, to someone who happens along unawares, to the country bumpkin who leaves his little patch of ground lopin outside Athens, this symposium, taken in its outer trappings, seems rather like a gathering of aging fairies, as people call them, a meeting of old faggots. Lopez, Socrates is, Alcibiades, who is apparently still handsome, is, and Agathon himself, whose house they are meeting at, is, he has just won the prize for the best tragedy, and this is what allows us to precisely establish the year of the symposium BC. One must not stop at such outward appearances. It is always in sitting rooms, in other words, in places where people are not especially good-looking, at the homes of duchesses, in the course of an evening, that the most refined things are said. They are lost forever, naturally, but not for everyone, in any case not for those who say them. Here, for once, we have a chance to know what these characters, each in his turn, exchanged that particular evening. A lot has been said of the symposium. You don't need me to tell you that those whose job it is to be philosophers, philologists, and Hellenists have scrutinized it with a magnifying glass. I haven't exhausted the sum total of their remarks, though they are not inexhaustible, as they always revolve around one point. However far from inexhaustible they may be, it is nevertheless out of the question for me to go into all of the little debates that have sprung up over one line or another. First of all, it is not clear that it would prevent me from leaving out something important. And furthermore, it is not easy for me, being neither a philosopher, a philologist, nor a Hellenist, to put myself in their shoes and give you a class on the symposium. All I can hope to do is to give you a first take on it. I hope you won't imagine that I am relying on a first reading alone. Be so kind as to believe that I am not taking up this text for the first time strictly for the purposes of this seminar. Be so kind as to also believe that I have taken some pains to refresh my memory of the works that have been devoted to the text, and to familiarize myself with those I had previously neglected. I am telling you this to beg your pardon for having discussed the last part first. Did so because I think it's the best part. Of course, on the basis of the very method that I am teaching you, what I see in the text must be greeted by you with some reservations. It is here that I run the greatest risks. You should be grateful to me for running them in your stead. Let this serve simply as an introduction to your commentaries, which should not so much target what I am going to tell you about what I've understood, as what is in the text itself. The latter, after what I tell you, will seem to you to be what attracted my attention. Whether my understanding of it be true or false, the significa that justify it in the text are impossible for you to ignore, even if you understand them differently than I do. I will thus skip the first few pages which are always found in Plato's dialogues. This dialogue is not like the others, but one nonetheless encounters here a situation constructed to create what I called the illusion of authenticity, distance, indications of transmission, of who repeated what another told him. This is always the way Plato attempts to create a certain depth at the outset, and it no doubt serves, in his eyes, to amplify what he has his characters say. I will also skip over the rules I mentioned last time, the laws of the symposium. I indicated that the laws were not simply local or improvised, but based on a prototype. A symposium was something that had its laws, although no doubt not exactly the same ones everywhere, in Athens and in Crete, for example. We'll skip over all these references, in order to come to the unfolding of a ceremony that involves something that must have a name which, I might mention in passing, can be debated, a eulogy of love. Is it nu kappa mu iota omicron nu, encomium, or is it pi alpha nu epsilon sigma iota, epanesis? I will skip that discussion. It is of interest, but only of secondary interest. Today I would simply like to situate the progression of events through the succession of speeches. The first speech is made by Phaedrus. Phaedrus is another rather odd character. His character traits should be traced, although this is not terribly important. For the time being, you should simply know that it is odd that he is the one who proposed the topic, who is the pi alpha tau rho tau omicron upsilon lambda gamma omicron upsilon, pater toti logu, d, the father of the topic, for we know him a bit from the beginning of the Phaedrus. He's a curious sort of hypochondriac. This may serve us a bit further on. Now that I think of it, let me take the opportunity to apologize for something. When I spoke to you about darkness last time, I referred, I don't know why, to the Phaedrus. It occurred to me later that it is not the Phaedrus which begins with nighttime, but the Protagoras. That corrected, let us proceed. Phaedrus, Pausanias, and Eryximachus. Aristophanes was supposed to have spoken before Eryximachus. But he had the hiccups and let Eryximachus speak before him. It is a perennial problem to figure out why Aristophanes, the comic poet, was there with Socrates, when everyone knows that he didn't just criticize Socrates, but ridiculed and defamed him in his comedies. Indeed, historians generally hold him partly responsible for Socrates' condemnation and tragic fate. There is no doubt a profound reason for his presence here, as I said, for which I am not offering, no more than anyone else, a final answer. But perhaps we can try to shed a few dim rays of light on the question. Then comes Agathon, and after Agathon, Socrates. This constitutes what is, strictly speaking, the symposium, that is, everything that happens up until the crucial moment which, as I pointed out last time, should be considered essential, Alcibiades' entrance. The latter is accompanied by the breaking of all the rules of the symposium, if nothing else by the mere fact that Alcibiades shows up drunk, declares himself to be essentially drunk, and is thereby immersed in drunkenness as such. Suppose you were to claim that the symposium is of interest primarily because it shows how difficult it is to say something about love that holds water. If that were all that were at issue, we would be purely and simply mired in full-blown cacophony. But what Plato shows, at least this is what I maintain, and it is not especially audacious to do so, in a way that is never revealed or brought to light, is that the contour traced out by this difficulty indicates to us the point at which lies the fundamental topology which stops us from saying anything about love that holds water. What I am saying here is not very new. No one dreams of disputing it, certainly none of the people who have studied this so-called dialogue, in quotes, because it is barely a text that deserves such a title, as it is a series of eulogies, a series of ditties or drinking songs in honor of love. Since, of course, the speakers at the symposium are a bit smarter than others, it takes on more importance. Moreover, we are informed that it is a topic that is not often selected, which might surprise us at first. We are told that each person transposes the topic into his own key. But we don't really know why. For example, Phaedrus is given the task of introducing it from the standpoint, we are told, of religion, myth, or even ethnography. And, in effect, there is some truth in all of that. Our Phaedrus introduces love by telling us that it is mu gamma alpha theta epsilon megas theos, a great God. That's not all he says, but he refers to two theologians, Hesiod and Parmenides, who, for different reasons, spoke of the genealogy of the gods, which is of great significance. I don't feel obliged to go into Hesiod's Theogony and Parmenides' poem just because a verse of each is quoted by Phaedrus. I will nevertheless mention that 2 or 3 years ago, maybe 4, a very important study of Parmenides' poem came out, by a contemporary of ours by the name of Jean Beaufret. But let us leave that aside and try to figure out what there is in Phaedrus' discourse. There is thus a reference to the gods in it. Why to the gods in the plural? I don't know what meaning the gods may have for you, especially the gods of antiquity, but they are spoken about. Enough in this dialogue for it to be rather useful, if not necessary, that I answer as if you had asked me, What do you really think of the gods? Where are they situated in relation to the symbolic, imaginary, and real? It is not a pointless question by any means. Right up to the end of the symposium, the question at issue is whether or not love is a god, and we make at least some progress by the end of the dialogue inasmuch as we know with certainty that it is not. I am not going to give you a class in this context on the sacred. It will suffice if I make a few formulaic statements about the topic. The gods, insofar as they exist for us in the register that allows us to make headway in our practice, if it is true that my three categories are of any use to us whatsoever, quite certainly belong to the real. The gods are a mode by which the real is revealed. This is why all philosophical progress tends, by its own inherent necessity, to eliminate them. And it is why Christian revelation, as Hegel so astutely remarked, is also situated along the path of their elimination. It is a bit more advanced, it goes a little further down the road that leads from polytheism to atheism. Compared to the notion of God as the height of revelation, of noumen, as real shining and appearance, this is fundamental. The mechanism of Christian revelation is indisputably situated along the path that leads to the reduction and, in the final analysis, abolition of the notion. Indeed, it tends to displace the God of Christian revelation, and the same is true of dogma, onto the word, logos. Stated differently, it is situated on a path parallel to that trodden by the philosopher, insofar as he is destined to deny the gods. Man will thus seek in logos, in other words, at the level of signifying articulation, the revelations he encountered up until then in the real in which what revealed itself was, moreover, real, through the real that displaces the God of Christian revelation. This is what any investigation does which, at the outset of the philosophical approach, tends to articulate itself as science, and Plato teaches us, rightly or wrongly, faithfully or unfaithfully ovre ou pauvre, that this was what Socrates was doing. Socrates demanded that we not be content with that to which we have this innocent relation known as delta xi alpha, do.xa, opinion, and which is, why not, for God's sake? Sometimes right broad, but rather that we ask why, that we be satisfied only by the assured truth vre assurer which he calls epsilon pi iota sigma tau mu eta, episteme science, knowledge that provides its reasons. This, Plato tells us, was the point of Socrates phi iota lambda omicron sigma omicron phi epsilon nu, philosophine, philosophizing. I have already mentioned what I called Plato's schwarmerei. One must indeed believe that something of his enterprise remained stymied in the end, since the rigor and talent deployed in demonstrating such a method didn't stop so many things in Plato's work from being used by all the mystagogies. Am speaking above all of gnosis and of everything in Christianity itself which has always remained Gnostic. The fact remains that it is clear that what Plato liked was science. How could we hold it against him for not having followed this path all the way, right from its very first step? Whatever the case may thus be, to introduce the problem of love, Phaedrus refers to the notion that love is a great god, almost the oldest of the gods, born right after chaos. Hesiod says. Love is also the first god thought of by the mysterious goddess, the primordial goddess of Parmenides' poem. We cannot now determine, and the enterprise is perhaps impossible to carry out in any case, everything these terms might have meant in Plato's day. But try, nevertheless, to entertain the idea that the first times people said these things, they could not possibly have had the appearance of stupefying provincialism they had, for example, in the 17th century in which, when one spoke of Eros, everyone played at it. In the it was situated in a wholly different context, that of courtly culture, with echoes of Elistry, and all that followed, namely, words with no import. Here words have their full import, and the discussion is truly theological. To convey this import, I have found nothing better than to tell you, if you really want to grasp it, to get a hold of Plotinus' second Ennead, where you will see that what he is talking about is situated at approximately the same level. Eros is at issue there too, in fact, it is the only thing at issue there. You cannot, if you have at least cursorily read a theological text on the Trinity, fail to notice that Plotinus' discourse, written at the end of the 3rd century AD, is, if we change but 3 words in it, quite simply a discourse on the Trinity. Zeus, Aphrodite, and Eros are the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I say that simply to allow you to imagine what is at stake when Phaedrus speaks of Eros. For Phaedrus, to speak of love is, in short, to speak of theology. It is very important to realize that his speech begins with such an introduction, as for many people even today, and especially in the Christian tradition, for example, to speak of love is to speak of theology. But his speech does not stop there. It continues with an illustration of these ideas. The type of illustration employed is also quite interesting in its own right. For it speaks to us of divine love, and specifically of its effects. The eminence of love's effects depend on the degree of dignity they involve. We encounter here a theme which has since worn a bit thin in the rhetoric that has grown up around love, namely, that love is a bond against which no human effort can prevail. An army made up of beloveds and lovers, the implicit classic illustration is the famous Theban legion, would be invincible, inasmuch as the beloved for his lover, and the lover for his beloved, are eminently able to represent the highest moral authority, that before which one does not yield, that before which one cannot bring dishonor upon oneself. This notion leads, at its most extreme, to love as at the heart of the ultimate sacrifice. I find it noteworthy that Euripides' version of Alcestis surfaces here, illustrating once again what I formulated for you last year as what delimits the zone of tragedy, namely, the between two deaths. I will summarize it. King Admetus is a happy man, but a man to whom death has suddenly signaled its imminence. Alcestis, the king's wife, the incarnation of love, is the only one who is willing to take the king's place to satisfy death's due, the only one among all the relatives, including the king's elderly parents who in all probability have very little time left to live, and the king's friends and children. In a speech in which it is essentially male love that is discussed, this may seem remarkable, and it is worth keeping in mind. Alcestis is thus offered up to us as an example. This lends import to what is to come. Indeed, 2 examples follow on that of Alcestis, both of which, in the words of the orator, were also situated in the field of the between two deaths. The first, Orpheus, managed to descend into hell to seek out his wife Eurydice. As you know, he came back up empty-handed because of a mistake he made, that of looking back before he was allowed to. This mythic theme is reproduced in many legends of other civilizations than Greece, one of which is a famous Japanese legend. The other example Phaedrus provides is that of Achilles. Showing you what results from a comparison of these 3 heroes is as far as I can take things today. It is a first step which will already put you on the scent. Let us consider first Phaedrus' remarks about Orpheus d. What interests us here is Phaedrus' commentary, not whether he gets to the bottom of things, nor whether it's justified, we cannot go that far. What concerns us is what he says. And it is precisely the strangeness of what he says that should attract our attention. He tells us that the gods did not at all appreciate what Orpheus, son of Eurygrus, did. The reason he gives is found in the interpretation he proposes of what the gods did to the guy, who was not so great as all that, who had gone soft to Molly. We don't know why Phaedrus has got it in for him, or why Plato does either. The gods didn't show him a real woman, but rather the wraith of a woman. This echoes what I began my talk with earlier regarding the relation to the other, namely, the difference between the object of our love insofar as our fantasies cover it over, and the other's being, insofar as love wonders whether or not it can reach it. In death, Alcestis truly takes the place of or substitutes for the other's being, according to Phaedrus. You will find a term in the text, and you won't be able to say that I put it there, pi epsilon rho alpha pi omicron theta alpha nu epsilon iota nu, hyperapothane in. The substitution or metaphor I was telling you about earlier is literally realized here. Alcestis authentically takes Admetus' place. Paul Ricoeur, who has the Greek text open before him, can find pi epsilon rho alpha pi omicron theta alpha nu epsilon iota nu et a. Orpheus having been eliminated from the contest for merit in love, this expression is provided to signal the difference between Alcestis and Achilles. The case of Achilles is rather different. He is the one who chooses pi alpha pi omicron theta alpha nu epsilon nu, epipodhanian. He is the one who will follow me. He follows Patroclus in death. To understand what this interpretation of Achilles' gesture would have meant to an ancient Greek would warrant a great deal of commentary. It is much less clear than the case of Alcestis. We are forced to consult Homer's texts, where it turns out that Achilles in fact had a choice. The question is whether or not to kill Hector merely to avenge Patroclus' death. If you don't kill Hector, his mother Thetis tells him, you will return home in peace, and you will live happily to a ripe old age. If you kill him, your fate is sealed, it is death that awaits you. Achilles doesn't doubt what she says, for there is another passage where he himself has the thought, as an aside, I could leave in peace. But then, it's unthinkable, and he says why. This choice is considered, all by itself, to be as decisive as Alcestis' sacrifice. The choice of Moira, fate, has the same value as the substitution of being for being. There is really no need to add to this, as Mario Meni, who is otherwise a fine scholar, does in a footnote. Why he does so, I don't know, that in what follows Achilles kills himself on Patroclus' tomb. I have looked a great deal into Achilles' death the past few days, as it bothered me, and I can't find a reference anywhere in the legend of Achilles which would allow one to say such a thing. I have, moreover, seen a great many versions of Achilles' death, certain of which attribute to him activities that are rather curious from the vantage point of Greek patriotism, as he is supposed to have betrayed the Greek cause for the love of Polyxena, who is a Trojan woman. This would diminish some of the import of Phaedrus' speech. Sticking to the speech itself, what is important is that Phaedrus gives detailed consideration to the respective functions of Patroclus and Achilles in their erotic bond. He sets us straight, don't imagine for a minute that Patroclus was the beloved, as was generally believed. It turns out, says Phaedrus, upon careful scrutiny of the characteristics of the characters, that the beloved could only have been Achilles, who was younger and still beardless. I am highlighting this because the question is constantly raised whether one must love them before or after their beards begin to grow. The Greeks talk of nothing else. We encounter this discussion of beards everywhere. We can thank the Romans for having done away with this problem for us. There must be some reason for it. In any case, Achilles didn't have a beard. Therefore he must have been the beloved. Patroclus was 10 years older than Achilles. A careful examination of the texts shows that Patroclus must have been the lover. That's not what interests us, it is simply the first indication of something that bears a relation to what I specified as the target starting from which we are going to make headway. Indeed, what the gods find sublime, more marvelous than anything else, is when the beloved behaves as one would expect a lover to behave. With respect to this point, the example of Alcestis is strictly opposed to that of Achilles. What does this mean? It is what the text says. One cannot imagine why Phaedrus would tell this whole story that runs on for 2 pages if it were of no importance. You think I am exploring the carte du tendre, the map of the tender feelings, but it isn't me, it's Plato. And it is very well articulated. One must deduce therefrom what forces itself upon us. Since Phaedrus explicitly contrasts Achilles with Alcestis, and tips the scales in favor of giving the gods' love prize to Achilles, this means that Alcestis was in the position of the Erists, of the lover. It is insofar as Achilles was in the position of the beloved that his sacrifice was so much more admirable than hers. In other words, the entire theological speech by Phaedrus, the hypochondriac, culminates in pointing out that what I earlier called the signification of love leads to this. Its most sensational, remarkable, sanctioned appearance, crowned by the gods who give Achilles a special place on the Isles of the Blessed, as everyone knows it is an island that still exists at the mouth of the Danube, on which they have now stuck an insane asylum or some sort of reform school, is precisely related to the fact that in this case a beloved behaved like a lover. I won't be able to go any further today, but I would like to end with something suggestive, which will perhaps allow us to raise a practical question here. It is the following: in an erotic couple, it is, on the whole, on the side of the lover that one finds activity in the natural position, so to speak. This remark will be full of consequences for us if, in considering the Alcestis/Admetus couple, you are willing to glimpse something that lies especially within your ken due to what we discover in psychoanalysis about what women can experience regarding their own lack. Why not formulate, at a certain level at least, that in a couple, a heterosexual couple in this case, we find in the woman both lack, as we say, but also, and at the same time, activity. In any case, Phaedrus never suspects that it could be otherwise. Now what do we find in the other half of the couple? In the beloved, Eramina cell, or to put it in the neuter, Romeu epsilon nu omicron nu, m nori, for what is it that one eraminoses, one heirs or loves, in this whole story of the symposium? It is something that is very often put in the neuter, tau alpha pi alpha iota delta iota kappa, pedica, darling. It is the object. What this designates, namely, a neuter function, is associated with the function of what is loved. It is in the beloved that we find the element of strength. You will see this in what follows, when we will have to articulate why the problem is situated at a more complex level when heterosexual love is at issue. At that level, it can be plainly seen that the distinction between activity and strength is useful. But it was important to pinpoint it at the moment at which we encounter it so clearly illustrated in the example of Achilles and Patroclus. It is illusory to think that strength is identical to activity, and that Achilles is not the beloved just because he seems to be stronger than Patroclus. This is refuted here in the text, and this is what we should learn from it in passing. Having arrived at this point in his speech, Phaedrus gives the floor to Pausanias, who for centuries has been taken to express Plato's opinion regarding love for boys. We'll take special pains in dealing with Pausanias. He is a very odd character indeed, and is far from deserving the esteem in which he has been held, having been considered to have Plato's imprimatur. He is, in my view, an altogether episodic character, who is nevertheless important from a certain vantage point, inasmuch as the best comment to jot down in the margin next to his speech is the Christian truth that the kingdom of heaven is off limits to the rich. I hope to show you why next time. November 4. The psychology of the rich. Pausanias. The myth of the beloved's molding. The rules of Platonic love. Calvinist love. Kojève and Aristophanes' hiccups. Today I am going to try to make some headway in my analysis of the symposium, as it is the path I have chosen by which to present you the topic of transference this year. Last time we proceeded as far as the end of the first speech, that by Phaedrus. You know which speeches follow, those by Pausanias, Eryximachus, Aristophanes, and Agathon, the host of the symposium at which Aristodemus was present. From start to finish it is Apollodorus who narrates, repeating what he heard from Aristodemus. Socrates speaks after Agathon, and you will see how unique the path is that he takes to express what he knows love to be. You know that the last episode is Alcibiades' entrance, an astonishing public confession in its quasi-indecency, which has remained an enigma to all commentators. There is also something after that entrance, but we'll come to that later. I would like to avoid leading you along this path step by step, speech by speech, in such a way that you will, in the end, be either lost or bored, or lose sight of the goal toward which we are headed. This is why I began class last time with these words about the objects being, we can always tell ourselves, with more or less good reason, but always with some reason, that we have missed it, that we have failed it. I will come back to the others being, this being that it was fitting for us to try to reach while there was still time, indicating what is at stake in relation to the two main terms of what is, in this case, called intersubjectivity. When people invoke intersubjectivity, they are claiming that we must recognize in the other a subject like ourselves. Access to the other's being supposedly lies quintessentially in this direction. But there is also another direction, one that I indicate when I try to articulate the function of desire in the apprehending of the other as it occurs in the Eurists-Eromenos couple, which has been the organizing principle of all reflection on love from Plato right up until Christian reflection. I think I have already indicated clearly enough that, in desire, the other as a being l'être de l'autre is not a subject. Eromenos is eromenon, in the neuter, and also ta paidika, in the neuter plural, things about the beloved child, one might translate it. The other, insofar as he is aimed at in love, is, as I said, aimed at as a beloved object. What does this mean? What can we say we have missed in he who is already too far away for us to make good our having failed him? It is clearly his quality as an object. What sparks off the movement involved in the access to the other that love gives us is the desire for the beloved object, which I would compare, if I wished to illustrate it, to a hand that reaches out to pick a fruit when it is ripe, to draw close a rose which has opened, or to stir a fire, the logs of which suddenly burst into flames. Try to follow me so that you will grasp what I'll say next. With this image, which I won't develop any further, I am sketching out before you what is known as a myth. You will see it in the miraculous character of what follows. Last time told you that the gods, the starting point in the symposium, megastheos, love is a great god, Phaedrus says right at the outset, are a manifestation of the real. Now any shift from this manifestation to a symbolic order distances us from the revelation of the real. Phaedrus tells us that love is the foremost of the gods imagined by the goddess in Parmenides' poem. Jean Beaufret, in his book, identifies the goddess with truth, with better reason I think than with any other function, with the radical structure of truth. Recall the way I talked about it in the Freudian thing. Truth's first imagining or invention is love. Hence love is presented to us here as having no father or mother. There is no genealogy of love. Yet already in Hesiod's work, in the most mythical forms of the presentation of the gods, a genealogy is sketched out, a system of kinship, a theogony, or a symbolism. What is the Christian God, who, owing to his internal organization, is at the midpoint about which I spoke to you between theogony and atheism, this trine God, one and yet three, if not the radical articulation of kinship as such, of what is most irreducibly and mysteriously symbolic about it? The most hidden relationship, and, as Freud says, the least natural, the most purely symbolic, is that of father to son. The third term remains present there, going by the name of love. This was our point of departure. Love is a God, in other words, a reality that manifests and reveals itself in the real. As such, we can only speak of it through myth. This is also what allows me to lay out before you our orientation here, by directing you toward the formula, metaphor, or substitution of Eurists for Eromenos. This metaphor generates the signification of love. To illustrate it for you, we'll take the liberty of completing my image and of truly making it into a myth. The hand that extends toward the fruit, the rose, or the log that suddenly bursts into flames, its gesture of reaching, drawing close, or stirring up is closely related to the ripening of the fruit, the beauty of the flower, and the blazing of the log. If, in the movement of reaching, drawing, or stirring, the hand goes far enough toward the object that another hand comes out of the fruit, flower, or log and extends toward your hand, and at that moment your hand freezes in the closed plenitude of the fruit, in the open plenitude of the flower, or in the explosion of a log which bursts into flames, then what is produced is love. But we must not stop there. We must say that what we are looking at here is love, in other words, that it's your love when you were first Eromenos, the beloved object, and suddenly you become Eurists, he who desires. Consider what I mean to emphasize with this myth. Every myth is related to the inexplicable nature of reality real, and it is always inexplicable that anything whatsoever responds to desire. The structure in question is not one of symmetry and reciprocity retour. For this symmetry is not symmetrical, since insofar as the hand extends, it extends toward an object. The hand that appears on the other side is the miracle. But we are not here to orchestrate miracles. We are here for something quite different, to know. What must be emphasized in this context is not what happens between here and the hereafter, but rather what happens here, in other words, the substitution of eurists for eromenos, or for eromenon. A few of you thought there was some vagueness in what I articulated last time concerning the metaphorical substitution of eurists for eromenos, feeling it contradicted the supreme example to which the gods award the crown, before which the gods themselves are astonished. Gamma alpha sigma theta nu tau epsilon, aghast thence, C and A, namely, that Achilles, the beloved, Epipodhanian, dies, let's say, to remain imprecise, for we will see what this means, for Patroclus, which is why Achilles is superior to Alcestis, who offered to die instead of the husband whom she loves. The term used by Phaedrus to describe her, Hyperepodhanian, is contrasted with Epipodhanian. She dies in the stead, upsilon pyro, hyper, of her husband. The case of Achilles is different, because Patroclus is already dead. Alcestis changes places with her husband, who is called upon by death. She crosses the space I mentioned earlier, which is between the one that is here and the hereafter. She does something that serves to wrest from the gods a disarming testimony before this extremity, that wins her the singular prize of being able to come back among human beings from death as what lies beyond life. But there is something still more remarkable, as Phaedrus explains. It is even more remarkable that, instead of returning to his land to be with his father amid his fields, Achilles accepted his tragic destiny, his fatal destiny, the certain death that was promised to him, if he avenged Patroclus. Now Patroclus was not his beloved. Achilles was the beloved. Phaedrus claims, rightly or wrongly, and this is of little consequence to us, that Achilles was the beloved of the couple, and that he could have occupied only that position. Through his action, which comes down to accepting his fate as it was written, he places himself, not in the stead of, but rather in the wake of Patroclus. He makes of Patroclus' fate the debt he must pay. The debt with which he must come to terms. And this is what commands, in the eyes of the gods, the most necessary and the greatest admiration, for the level attained by Achilles in the order of love's manifestations is, as Phaedrus tells us, higher. Achilles is more honored by the gods, inasmuch as it is they who judge his action. They are full of admiration, strictly speaking, and simultaneously astonished, for they are overwhelmed by the value of love as they see it manifested by humans. To a certain extent, the gods, being impassive and immortal, are unable to understand what happens at the mortal level. They detect a certain gap between themselves and mortals, and view what happens in the manifestation of love as a miracle. Emphasis is thus placed in Phaedrus' speech, where Epipodhanian is contrasted with Hyperepodhanian, on the fact that Achilles, eromenos, turns into eurists. The text says so and affirms it. It is as earnest that Alcestis sacrifices herself for her husband, and this is a less radical, total, and brilliant manifestation of love than the switching of roles that takes place in Achilles when he changes from Chromenos into eurists. Thus it is not a question, in this eurists over eromenos, of a relation whose amusing image would be that of the lover over the beloved, the father over the mother, as Jacques Prévert says somewhere. This is no doubt what led Mario Meni to make the bizarre error I mentioned to you of claiming that Achilles kills himself on Patroclus' tomb. One cannot say that Achilles, as Eromenos, replaces Patroclus, since Patroclus is already out of range, already out of reach. The event that is, strictly speaking, miraculous in itself is that Achilles the beloved becomes the lover. This is how the phenomenon of love is brought into the symposium's dialectic. We cannot take up Pausanias' speech in all its details, line by line, because of time constraints. We must punctuate scander it. You have all read the symposium in enough depth for me to say that this speech begins with the distinction between two orders of love. Love, says Pausanias, is not one. We must determine which kind of love we should praise. Encomium and epainos, which for some reason I called epainesis last time, are slightly different in nuance. The praising, epainos, of love must thus begin with the fact that love is not one. The distinction is based on its origin. Love and Aphrodite are inseparable, he says, but there are two Aphrodites. One Aphrodite has nothing to do with women, she had no mother, for she was born from the projection onto earth of the rain engendered by the primal castration of Uranus by Cronus. Urania, that is, heavenly Aphrodite, was born therefrom, and thus owes nothing to sexual difference. The other Aphrodite was born somewhat later, from the union of Zeus and Dione. Let me remind you that the whole history of the advent of he who governs the present world, Zeus, is linked, see Hesiod, to his relations with the Titans who are his enemies, and Dione is a Titaness. I will not stress the point any further. The Aphrodite bomb of man and woman is called Pandemos or common Aphrodite. The deprecatory, scornful tone is explicit in Pausanias' speech, she is the common Venus, altogether plebeian. The Venus of those who confuse one form of love with the other, who seek it at base levels, who do not make love into the kind of elevated subjugation that Uranian Aphrodite provides. Such is the theme around which Pausanias' speech develops. Unlike Phaedra's speech, which is a myth-lover's mythomane. Speech, in the strict sense of the word, a speech about a myth, Pausanias' speech is a sociologist's discourse, or rather, for that would be exaggerating, the discourse of an observer of societies. Everything in it apparently hinges on the diversity of positions in the Greek world with respect to higher love, the kind of love that develops between those who are both the strongest and the most vigorous, and who are also the most intelligent, gamma alpha theta omicron, agathoi, le, who know how to think, in other words, between people situated at the same level owing to their capacities, men. Customs, Pausanias tells us, differ greatly between Ionia and Persia, on the one hand, where this kind of love, he adduces evidence of this, would be disapproved of, and Elis and Sparta, on the other, where this love is more than simply approved of, since it appears to be very unseemly for the beloved to refuse to grant his favors to his lover, he must chi alpha rho zeta epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, charizes tai, gratify, b. The Athenians seem to Pausanias to have a superior apprehension of the right, so to speak, of the social shaping of love relationships. If Pausanias approves of the fact that the Athenians erect obstacles, forms, and prohibitions, at least this is how, in a more or less idealized form, he presents it to us, it is because these practices correspond to a certain goal. This love quite deliberately manifests itself, is borne out, and is established over a certain span of time, and what's more, over a span which is comparable, he says formally, to that of marriage. There is a love contest, gamma omega nu omicron theta epsilon tau nu, aganothean, a, love presides over struggle and rivalry among candidates, by putting to the test those who compete for the position of lover. May the best man win. This ambiguity is oddly maintained for a full page. Where do we situate the virtue or function of he who chooses the winner? For while Pausanias would like he who is loved to be at least a bit more than a child, and already capable of some discernment, he is in any case the one of the two who knows the least, the one who is least capable of judging the virtue of what one could call the beneficial relationship between the two. This is left to a kind of test between the two. Virtue is also found in the lover, namely, in the way in which his choice is made, according to what he seeks in the beloved. What he seeks in the beloved is something to be given to the beloved. Both are going to meet up at a point that Pausanias refers to somewhere as the place where these two principles of conduct coincide absolutely, at which the conjunction or combining takes place. What is it really? It has to do with an exchange. The lover, as Leon Robin translates it in the text of the Butte edition, shows that he is able to contribute something whose object is intelligence, phyronueta sigma iota, phronesis, and the whole of the field of merit or excellence, rho epsilon tau, arate. The beloved needs to gain in education, and generally in knowledge, pi alpha iota delta epsilon alpha, paideia, and sigma omicron phi alpha sophia. They will meet up here and, according to what Pausanias says, constitute a partnership at the highest level E. It is at the level of kappa tau omicron mu alpha iota, datamai, an acquisition, profit, acquiring, or possession, that this couple comes together, and this couple will forever articulate the so-called higher form of love, the love which, even once the partners have changed, will be called Platonic love for centuries to come. Reading this speech, it seems to me very difficult not to realize under what heading such a psychology falls. The whole speech is elaborated in terms of evaluation, quotation of values, a search for listed values, Valeurs-Coates. The point is clearly to invest one's psychic funds properly. If Pausanias demands somewhere that severe rules, I'm referring back to the earlier part of his speech, be imposed on the blossoming of love and the courting of the beloved, these rules are justified by the fact that too many favors, pi omicron lambda lambda sigma pi omicron upsilon delta, Paul Spood, here the investment I just mentioned is clearly at stake, should not be expended or wasted on young things who aren't worth it. This is, moreover, why we are requested to wait for them to be further along in their development so that we know what we are dealing with. Later on, Pausanias says that those who muddle the order of candidacy, justulence and merit are savages and barbarians. In this respect, access to the beloved must be limited, he says, by the same kinds of prohibitions and laws by which we strive to impede access to freeborn women, it being through such women that two families of masters are united. These women represent in themselves whatever you like in terms of a name, value, firm, or dowry, as we call it today. This is why they are protected by orders. It is a comparable protection which must prohibit those who are not worthy of it from gaining access to the desired object. The further you go in this speech, the more you see what I mentioned at the very end of the last class, namely, the psychology of the rich. Rich people existed before the rise of the bourgeoisie. Even in agricultural or still more primitive economies, the rich exist. The rich have existed and manifested themselves since the beginning of time, if nothing else in their periodic spending on lavish festivities. The first duty of the rich in primitive societies is to spend money on luxuries. It is quite strange that, as societies evolve, this duty seems to shift to a secondary or at least clandestine level. But the psychology of rich people is entirely based on the fact that what is at stake in their relations with others is value. It is a question of what can be valued according to the available modes of comparison and scale, of what can be compared in open competition, which is, strictly speaking, that of the possession of goods. What is at issue is possession of the beloved, because he is a good fund of capital, the very word is there, chiroeta sigma tau, Christos, and a lifetime will not be enough to turn it to good account. As we know from Aristophanes' comedies, several years after the symposium, Pausanias takes things a bit further with Agathon, who is the beloved here, as everyone is well aware, even though he's already had hair on his chin, which is of great importance in this context, for many moons. Agathon is years old at the time of the symposium, and has just won first prize in the competition for the best tragedy. Pausanias runs away with him years later to what Aristophanes calls the Isles of the Blessed, namely, a place far away, not just in the countryside, but in a distant land. It is not Tahiti, but Macedonia, where he remains for as long as his safety is assured. Pausanias' ideal in matters of love is sheltered capitalization, the stocking up of what rightfully belongs to him because he has been able to discern it and put it to good use. We can, I think, discern the successor of this type of character, as we glimpse him in Plato's dialogue, in another type that I will designate for you rapidly because he's located at the other end of this chain. He's someone I met, not in analysis, I wouldn't talk to you about him if he were, but I got to know him well enough for him to open up his heart, or what passed for one in his case, to me. He was quite famous and was reputed to have a lively feeling of the limits imposed, in love precisely, by a rich person's position. He was an excessively rich man, and had, and this is no metaphor, safes full of diamonds, because you never know what might happen. It was right after World War II, and the whole planet could have gone up in smoke. He was a rich Calvinist. I apologize to any of you who are of this faith. I don't believe that it is the privilege of Calvinism to create rich people, but it is not unimportant to mention this detail, for one can nevertheless observe that Calvinist theology has had the effect of bringing to light as one of the elements of moral guidance that it is on earth that God rewards the people he loves with plentiful goods. Elsewhere as well perhaps, but it starts here on earth. The idea that observance of the divine commandments brings success here on earth did not fail to bear fruit in all sorts of enterprises. Be that as it may, the Calvinist in question treated the order of merits he acquired here on earth for the afterlife exactly as he would have treated entries in an account book, such and such an object bought on such and such a day. All of his actions were directed toward acquiring a well-stocked safe for the hereafter. Digressing in this way, I don't want to seem to be telling a facile apology, but it is impossible not to complete the picture with a sketch of his matrimonial fate. One day he knocked someone over on the street with the bumper of his humongous car, despite the fact that he always drove very carefully. The person who had been run over shook it off. She was pretty and a concierge's daughter, which is not altogether incompatible with being pretty. She reacted coldly to his apologies, even more coldly to his proposal to indemnify her, and still more coldly to his proposals to go have dinner together. In short, as his access to this miraculously encountered object became more and more difficult, his opinion of her grew higher and higher. Here is a sure value, he said to himself. All of which led him to marriage. We find here the same theme as that laid out in Pausanias' speech. For Pausanias tells us to what extent love is a value. Consider for a minute, he tells us, that we forgive everything done in the name of love. If, in order to obtain a position, a public function, or some social advantage, a man resorted to the least of the extravagances that we allow when it comes to relations between a lover and the person he loves, he would be dishonored, he would be guilty of what one might call moral baseness, nu epsilon lambda epsilon upsilon theta epsilon rho alpha, aneleutheria, for that is what flattery, kappa omicron lambda alpha kappa epsilon alpha, kolakia, entails. Flattery is not a worthy means for a master to use to obtain what he desires. Thus the more something goes off the red alert value charts Côte d'Alert, the better we can gauge what love is. It is the same basic register as the one that led my good Calvinist, accumulator of goods and merits, to in effect have an amiable wife for a while, provide her of course with jewels, which every evening were taken off her body and placed in a safe, and then end up in a situation whereby one day she ran off with an engineer who made francs a month. I don't want to seem to be overdoing it on this score. Pausanias' speech is curiously presented to us as an example of the fact that there is, in love in antiquity, some kind of glorification of the moral quest. Even before we get to the end of his speech we notice that it clearly shows the error of any ethics that latches only onto what one might call outward signs of value. Indeed, Pausanias cannot do otherwise than end his speech by saying that, if everyone accepted the primacy of these fine rules, by which value is granted only on the basis of merit, what would happen? Let us read a translation of A.B. Only in this case, we should notice, is it never shameful to be deceived, in every other case it is shameful, both for the deceiver and the person he deceives. Suppose, for example, that someone thinks his lover is rich and accepts him for his money, his action won't be any less shameful if it turns out that he was deceived and his lover was a poor man after all. For the young man has already shown himself to be the sort of person who will do anything for money, and this is far from honorable. By the same token, suppose that someone takes a lover in the mistaken belief that this lover is a good man and likely to make him better himself, while in reality the man is horrible kappa alpha kappa, caicos, fundamentally vile, totally lacking in virtue. Even so, it is noble for him to have been deceived. Strangely enough, People generally try to see in this the first manifestation in history of what Kant called righteous intention. It seems to me that it is truly to lapse into a singular error not to see instead the following. We know from experience that the entire ethics of educational or pedagogical love, in matters of homosexual and even heterosexual love, always involves some sort of illusion. It is this illusion which, in the end, rears its ugly head. You may, at some point, have had someone, and, as we are talking about Greek love, we'll take a homosexual example, brought to you for treatment by his protector, assuredly with the best of intentions on the latter's part. I doubt you have seen any patently good effects stem from this more or less enthusiastic protection, concerning the development of he who has been designated to you as the beloved, that is, as the object of a love that presents itself as a love of the good, love for the acquisition of the best goods. This is what allows me to tell you that this is far from being Plato's opinion. Indeed, Pausanias' speech concludes rather abruptly, I must say, with lines that say more or less the following: Uranian love, that's the good stuff, and those who don't have it, well, let them resort to the other, Pandemos, common Venus, the great scoundrel, who doesn't have it either. They can go fuck off if they want it. It's on that note, he says, that I will conclude my speech on love. As for the plebs and their common love, I have nothing more to say. If Plato agreed with that, do you think that we would see what occurs immediately afterward? Immediately afterward, Apollodorus speaks in his own name, saying pi alpha upsilon sigma alpha nu omicron upsilon delta pi alpha upsilon sigma alpha mu nu omicron upsilon, pau saniou de pausaminu, paus ani as having paused c. The expression is difficult to translate, and there is a short footnote which says that no French expression corresponds to it, the numerical symmetry of the syllables being important. There is probably an allusion, see the introduction to the volume. Leon Robin wasn't the first to have raised an eyebrow at this expres Zion. Already in Henry Essein's edition we find a marginal note. Everyone has raised an eyebrow at this Pausaniou de Pausaminu because they sensed something intentional here. I will show you that people have not realized exactly what it was. Immediately after having made this clever remark, Apollodorus emphasizes that it is a pun. You see, I have learned from the masters to sigma alpha lambda gamma epsilon iota nu, isa legain, to speak by isology. One can translate this as a play on words, but isology is truly a technique. I will spare you an account of all the efforts that have been made to find out who the master was. Was it Prodicus of Ceos? Or was it Isocrates instead? There is ISO in Isocrates, and it would be particularly ISO to isologize Isocrates. This leads to problems. You cannot begin to imagine what these problems have generated by way of research. Were Isocrates and Plato buddies? People reproach me for not always citing my sources. Well, starting today, I have decided to do so. Here my source is Ulrich von Wielamowitz-Moellendorff, a sensational character. If you can read German and you come across his books, buy them. I would love to have his book on Simonides of Ceos. He was an erudite German from the beginning of the century, an exceptional person whose works on Plato are truly enlightening. He is not the person I'm referring to here concerning Pausaniou de Pausaminu, for he didn't pay any particular attention to this bit of banter. I don't think there is any reference here at sea, however distant, to the way in which Isocrates handles isology when it comes to demonstrating, for example, the merits of a political system. The whole discussion that you find on this point in the preface to the symposium by Leon Robin is surely interesting, but it has no bearing on the problem. Here's why. My mind was no doubt already made up concerning the import of Pausanias' speech, and last time I even explained my impression completely in telling you that it is the epitome of the Christian curse that what is most worthwhile is forever refused to the rich. But think I had a confirmation of that, which you will be the judge of. Last Sunday when I am continuing to cite my sources, with Kojève. I would be distressed if I had neglected to tell you of his importance in my own training, and I think certain people here know that am indebted to him for having introduced me to Hegel's works. I was thus with Kojève and, of course, since I'm always thinking of you, I spoke with him about Plato. Kojève is doing something that has nothing to do with philosophy now, for he's an eminent man. But he nevertheless writes from time to time a couple of 100 pages on Plato, producing manuscripts that circulate in various places. He shared with me on this occasion a number of things he very recently discovered in Plato, but he could tell me nothing about the Symposium because he had not reread it, and because it does not fall within the ambit of his current work. Thus my efforts were not rewarded, although I was very encouraged by many things he told me about other aspects of Plato's work, namely, about the following, which is quite obvious, that Plato hides from us what he thinks just as much as he reveals it to us. It is thus only as a function of each individual's abilities, in other words, up to a certain limit which assuredly cannot be gone beyond, that we can glimpse it. You shouldn't hold it against me, therefore, if I don't give you the last word on Plato, because Plato has clearly decided not to give it to us. At this point, when everything I am telling you about Plato has perhaps led you to open up the Phaedo, for example, it is important that you realize that the goal of the Phaedo is perhaps not entirely to demonstrate, appearances notwithstanding, the immortality of the soul. I would even say that its goal is obviously the contrary. But let us set that aside. As I was saying goodbye to Kojève, I remarked to him, we didn't get around to speaking about the Symposium very much. And as Kojève is a very, very proper guy, in other words, a snob, he replied, in any case, you will never be able to interpret the Symposium if you do not know why Aristophanes had the hiccups. I had already told you that this was very important. It is obviously very important. Why would he have the hiccups if there were no reason for it? Naturally, I had no idea why he had the hiccups. But encouraged by this little prod, I said to myself, let's take another look at it. I did so quite reluctantly, as a matter of fact, expecting merely to once again come across boring speculations on the value, perhaps even the psychosomatic value, of hiccuping and sneezing in antiquity. I very distractedly opened up my copy again, and looked at the text where Pausaniou de Pausaminu appears, for it is immediately thereafter that Aristophanes is to be given the floor, and I noticed that for lines DE the only topic of conversation is how to stop his hiccups. When will his hiccups stop? Will they stop, or won't they? If they don't, you take this kind of thing, and in the end they will. Such that with the pi alpha sigma alpha, pause, pi alpha sigma omega mu alpha iota, paisomat, pi alpha sigma eta, pauset, pi alpha epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, paist high, pi alpha sigma epsilon tau alpha iota, posita, and the Pausaniou de Pausaminu at the beginning, we find 7 repetitions of paus in these lines, making for an average interval of 2 1/7 lines between the occurrences of this constantly repeated word. If you add to this the occurrences of it will or it will not help, and the I will do what you told me to do, where the term pi omicron iota sigma omega, poiso, to make is repeated with almost equal insistence, the homophonies and isologies come up every line and a half. Hence it is extremely difficult not to see that, if Aristophanes has the hiccups, it's because throughout Pausanias' discourse he's been splitting his sides laughing, and Plato has been doing the same. In other words, the fact that Plato gives us something like it's tempting to tempt temptation, and then repeats for lines the word tempting and the verb to tempt, should make our ears prick up. There is no other example in any of Plato's texts of a passage so directly similar to certain passages in the Vermont Almanac. Which brings up one of the authors I cut my teeth on. I read for the first time a Platonic dialogue by Court Aline in the Vermont Almanac that is called Theodore Looks for Matches, which is truly a kingly portion. I think my claim is sufficiently clear that, for Plato himself, insofar as he speaks here through Apollodorus, Pausanias' speech is quite ridiculous. As we don't have much time left, I will not analyze for you the speech that follows, that of Eryximachus, who speaks instead of Aristophanes. We will discuss the meaning of the doctor's speech on the nature of love next time. We will also see something that I think is much more important, Aristophanes' role. His speech will take us a step further, making it the first step that really enlightens us, even if it didn't enlighten antiquities readers, to whom Aristophanes' speech always remained enigmatic, like an enormous mask. It involves a diacisma. Delta iota alpha sigma chi iota sigma theta eta sigma mu epsilon theta alpha, diacious thisometha, as he puts it, a being separated in two, a spaltung or splitting asterisk which, while not identical to what I have developed for you with the graph of desire, is certainly not totally unrelated. After Aristophanes' speech, we will look at Agathon's speech. I can already tell you, so that you know where we are going between now and next time, and here I need no scholarly preparation to showcase this feature, that there is but one thing that Socrates articulates when he speaks in his own name, and that is that the speech given by Agathon the tragic poet isn't worth a wooden nickel. People say that it is in order to spare Agathon's feelings that Socrates has himself replaced, so to speak, by Diotima, and gives us his theory of love from her lips. I absolutely cannot see how one can spare the feelings of someone who has just been executed. And this is precisely what Socrates does to Agathon. Beg of you, starting now, to broach the crux of the matter, if only to raise objections if there's any reason to do so. After all the fine things that Agathon, in his turn, says of love, not all the good things begins about love, all the profit that can be drawn from love, but all its virtues and beauties, for nothing is too good to be chalked up to love's credit, what does Socrates articulate? In one fell swoop, Socrates undercuts all of that, bringing things back to their root, by asking, love? Love of what? From love we thus shift to desire. And the characteristic of desire, insofar as rho omega rho alpha eros, era, that is, eros desires, is that what is at stake, in other words, what desire is supposed to bring with it, beauty itself, is lacking in it, epsilon nu delta epsilon, ens, and epsilon nu delta epsilon, nu delta epsilon iota alpha, in dea. In these two terms, desire is lacking, desire is in itself identical to lack. Therein lies the entire personal contribution Socrates makes in his own name in his speech in the Symposium. Starting from this, something is going to begin, something that is far from attaining the status of anything you can hold in the palm of your hand. And how would that even be conceivable? Up until the end, on the contrary, we get mired ever deeper in the shadows, and we will find here the ever darker night of antiquity. Everything there is to be said about the conception of love in the Symposium begins here. December. V. Medical Harmony. Eryximachus. On the supposed science in love. From the good to desire. Medicine and science. The path of comedy. It is important to see the nature of the undertaking into which I have been drawn, in order for you to be able to put up with the detours, insofar as they may be fastidious. For, after all, you don't come here to listen to me comment on a Greek text, in the treatment of which I do not claim to be exhaustive. I do the majority of the work for you, in other words, in your stead, in your absence, and the best service I can do you is to incite you to look at the text. If you have looked at the text at my suggestion, it will perhaps happen that you read to some extent with my glasses. Which is probably better than not reading at all. We must not lose sight of what we are destined to arrive at, the goal that dominates this whole undertaking, and you must grasp in what respect you can accompany it, providing more or less commentary on it. We are trying to answer the question from which we began, the simple question of transference. In saying that this question is simple, I mean that it involves terms that have already been elaborated. Here is a man, a psychoanalyst, from whom people seek knowledge science, of what is most intimate about them. This is truly the state of mind with which people commonly approach him, and thus of what should immediately be assumed to be most foreign to him. And yet, at the same time, what we encounter at the beginning of an analysis is that he is assumed to have this knowledge. Science, am defining the situation here in subjective terms, in other words, from the perspective of the person who requests to do an analysis. For the time being we needn't bring in everything the situation objectively implies and that sustains it, namely, the specificity of what is proposed in this science, in other words, the unconscious as such. The subject has no notion of that, whatever his wishes to the contrary may be. Defined simply in this subjective way, how does this situation generate something, as a first approximation, akin to love? One can, roughly speaking, define transference as something like love. Let me try to put this better and go a bit further. Transference is something that calls love into question, calling it into question deeply enough, from the vantage point of analytic reflection, to have introduced what is known as ambivalence as an essential dimension of it. This is a new notion compared to the philosophical tradition whose very origins we are, not fruitlessly, investigating here. The close connection between love and hate is absent at the beginning of this tradition. If we situate this beginning, one must situate it somewhere, as Socratic. But today we are going to see that there is something prior to it that serves as its point of departure. I would not be sticking my neck out so very far by raising this question, which articulates the possibility of the emergence of transference, if, in some way, the tunnel hadn't already been started at the other end. We are going towards something that we know, having already seriously studied the topology of what the subject must find in analysis in the place of what he is seeking. If he sets off in search of what he has, but does not know he has, what he discovers is what he is lacking in. It is precisely because I have articulated this before that I dare raise the question that I first formulated. What he finds in analysis is articulated in the form of what he is lacking, namely, his desire. Desire is not a good un bien in any sense of the term. It certainly is not a good in the sense of a kappa tau sigma iota, ptisis, b provides kappa tau sigma iota nu, ptisin, something one could have in some way. An inversion must be detected in the time defined in both chronological and topological senses, it takes for transference love to blossom, which turns the search for a possession un bien into the realization of desire. You understand, of course, that when I say realization of desire assume that it is clearly not possession of an object. Indeed, it involves the emergence of desire as such in reality. This is what led me to present the symposium to you this year. It was not an accidental encounter. But as I was seeking, in the midst of my memories, where to find the central axis of what I have been able to retain in what I have learned, guided by some compass deriving from experience, it seemed to me that the symposium, regardless of how far it is from us, is the place where the meaning of this question is debated in the most vibrant way, particularly the moment which concludes it at which Alcibiades appears. Alcibiades breaks in strangely, in all senses of the term, both at the level of the dialogue's composition and in the supposed scene. All of a sudden, the series of ordered speeches, announced in the symposium's agenda, is manifestly broken by the eruption of the true party, the upheaval this different order introduces. But Alcibiades' words themselves also constitute an avowal of his own discordance. What he says truly reflects his suffering, his having been ripped apart by Socrates' attitude, which still leaves him wounded, almost as much as at the time they had been seeing each other, bothered by some kind of strange wound. Why does Alcibiades make this public confession? And why does Socrates make the interpretation that Alcibiades' confession has an immediate aim, namely, to separate Socrates from Agathon, an interpretation that immediately leads to a return to order? All of you who have looked at this text since I began speaking about it have been struck by what this strange scene has in common with all sorts of instantaneous situations and positions that occasionally arise in the transference. This remains impressionistic, and it will require a much closer and more finely honed analysis to see what is delivered up to us by a situation that is manifestly not to be attributed to a sort of presentiment of psychanalyse, as Aragon calls it in his trait du style. No, it is rather an encounter, the appearance of several outlines that are revealing to us I have been taking my time in showing this to you not simply in order to get a running start before the leap which must be, as Freud says, that of a lion, in other words, a single bound. I have been doing so because, in order to understand the full meaning of the scene between Alcibiades and Socrates, we must understand the general design of the work. It is indispensable to map out the terrain. If we do not know what Plato means by presenting this scene, it is impossible to situate its import. We have now arrived at the speech given by Eryximachus, the medical doctor. Let us hold our breath for a moment. The fact that he is a physician should pique our interest. Should Eryximachus' speech lead us to do research on the history of medicine? I could not even sketch out such a task for all sorts of reasons. First of all, because it's not our concern here, and this detour would be rather excessive. Second, because I don't truly believe it would be possible. I don't think that Eryximachus is specified, in other words, that in bringing in this character Plato has a particular doctor in mind. But the fundamental features of his position remain to be examined. They are not necessarily historically accurate features, except insofar as they provide a very general dividing line between positions or schools, but they will perhaps give us pause to reflect for a moment, in passing, on what medicine is. Others have already noted that Socrates makes frequent references to medicine. When he wishes to bring his interlocutor to the level of dialogue where he intends to direct him toward the perception of a rigorous approach, he often refers to some technician's art. If you want to know the truth about such and such a subject, he often asks, who would you ask? And among the technicians, doctors are far from being excluded. They are even treated with special reverence. They are certainly not situated, in Socrates' eyes, at a lower level than the others. It is nevertheless clear that the rule of the medical approach cannot be reduced to any sort of intellectual hygiene. The doctor in question here, Eryximachus, speaks as a doctor, and he immediately declares medicine to be the greatest of all the arts. Medicine is the great art. I will only briefly mention that we find confirmation here of what I said to you last time about Pausanias' discourse. In beginning, Eryximachus expressly formulates the following: since Pausanias, after a fine beginning, which is not a very good translation for Rho sigma alpha, hormesis, having given a fine thrust at the beginning of his speech, did not end as brilliantly, as appropriately, etc. It is thus clear to everyone that Pausanias' speech ended badly. This is taken to be obvious. It must be said that our ears are not exactly attuned to that, and that we don't have the impression that Pausanias' speech concluded as badly as all that. We are, after all, used to hearing such idiotic claims about love. It is all the more strange to see to what extent Eryximachus' words meet with everyone's approval, as if everyone found Pausanias' speech woolly-headed, and as if all the crude jokes about Pausamina were transparent to Antiquities readers. I think it is rather essential that we articulate what we can gather about these matters of tone, to which the mind's ear always pays attention, even if it doesn't openly make a criterion of it. Socrates refers to tone all the time, in Plato's texts. How often, before beginning his own speech, or making an aside in someone else's speech, does he invoke the gods in a formal way, so that the tone will be sustained, maintained, and harmonized? As you will see, this is very close to the heart of my theme today. Before taking up Eryximachus' speech, I would like to make a few comments whose retrospective nature, although it leads us to some first truths, still is not easily spelled out. I will show you in passing that medicine has always considered itself scientific. It is in your stead, as I was saying earlier, that over the past few days I have tried to make sense of this brief chapter in the history of medicine. In order to do so, I obviously had to leave behind the symposium and look at various other parts of Plato's opus. As neglected as this aspect of your medical training may have been, you have heard of a series of schools in antiquity. The most famous, the school that no one is unaware of, is that of Hippocrates. Prior to that there had been the Nidus school in Rhodes, and even before that, a school headed by Alcmaeon centered in Croton, whose speculations are impossible to dissociate from those of a scientific school that flourished at the same time and in the same place, namely, that of the Pythagoreans. But to speculate on the essential role and function of Pythagoreanism in understanding Plato's thought would, as you know, involve a detour in which we would literally get lost. Instead, I will try to bring out the themes that are strictly related to our topic, namely, the meaning of the symposium as a work, insofar as it is problematic. We don't know very much about the character Eryximachus himself, but we know certain things about a number of other actors who appear in Plato's dialogues, and who are directly related to Alcmaeon's medical school, inasmuch as the latter is itself related to the Pythagoreans. For example, Simmias and Cebes, who speak with Socrates in the Phaedo, are disciples of Philolaus, one of the masters of the first Pythagorean school. If you look back at the Phaedo, you will see that their answers to Socrates' first propositions on what must ensure the immortality of the soul include the exact same terms as Eryximachus' speech. First and foremost, the notion of Rho mu omicron nu alpha, harmonia, harmony, or concord accord / medicine, as you can see here, has always considered isclt scientific. It is in this respect, moreover, that it has always showed its weaknesses. Through a sort of internal positional necessity, it has always referred to the science of its era, whether good or bad. Good or bad, how can you know that from the vantage point of medicine? My sense is that our science, our physics, is good science, but that for many centuries we had very poor physics. This is, in fact, quite clear. But what is not clear is what medicine should do with science. In other words, how, through what opening, from what end, should medicine approach science? For something has not been elucidated in medicine, which can hardly be considered negligible, since it concerns the very idea of health. What is health? You would be wrong to believe that even in modern medicine, which believes itself to be scientific compared to all other forms of medicine, it is completely clear. From time to time, the ideas of normality and pathology are proposed to some student as a dissertation topic, in general by people with training in philosophy. There is, on that subject, an excellent book by Canguilhem, his essay Sur quelques problems concernant le normal et le pathologique, the normal and the pathological, but its influence is obviously quite limited in strictly medical circles. Without attempting to speculate at the level of Socratic certitude about the very idea of health, we can say that what show, all by themselves, especially for we psychiatrists and psychoanalysts, how problematic the idea of health is, are the very means we use to achieve a state of health. To put it in more general terms, these means show that, whatever the nature of health and the propitious form that supposedly corresponds to health may be, we are led to postulate, at the crux of this propitious form, paradoxical states, to say the least, states whose manipulation in our therapies is responsible for the return to an equilibrium which, on the whole, remains rather unexamined. This is what we find at the level of the postulates of the medical position that are least susceptible of demonstration. It is this very position that is maintained here in Eryximachus' speech by the name harmonia. We don't know what kind of harmony is involved, but the notion is truly fundamental to any medical position as such. All we have to seek is concord. And we haven't gotten much further than Eryximachus concerning the essence or substance of this idea of concord. It is a notion that is borrowed from an intuitive domain and, in this respect, is simply closer to its sources. But it is also historically more defined, and more palpable, inasmuch as it is explicitly related to the field of music, which is taken as a model here. Concord is the Pythagorean form par excellence. And everything that is in any way whatsoever related to the concord of tones, even if it is of a more subtle nature, even if it is the tone of speech I mentioned earlier, brings us back to the same assessment. It was not idly that I mentioned the ear in passing. The evaluating of consonances is essential to the notion of harmony. As soon as you get into the text of this speech, I will spare you the boring chore of reading it line by line, which is never very easy with such a large audience, you will see how essential the notion of concord is to understanding the way the medical position is presented here. Everything articulated here is a function of a medium that we can neither exhaust, nor in any way reconstruct, namely, the themes of prior discussions that we can assume to be present in the minds of the participants. Let us not forget that we find ourselves at the historic climax of a particularly active era. The 6th and 5th centuries of Hellenism are overflowing with intellectual creativity. You can consult on this subject fine works, for example, for those of you who read English, a long book the likes of which only English publishers can afford the luxury of publishing, a book which is part and parcel of the philosophical legacy, Bertrand Russell having written it for us in his old age. This volume makes a fine New Year's present. Its wide margins are illustrated with admirable color illustrations that are extremely simple and aim at firing a child's imagination, and it contains everything one must know from the fertile period to which I am referring today, that of the pre-Socratics and Socrates, up until our times, in other words up until English positivism. No one truly important is left out. If your only concern is to be unbeatable at fashionable dinners, you will know everything once you've read this tome, except of course the only important things, namely, those that are not known. But nevertheless recommend that you read the book. It is called Wisdom of the West. It will fill in for you, as it would for anyone, a considerable number of almost necessary lacunae in your store of general knowledge. Let us try to organize what we see when we set out to understand what Eryximachus means. The people of his time find themselves faced with exactly the same problem as us. And yet they go more directly to the essential antinomy. Is it because they don't have such an abundance of minute facts with which to fill out their discourse? That hypothesis is based on deception and illusion. This antinomy is clearly the one that I began to bring out for you earlier. In any case, we cannot allow ourselves to take any sort of concord at face value. Experience teaches us that concord hides something in its bosom, and the whole question is to know what can be required of the concord's underpinnings, from the point of view of what cannot be decided by experience, it always involving, as it does, something a priori, apart from which it cannot be posited. Must we require similarity at the heart of concord, or can we remain satisfied with dissimilarity? Does every concord assume some principle of concord? Can that which is in tune accord come out of what is out of tune? Come out of conflict? Don't imagine for a minute that it was Freud who first raised this question. The proof is that it is the first issue Eryximachus' speech raises. The notion of discord and concord, for us, in other words, the notion of the function of anomaly compared to normality, has pride of place in his speech, starting at about the 9th line, b. Dissimilar subjects desire and love objects that are themselves dissimilar. Therefore, the love manifested in health is fundamentally distinct from the love manifested in disease. And now recall that, as Pausanias claimed, it is as honorable to yield to a good man as it is shameful to consort with the debauched. Here we are led to the question of physical health, and of what this virtue health and this disorder dérèglement signify. We immediately find a formulation that I can but point out on the page. Not that it gives us much, but it should nevertheless be of interest to analysts in passing. For there is some rustling here that should hold our attention. Eryximachus tells us, and this is a word-for-word translation, that medicine is the science of the erotics of bodies, epsilon pi iota sigma tau mu eta tau nu tau omicron upsilon sigma mu alpha tau omicron rho omega tau iota kappa nu, epistem tantio euramatos eroticon, c. No better definition, can, it seems to me, he given of psychoanalysis. He adds, pi rho omicron pi lambda eta sigma mu omicron nu kappa alpha kappa nu omega sigma iota nu, pros plasmin and chi kinosin, m regard to repletion and depletion, to quote the brutal translation. What I wish to underscore here are the two terms full and empty, whose role we shall see in topology and in intellectual positions, and what is at stake at this meeting point of physics and medical practice. This is not the only text in which full and empty are mentioned. It is one of the fundamental intuitions that should be highlighted in the course of any study of Socratic discourse. He who would engage in such an enterprise would not have to go far to find an additional reference. See the beginning of the Symposium. Socrates is dawdling in the foyer of the neighboring house, where we can imagine him in the position of a gymnosophist, standing on one foot like a stork, totally immobile until he has found the solution to some problem. He shows up at Agathon's later than everyone expected him to. "So, you found your thing. Come sit by me," Agathon says to him. And Socrates replies something like, "Maybe, and then again maybe not, but what you are hoping for is that what I now feel full of will pass over into your emptiness, like what happens between two vases when a bit of wool is strung between them. Cd. This amusing physics experiment must have been, for some unknown reason, conducted quite often, as this illusion was probably telling for everyone present. The movement from the inside of one vase to another, the transformation of the full into the empty, the communication of contents, is one of the main images that regulates what one could call the fundamental covetousness of all these philosophical exchanges. It should be kept in mind in trying to understand the meaning of the speech proffered here. A little further on one finds a reference to music as a principle of concord, which is the basis of what is offered up to us as the essence of the function of love between beings. This brings us, on the next page, in section, to the choice which is vivid in Eryximachus' speech and which I told you was primordial concerning the subject of what can be conceived of as at the crux of concord, namely, the similar and the dissimilar, order and conflict. When it comes to defining harmony, Eryximachus notes the paradox found in the work of an author who preceded them by about a century, Heraclitus of Ephesus. Indeed, Heraclitus explicitly referred to the opposition of contraries as being the principle of composition for every unit or one, unite. The one is constituted, Eryximachus tells us, by being at variance with itself, like the attunement of a bow or a lyre. This sigma pi epsilon rho alpha rho mu omicron nu alpha nu tau xi omicron upsilon tau epsilon kappa alpha iota lambda rho alpha, hosper harmonion toxo te chi lyras, is extremely famous, if only for having been cited here in passing. But it is cited in the work of many other authors as well, and has been handed down to us in several scattered fragments that German scholars have left concerning pre-Socratic thought. Among those that remain by Heraclitus, this one is truly central. In the book by Bertrand Russell that I recommended to you earlier, you will in fact find an illustration of a bow and its cord, showing the vibration that leads to the arrow's flight. What is striking is Eryximachus' evident bias, the reason for which we do not immediately see, against Heraclitus' formulation. He thinks it must be modified. It seems that he must have criteria, whose source we cannot easily fathom. We find ourselves here at a crossroads where we are in no position, above all regarding char actors so far in the past, so phantom-like, to determine how much should be attributed to prejudice, a priori judgment, choices made in accordance with a certain consistency of themes in a theoretical system, or psychological tendencies. We must confine ourselves to noting that there is, in fact, something here that is echoed in many other places in Plato's discourse. Some aversion is expressed here to the idea of referring to any conjunction of contraries whatsoever, even if one situates it in reality real, as involved in the creation of a phenomenon which seems to me to have nothing to do with it, namely, that of concord. It seems that when it comes to concerning oneself with the idea of harmony, to speak in medical terms, of diets and doses, the idea of measure and proportion must be maintained at its very core. Heraclitus' vision of conflict as in itself creative can in no way be defended here to certain people's satisfaction, or perhaps to certain schools' satisfaction, a question we shall leave in abeyance. I do not share Eryximachus' bias. All kinds of models in physics have given us the idea of the fecundity of contraries, contrasts, and oppositions, and the notion of an absolute non-contradiction of a phenomenon with its opposing principle. On the whole, physics supports far more the image of waves than that of forms. Gestalts, whole forms la bonne for me, despite what modern psychology has made of them. We cannot fail to be surprised, it seems to me, at finding maintained here, And elsewhere in Plato's work, the idea of some kind of impasse or aporia, some kind of preference one must have for the necessarily fundamental character of concord with concord or of harmony with harmony. If you look at the Phaedo, a dialogue that constitutes an extremely important backdrop for our understanding of the symposium, you will see that the whole discussion with Simmias and Cebes is based on the notion of harmony. As I was telling you last time, Socrates' whole argument for the immortality of the soul is presented in the Phaedo in a way that clearly takes the form of a sophism, which is no other than that around which my remarks revolve, namely, that the very idea of the soul qua harmony excludes the possibility of its rupture. When lose two interlocutors object that this soul, whose nature implies constancy, permanence, and duration, could easily vanish at the same time that the corporeal elements, whose conjunction constitutes the soul's harmony, disperse, Socrates answers by saying nothing more than that the idea of harmony in which the soul participates is in itself impenetrable, and that it would slip away or take flight at the very approach of whatever could call its constancy into question. The idea that anything whatsoever that exists could participate in the Platonic idea as incorporeal essence proves to be fictional in nature, an illusion. Things go so far in the Phaedo that it is impossible not to remark that there is no reason to believe Plato was any less aware of this illusion than we are. Our claim to be more intelligent than the person who wrote Plato's work is quite unbelievable, unimaginable, and truly astounding. This is why, when Eryximachus sings his little song, without it immediately having any obvious consequences, we can ask ourselves what Plato meant by having the series of sallies take place in this particular order in the symposium. At least we have realized that Pausanias' speech, which immediately precedes this one, is ridiculous. And if we keep in mind the overall tone that characterizes the symposium, we certainly have the right to wonder whether what is at stake isn't consonant with comedy as such. In discussing love, it is clear that Plato chose the path of comedy. Everything will confirm this in what follows, and I have reasons for beginning to assert it now, at the moment at which our famous comedian is going to take center stage. People have been trying to figure out for ages why Plato had him come to the symposium in the first place. It is scandalous, because this famous comedian was one of the people responsible for Socrates' death. The Phaedo, namely, the drama of Socrates' death, is presented to us with the lofty character lent it by the tragic tone with which we are familiar. It is not, however, quite so simple, since there are also comic elements in it, but tragedy dominates and it is staged for us. In the symposium, on the contrary, there is not one single aspect of the dialogue that cannot be suspected of comedy, right down to the incredibly short speech Socrates makes in his own name. So as to leave nothing out, I would like to respond to one of my auditors whose presence honors me most, and with whom I had a short discussion on the subject. Not without reason, motive, or accuracy, my interlocutor thought he had noticed that I was taking Phaedra's speech at face value, unlike that of Pausanias. Well, in the sense of what I am asserting here, Phaedra's speech, in referring to the gods' assessment regarding the topic of love, has no less ironic value than that of Pausanias. For, in fact, the gods cannot understand anything about love. The expression divine stupidity should, in my book, be more widespread. It is often suggested by the behavior of the beings we address precisely when it comes to love. Asking the gods to take the stand and give testimony about what is at stake in love seems to me, in any case, not to be discordant with what follows in Plato's discourse. Here we are on the verge of Aristophanes' speech. But we won't turn to it just yet. I would simply like to bid you to complete, with your own means, what remains to be seen in Eryximachus' speech. It was an enigma to Leon Robin that Eryximachus relied on the opposition of heavenly and common love, given what he says about the medical, physical, handling of love. In fact, I think that astonishment is truly the only fitting attitude we can adopt in response to Robin's astonishment, for the question is clarified in Eryximachus' own speech, confirming the context in which I have been trying to situate it for you. While Eryximachus refers to astronomy in relation to the effects of love in section, it is inasmuch as the harmony with which one must try to converge conf s accord concerning the fine order of the health of men is the very same harmony that dictates the order of the seasons. When it is the kind of love in which people get carried away, in which there is hubris or excess, the kind that prevails during certain seasons, then disasters begin, and mayhem ensues, destruction, as he expresses himself, damage, under which heading fall epidemics, but also frost, hail, blight, and a whole slew of other things be. This brings us back to a context in which we can use the notions that I propose, as the most far-reaching categories to which we are forced to refer if we are to found a valid discourse about analysis, namely, the imaginary, the symbolic, and the real. People are surprised that a bororo identifies with a macaw. Doesn't it strike you that it isn't in the least a question of primitive thought, but rather of a primitive position of thought concerning what thought is about for everyone, for you, and for me? Questioning not his place, but his identity, man must situate himself, not on the inside of the limited enclosure which is his body, but in the total, crude reality real he deals with. We cannot escape the law whose consequence is that we will always have to situate ourselves at the precise point of this delineation of reality real, which constitutes the progress of science. In Eryximachus' time, no one had the slightest idea what a living tissue as such was, and it is thus out of the question that the doctor could make anything else of humors than humidity, in which natural vegetation can proliferate in the world. The disorder that leads men to excess owing to intemperance and to getting carried away is the same disorder that leads to the disorders of the seasons enumerated here. Chinese tradition presents us with the emperor accomplishing with his hand the major rites upon which the balance of the whole Middle Kingdom depends, tracing out the first furrows at the beginning of the year whose direction and straightness are designed to ensure the balance of nature. There is nothing in this position, I dare say, that isn't natural. Eryximachus endorses the notion of man as microcosm, that is, not that man is in himself a synopsis or image of nature, but that man and nature are one and the same. One wouldn't dream of composing man of anything but the order and harmony of cosmic components. Hasn't this position, despite what we think we have reduced biology to, left some traces in our intellectual presuppositions? I wanted to leave you with that question today. Assuredly, to detect those traces is not as interesting as to notice where, at what more fundamental level, we analysts situate ourselves when, to understand ourselves, we use notions like the death instinct. As Freud himself did not fail to recognize, it is an Empedoclean notion. I will show you next time that the formidable gag constituted by Aristophanes' speech, manifestly presented as the entrance of a clown onto the scene of Athenian comedy, explicitly refers, I will provide you with proof thereof, to the cosmological conception of man. And on this basis I will show the surprising opening that results therefrom, an opening left gaping in the idea of love that Plato may have had. I will go so far as to say that, in and of itself, the discussion of love leads to a radical ridiculing of the incorruptible, immaterial, superessential, purely ideal, participatory, eternal, and uncreated order, which is the order that all of Plato's work reveals to us, perhaps ironically. December. Deriding the sphere. Aristophanes. From the universe to truth. Socrates and his witness. The clown pitchery. Perfect motion. My talk today will, I hope, pass through its winter solstice before the celestial conjunction. Led by its orb, you may have felt we were getting further and further afield from the topic of transference. Rest assured, however, that today we will reach the nadir of this ellipse. From the moment we divined that there was something we could learn from the symposium, and inasmuch as that turns out to be valid, it was necessary to take as far as we are going to today the analysis of important parts of the text that might seem to have no direct bearing on our topic. But no matter, we are now involved in the endeavor, and once one has begun to follow a certain path in discourse, there is a sort of non-physical necessity that makes itself felt when we wish to take it all the way. Our guide here is a discourse, Plato's discourse in the Symposium. Like a musical instrument, or rather a music box, it is full of all the significations to which it has given rise throughout the centuries, and this is why part of our effort here is to home in as closely as possible on its meaning. In order to understand and judge it, one cannot but mention the discursive context, in the sense of a concrete universal discourse, in which it is situated. Let me try to make sure you are getting my point. It is not my goal, strictly speaking, to situate the symposium historically. You certainly realize that such is not my method of commentary, and that I always examine a discourse with an eye to what it leads us to understand. I do so even with discourses developed at a very distant era in which things we must understand were not clearly visible. But in the case of the symposium, it is impossible for us not to consider the relationship between discourse and history, not how the discourse is situated in history, but how history itself arises from a certain way that discourse enters into reality real. I must thus remind you that the symposium is situated in the 2nd century of the birth of concrete discourse about the universe. Let us not forget the philosophical efflorescence, so to speak, in the 6th century BC. It was all the stranger and odder owing to the echoes or other modes of a sort of terrestrial chorus, heard at the same era in other civilizations, there being no apparent relationship among them. But I don't even want to so much as sketch out the history of the 6th century philosophers, from Thales to Pythagoras or to Heraclitus and so many others. What I'd like to bring out is that for the first time in the Western tradition, the tradition discussed in the book by Bertrand Russell that I recommended to you last time, a discourse developed that deliberately targeted the universe, aiming to render it discursive. At the beginning of this first step of science as wisdom, the universe appears as a universe of discourse. In a sense, there will never be any universe other than a universe of discourse. And everything we encounter from that era, right down to the very definition of the elements, whether 4 or more, bears the mark, seal, or stamp of the requirement or postulate that the universe must give itself over to the signifying order. The point was not, of course, to find parts of speech elements to discourse in the universe, but rather parts that were organized the way speech is. All the steps articulated at that time by the advocates and inventors of this vast investigative movement show that, if one cannot discuss one of the universes thus formed in a manner that is coherent with the laws of speech rf/Jaco-Mn, it must be totally rejected. Recall the modus operandi of Zeno the dialectician who, when it came to defending his master, Parmenides, provided sophistical arguments designed to cast his adversary into an irremediable quandary. Thus, as a backdrop to the symposium, and in the rest of Plato's work as well, we see an attempt that is grandiose in its innocence, the hope harbored by the first so-called physical philosophers to find the ultimate handhold on reality real thanks to the guarantee provided by discourse. Discourse was, in the end, their only instrument of experimentation. Please excuse me for not going into this topic at any greater length. I do not intend to give a talk on Greek philosophy. I am simply providing you with the minimal background you must have to interpret this particular text, if you are to judge it accurately. I must first remind you that reality real and a hold on reality real did not have to be conceptualized at that time as correlated with a subject, even if it was a universal subject. Such a hold is correlated with a term that I will borrow from Plato, who, in the course of a digression in the 7th letter, names what is sought through the operation of the dialectic, tau pyrogamma mu alpha, to pragma. This is the very term I had to bring out last year in my discussion of ethics, and that I called the tiling. It is not die Sach, an affair, but rather das Ding. You can understand the latter, if you prefer, as the main concern la grande affaire or ultimate reality. It is what the very thinking that takes it on and disputes it depends on, and such thinking is, so to speak, but one of the ways to put to pragma, the thing, into practice. It is the essential praxis. You should realize that theory, the word for which, theoria, arose at that very time, as contemplative as it may be made out to be, is not merely contemplative, and the praxis out of which it grows, Orphic praxis, demonstrates this rather well. Theory is neither, as our use of the word implies, the abstraction of praxis, nor its general reference, nor the model of its application. Right from its very first appearance, theory is praxis itself. Theory is itself the exercise of power, to pragma, the main concern. One of the masters of that era, and the only one I choose to cite, for, thanks to Freud, he is one of the patron saints of analytic speculation, Empedocles, in his no doubt legendary trappings, and his trappings are what are important, for they are the trappings that have been bequeathed to us, is all-powerful. He claims to be master of the elements, able to resuscitate the dead, a magician, and a lord of the royal secret in the same land where charlatans with a similar style appeared later. People ask him for miracles and he performs them. Like Oedipus, he does not die, but rather returns to the center of the world in the fire of a volcano and the abyss. As you will see, this remains quite close to Plato. Thus it is no accident that, at a much more rationalist era, we quite naturally borrow his reference to pragma. But what about Socrates? It would be quite odd if the whole historical tradition were mistaken in saying that he contributed something original against this backdrop, a break or opposition. Socrates explains his position, insofar as we can trust Plato, who presents him to us in fact, presumably in the context of historical testimony, as involving a need to take a step back, feeling weary and disgusted by the contradictions generated by the first philosophical attempts as I have just characterized them. It is Socrates who comes up with the new and essential idea that one must first guarantee knowledge. To show everyone that they know nothing is a path that is in itself revealing, it reveals a virtue which, in its finest successes, does not always succeed. In what Socrates calls episteme, science, what he finds, in the end, what he brings out or detaches, is that discourse engenders the dimension of truth. Discourse, which is ensured by a certainty inherent in its very action, ensures truth as such wherever it can. It is nothing but this practice of discourse. When Socrates says that it is not him but rather truth itself that refutes his interlocutors, he demonstrates something whose most solid feature is its reference to a primitive comminatory, which, as the basis of our discourse, is always the same. The upshot being, for example, that your father is not your mother, and that it is by the same token, and by this token alone, that one can declare that what is mortal must be distinguished from what is immortal. Indeed, Socrates refers the whole ambition of discourse to the domain of pure discourse. He is not, as people say, the one who brings man back to man or measures all things by man. Protagoras is the one who came up with the watchword, man is the measure of all things. Socrates brings truth to the level of discourse. He was, so to speak, a super-sophist, and therein lies his mystery, for had he merely been a super-sophist, he would have given rise to nothing more than the sophists did, namely, what remains of them, their dubious reputation. It is something other than a temporal subject that inspired his action. Here we come to Socrates' atypia, to his unsituable side. This is what interests us. We sense here something that can enlighten us concerning the atypia that is demanded of us as analysts. It is certainly on the basis of his atypia, of the nowhereness of his being, that Socrates sparked off a whole line of research, the facts attest to it. Its fate is linked, in an ambiguous fashion, to a whole history that can be broken down into the history of consciousness, as we say today, the history of religion, the history of morals or politics, and perhaps even the history of art, though certainly to a lesser extent. I could merely designate this whole ambiguous line, which is both widespread and vigorous, by mentioning the question trotted out anew by the most recent imbecile, pourquoi de philosophes? What are philosophers for, if we didn't already sense that this line is part and parcel of the torch handed down, although it is in fact foreign to everything it illuminates, the good, beauty, truth, the same, even as it prides itself on dealing with them. If we try to read Socrates' heritage descendants, relying on contemporary or almost contemporary witnesses, as well as distant effects, the idea might come to us that it is a sort of perversion without an object. In truth, when one tries to focus in on, approach, imagine, or get a fix on who this person could, in fact, have been, believe me, it's tiring. I can formulate the effect of this fatigue no better than with the words that came to me one Sunday evening: "This Socrates character is killing me." Strangely enough, I woke up the next morning in a much better mood. It seems impossible not to begin by taking what is attested to by Socrates' entourage literally, right up to just before his death, which is that he said that, in short, we can fear nothing of a death about which we know nothing, and in particular, he added, we don't know that it might not be a good thing. Apology, A. We are so used to hearing nothing but lofty sentiments in classical texts that, when we read this, we no longer pay any attention to it. But it is striking to bring this out in the context of Socrates' final days, when, surrounded by his remaining faithful students, he casts a last glance askance regard and decis, a glance Plato fixes on paper, for he was not present, that he calls the bull's look Phaedo, b. Consider his attitude during the trial. If the Apology reproduces exactly what he said to his judges, it is difficult to believe, in listening to his defense, that he did not want to die. In any case, he explicitly repudiates any pathos that might be seen in his situation, thereby provoking his judges, who were used to ritual supplications by the accused parties. I am trying, this being a first approximation, to get at the enigmatic nature of a desire to die. It can, no doubt, be considered ambiguous, as we are dealing with a man who spent years trying to satisfy this desire, and it is clear that it cannot be taken in the sense of a tendency toward suicide or failure, or in the sense of any kind of masochism, whether moral or otherwise. But it is difficult not to formulate the tragic minimum related to the deportment of this man in a sort of gratuitous no man's land asterisk or between two deaths. As you know, when Nietzsche discovered Socrates it went to his head. The birth of tragedy grew out of it, as did all of his subsequent work. The tone I am adopting in speaking to you of it no doubt indicates some impatience with it on my part, but it is nevertheless indisputable, and Nietzsche put his finger on it. It suffices to open almost any one of Plato's dialogues to see Socrates' profound incompetence every time he broaches the topic of tragedy. Look at the Gorgias. Tragedy is touched on there and executed in 3 lines among the arts of flattery as one rhetoric among others, and there is nothing more to be said of it. Bd. Nothing tragic, no tragic sense of life, as we say nowadays, sustains Socrates' atopia, only a daemon. Don't forget this delta alpha mu omega nu, daimon or daemon, for Socrates talks about it incessantly. This daemon seems to haunt him el Holocene in order to allow him to survive in space, warning him of possible pitfalls. Don't do that. And then there is the message of a god, Socrates himself attesting to the role it played in what one might call his vocation. One of his disciples had the idea, a rather ludicrous idea it must be said, to go consult the god at Delphi, Apollo. The god up and answered, there are several wise men, one of whom isn't bad, that's Euripides, but the wisest of them all, the creme de la creme, is Socrates. Following which, Socrates said to himself, I must carry out the god's oracle. I didn't realize I was the wisest, but since he said so, I must be. Socrates presents the shift in his path toward public life in those terms. He is, in a word, a madman who believes he is in the god's ordained service. He is a messiah and, what's more, finds himself in the company of chatterboxes. There is no other guarantor of the other's words than those very words, and no other source of tragedy than this very fate, which may seem to us in a certain sense pretty damn insignificant. All of this leads him to yield to the gods the better part of the ground about which I was speaking to you last time, that of the reconquest of reality real, the philosophical conquest, in other words, scientific conquest. In this respect, if I tell you that the gods belong to reality, les dieux sont du real, it is not in order to be paradoxical, like certain people have told me. You had a lot of fun, they said, in surprising us when you asked, what are the gods? Everyone expected you to say they are symbolic, and you had a good laugh in telling us they are real. Well, that is not at all the case. I'm not the one who invented this. To Socrates' mind, manifestly, the gods were real and real alone. And this reality real, once we've given it its due, is nothing as regards the principle of Socrates' behavior, which aims only at truth. He is prepared to obey the gods on occasion, provided that one defines this obedience to him. Is this to obey them, or rather to ironically fulfill his responsibility to beings who also have their necessity? In fact, we sense no necessity here which does not recognize the supremacy and the necessity inherent in the deployment of truth, in other words, in science. What might surprise us is the seductive power of such a severe discourse, which is attested to us here and there in one or another of the dialogues. Even when repeated by children or women, Socrates' discourse exercises an amazing siderant charm, that's the word for it. Thus spoke Socrates, a force is transmitted that raises up those who approach him at the simple rustling of his words, Plato's texts always say, and certain say upon mere contact with him. Observe furthermore that he does not have disciples but, rather, close friends. There are curious onlookers as well, not to mention the enthralled, santons as they are referred to in Provençal tales, people who are transported. Other people's disciples also occasionally come knocking at his door. Plato is none of the above. He is a latecomer who is much too young to have been able to see anything but the end of the phenomenon. He was not one of the friends who were there during the last moments. And that ultimately accounts, let it be said in passing, for the style of testimony to which he holds fast every time he speaks of Iris' strange hero, so and so heard it from so and so who was there, during such and such a visit when they had such and such a debate. In one case, he says he had the recording on the brain at first hand, and in another case, at second hand. Plato is a very unusual kind of witness. One might say that he lies, and on the other hand that he is truthful even when he lies, for in his very investigating of Socrates, it is Plato's own question that shows through se fray sun chemin. Plato is completely different from Socrates. He does not go about barefoot. He is no errant philosopher, nor does any god speak to him or call him. Indeed, it seems to me that the gods don't mean much to him. Plato is a master, a true master, a master from the time when the city was falling apart, carried away by the democratic winds that were a prelude to the great imperial forces, a sort of Marquis de Sade, but funnier. Naturally, no one can ever imagine the nature of the powers the future holds in store. The great tumblers battlers of the world tribe, Alexander, Seleucus, and Ptolemy, all such mystical military men were still unthinkable. What Plato saw on the horizon was a communitarian city, as thoroughly revolting to his way of thinking as it is to ours. A well-organized stud farm Harris for everyone, that is what he promises us in a pamphlet, which has always been the bad dream of all those who cannot get over the ever greater discord between society and their sense of the good. It is called the Republic, and everyone has taken it seriously, believing that it was what Plato truly wanted. There are several other misunderstandings and mythical lucubrations. The myth of Atlantis, for example, seems to me rather to echo the failure of Plato's political dreams, and it is not unrelated to the venture of the Academy. But perhaps you will think that my paradox should be better corroborated, and this is why I will move on. What Plato wants, in any case, is the thing, to pragma. Plato took up at a literary level the torch of the wise men from the century before. The Academy was a city, a refuge reserved for the best and brightest, and what we know of what he dreamt about during his trip to Sicily is situated in the context of that enterprise, whose horizon certainly went quite far. Curiously enough, such a dream came to him in the same places where his adventure echoes Alcibiades' dream, Alcibiades having clearly dreamt of a Mediterranean empire whose center would be Sicily. Plato's dream bore the mark of higher sublimation. It is a sort of utopia of which he thought he could be the leader. In the case of Alcibiades, all of that obviously sinks to a lower level, and perhaps would go no further than the height of masculine elegance. But it would be to disparage this metaphysical dandyism not to see the range of which he was capable. I think there are good reasons to read Plato's texts from the perspective of what I call his dandyism, and to see his writings as the outer trappings. I would go so far as to say that he tosses us, we dogs, little good and bad scraps of an often rather infernal sense of humor. But it is indisputable that he has been understood otherwise. The fact that Christian desire, which has so little to do with all these adventures, the fact that a desire whose crux or essence is the resurrection of bodies, read St. Augustine to see the place this occupies, the fact that Christian desire saw itself in Plato, according to whom the body must dissolve in a superterrestrial beauty and be reduced to an extraordinarily decorporalized form, is a sip of utter and complete misunderstanding. The delusional nature of the return of such a discourse in a context that is contradictory to it leads us precisely to the question of transference. What else could this be but Plato's fantasy, already asserting itself as a transference phenomenon? Don't imagine that these are but general considerations, for we are going to home in as closely as possible on them. How did the Christians, to whom a god, reduced to the symbol of the sun, had given his life as a sign of love, let themselves be fascinated by the speculative inanity, recall the term I used earlier, offered up as fodder by the most disinterested of men? Socrates, mustn't one recognize therein the effect of the only palpable convergence between the two creeds, the word presented as an object of adoration? One cannot deny that love has, in Christian mysticism, produced rather extraordinary fruits and follies, according to the Christian tradition itself. In contrast to that, it is important to delineate the scope of love in the transference produced around this other, Socrates, who was merely a man who claimed to know something about love, but who left only the most simply natural proof thereof. Which is the fact that his disciples teased him for losing his head now and then for a handsome young man, and as Xenophon tells us, to have once, though it didn't go very far, touched the naked shoulder of the young Critobulus with his shoulder. Xenophon tells us what resulted therefrom: it left Socrates sore, nothing more, but nothing less either. This is not insignificant for such a tried and true cynic, for we can already see in Socrates all the facets of the cynics. The anecdote proves how violent his desire was, but it also shows that love is a somewhat instantaneous function for him. In any case, it allows us to realize that to Plato these love affairs were sheer foolishness. The mode of ultimate union with Tepragnia, the thing, is certainly not to be sought in the meaning of effusive outpourings of love, in the Christian sense of the term. The reason why the only person who speaks of love suitably in the Symposium is a clown Pitri, you will see what I mean by this term, need be sought nowhere else. To Plato, that's all Aristophanes is, a clown. Comic poets are clowns, to Plato's way of thinking. Aristophanes, who is, believe me, hardly one of the hoi polloi, is also an obscene character. Need I remind you what you find when you open any one of his comedies? The least of the things shown on the stage is the following: for example, something found in his play entitled Thesmophoriazousi, Euripides' relative disguises himself as a woman to expose himself to Orpheus' fate, in other words, to be ripped to shreds by the assembly of women in Euripides' stead. Given that women at that time removed their body hair, as they still do today in the Orient, the hair on his ass is burned before us on stage, and we'll spare you the rest of the details. His plays go beyond anything you can see nowadays except on the stage of a music hall in London, and that is saying a lot. The jokes are better, but are no more distinguished for all that. The term bugger kulbeent is repeated 10 times in a row the nuds. To designate the group from which it is appropriate to choose the people that today, in our languages, we would call the candidates most apt to play all the progressive roles, for Aristophanes has it in for them in particular. In short, shouldn't the fact that, to say the best things about love, Plato chooses a character of this type, and what's more, one who played a role of which you are aware in slandering Socrates, get the old brain in gear? I am going to immediately illustrate what I mean by emphasizing that Plato has him say the best things about love. Even as stuffy a scholar, careful and measured in his judgments, as Leon Robin, the academic who established the edition that I have before me, can sometimes be, even he could not fail to be struck by this. So much so that it made him cry. Aristophanes is indeed the first to speak of love like we speak of it, and says things that get us choked up. Aristophanes makes the following rather sophisticated remark, the kind of remark one does not expect from a buffoon, but this is precisely why Plato has him say it. No one, he says, would think it is tau omega nu phi omicron delta iota sigma omega nu sigma upsilon nu omicron upsilon sigma alpha, he ton aphrodislan sunozia y. It has been translated by shared enjoyment of love communit de la jouissance amoureuse, a translation that seems abominable to me, but Leon Robin provided a much better one in his translation in the Pleiad edition, the sharing of sexual enjoyment partage de la jouissance sexuelle. No one would think mere sex is the reason each lover takes so great and deep a joy in being with the other. In Greek, omicron tau omega pi mu epsilon gamma lambda eta sigma pi omicron upsilon delta, hoitos ap megalis spud, c. It is the same sigma pi omicron upsilon delta, spud, that we saw last year in Aristotle's definition of tragedy, and it means solicitude, care, and eagerness, but also seriousness. In fact, people who love each other have a funny seriousness about them. But let us leave aside this psychological observation to designate wherein lies the mystery. Aristophanes tells us that it is something altogether different that their soul manifestly desires, something it is unable to express, but that it divines nevertheless, and that it proposes in the form of an enigma. Suppose two lovers are lying together, and Hephaestus, more commonly known as Vulcan, the character with the anvil and hammer, stands over them with his mending tools, asking, "What is it you human beings really want from each other?" And suppose they're perplexed, and he asks them again, "Is this your heart's desire, then, for the two of you to become parts of the same whole, as near as can be, and never to separate, day or night? Because if that's your desire, I'd like to weld you together and join you into something that is naturally whole, so that the two of you are made into one. Then the two of you would share one life, as long as you lived, because you would be one being, and by the same token, when you died, you would be one and not two in Hades, having died a single death. Look at your love, and see if this is what you desire. Wouldn't this be all the good fortune you could want? Surely you can see that no one who received such an offer would turn it down, no one would find anything else that he wanted. Instead, everyone would think he'd found out at last what he had always wanted, to come together and melt together with the one he loves, so that one person emerged from two. De. This is what Plato has Aristophanes say, but that's not all. You know that Aristophanes tells some rather tall tales, which he himself claims to lie somewhere between the laughable and the ridiculous, depending on whether people laugh at what the comedian intended, or at the comedian himself. It is clear that Aristophanes makes people laugh, and that he goes beyond this, into the realm of the ridiculous. Is Plato going to have Aristophanes make us laugh at love? What we see here already attests to the contrary. Nowhere, not at any moment of the other speeches in the symposium, is love ever taken as seriously or as tragically as it is by Aristophanes. Here we are at the same exact level where we moderns situate love, after courtly love's sublimation which I spoke to you about last year, and after what I might call the romantic confusion concerning this sublimation, namely, the narcissistic overestimation of the subject assumed to reside in the beloved object. At Plato's time we aren't there yet, thank God, apart from this strange Aristophanes, but he is a buffoon. Rather we are at the stage of an in some sense zoological observation of imaginary beings, which derives its value from what it evokes in real beings and from what certainly can be held therein to be derisory. We are dealing here with beings cut into two, like hard-boiled eggs sometimes are, bizarre beings like the ones we find on the sandy seafloor, plaice, sole, and flounder, which seem to have everything necessary, 2 eyes and paired organs, but which are so flattened out that they seem to be but half of a complete being. The first behavior that follows the birth of beings born from such a partition, which is the bedrock of what turns up here all of a sudden, in a light we find so romantic, is a panic-stricken destiny which makes each of these beings seek first and foremost its other half, and then, sticking to that other half tenaciously and, so to speak, hopelessly, perish beside its other half due to its inability to come together with it. This is what Aristophanes depicts in his long, detailed discussion in an extremely colorful way, projecting it onto the level of myth. Such is the image of love relationships forged by the sculptor that the comic poet proves to be here. Is it here that we must conclude that there is something laughable in Aristophanes' words and that we have managed to put our finger on it? Of course not. But this is nevertheless inserted in a piece that irresistibly brings to mind what we might see even nowadays in a circus arena, if the clowns entered, as they sometimes do, hugging, attached 2 by 2, coupled stomach to stomach, and took a few turns around the arena in a great twirling of 4 arms, 4 legs, and 2 heads. In and of itself, it is something that would go very well with the way of fabricating the kind of chorus that produces, in another genre, the wasps, the birds, and even the clouds, about which we will never know how far things went when they were performed. But here, what kind of ridiculousness is in question? Is it simply the in itself rather joyful character of this clownish image, as I called it? Here I will go off on a bit of a tangent, and I will ask you to forgive me if it takes us rather far afield, for it is essential. I am not the only one who knows how to read a text, for Leon Robin was also struck by something, to such an extent that he extraordinarily emphasized it, namely, the spherical nature of the people invented by Aristophanes. It is difficult not to see this, for this sphericalness or circularity, this sigma phi alpha rho alpha, sphera, is repeated with such insistence. We are told that the back and the flanks, pi lambda epsilon upsilon rho kappa kappa lambda psi epsilon chi omicron nu, pluris kuklo econ, e, are all continuous in a very round way. We must imagine that, as I said earlier, as 2 wheels connected to one another which are nevertheless flat, while here it is round. It is round, and this bothered Leon Robin, who did not hesitate, though not without a footnote, to change a comma that no one has ever challenged, saying, I did it this way because I don't want people to emphasize the sphere so much, for the cut is more important. Far be it from me to try to diminish the importance of this cut, which we will return to later. But it is difficult not to see that we are faced with something very unusual here, the crux of which I will immediately reveal. What is derided here, what is cast in this ridiculous form, is the sphere itself. Naturally, that doesn't make you laugh, because spheres don't mean anything to you. But remember that for many centuries it wasn't that way. You are only familiar with the sphere as a fact of psychological inertia known as the whole form bone for me. A number of people, Ehrenfels and others, have realized that shapes have a certain tendency toward perfection, a tendency, in other words, to become like spheres when we are not sure what they are. The idea is that spheres are what give the optical nerve the most pleasure. This is very interesting, but only begins to scratch the surface of the problem, for let me point out to you in passing that the notion of gest altern, which is so unthinkingly used as a foundation, merely pushes the problem of perception back a notch. If there are such whole forms, perception must consist in rectifying them in the direction of partial mauvaise forms, namely, true forms. But enough on the dialectic of whole forms. Spherical shapes have an entirely different meaning here than in this factual observation objectivation whose interest is limited to psychology. In Plato's work, and well before him, this shape, spheros, in the masculine, as Empedocles also says, there isn't enough time for me to read the verses, is a being who is self-identical on all sides, without limits, sigma phi alpha iota rho omicron kappa upsilon kappa lambda omicron tau epsilon rho, spheros cuclitaires, which takes the form of a ball, reigns in its royal solitude, full of its own contentment, and of its self-sufficiency. The spheros that haunted ancient thought was the shape taken, at the center of Empedocles' world, by the phase of unification rassemblement characteristic of what he calls, in his metaphysics, phili or philotes, love, which he elsewhere calls sigma chi epsilon delta nu eta phi iota lambda tau eta, skedun philotes, love which unites, agglomerates, assimilates, and agglutinates. To agglutinate is caparo sigma iota, crisis, the crisis of love. It is quite curious to see Freud write that love is a pure and simple unifying force, with limitless powers of attraction, opposing it to thanatos, whereas he also gives us, in a discordant way, such a different notion, and one which is so much more fruitful, the love/hate ambivalence. We find this sphere everywhere. I was talking to you last week about Philolaus. He situates the sphere at the center of a world in which the Earth has an eccentric position and, as you know, this was already suspected at Pythagoras' time. Yet it is not the sun that occupies the center but the spherical central fire, to which the face of the inhabited Earth always turns its back. In relation to this fire, we are like the moon in relation to our Earth, which is why we do not feel it. It seems that it was in order that we not be wiped out by Rheas par the central shining rayonment that Philolaus invented this hair-brained lucubration of the anti-Earth, which already puzzled people in antiquity, including Aristotle himself. What need could there have been for this strictly invisible body, which was assumed to harbor within itself all powers opposed to those of the Earth, and which at the same time played the role of fire-break? It's something to analyze, as they say. All of this is merely designed to introduce you to the dimension, to which, as you know, I attribute great importance, of the astronomical or Copernican revolution. And in order to make this as clear as possible, let me repeat that it is not the so-called geocentricism dismantled by the said canon Copernicus that is important, which is why it is, indeed, quite false and pointless to call the astronomical revolution Copernican. In his book on the revolutions of the heavenly spheres, he provides a figure of the solar system that resembles ours, that resembles those in our 7th grade textbooks where we see the sun at the center and all the stars revolving around it in orbits. But this was hardly a new schema. Everybody in Copernicus' time, I'm not the one who discovered this, knew that in antiquity a man named Heraclides and another known as Aristarchus of Samos had come up with the same diagram. This is perfectly well attested to in the historical record. Copernicus is merely a fantasy on the part of history. It would have been different if his system had been not closer to the image that we have of the real solar system, but truer, in other words, less encumbered than the Ptolemaic system of imaginary elements that have nothing to do with the modern symbolization of the stars. But the fact is that the Copernican system is nothing of the kind, since it is chock full of epicecles. What are epicecles? They are an invention that no one could believe in. People didn't believe in the reality of epicecles. Don't imagine that they were dumb enough to think that we find in the sky what you see when you open up your watch, a series of little wheels. But they did have the idea that the only imaginable motion was circular motion. Everything one sees in the sky is very hard to interpret, for the little wandering planets play all sorts of irregular tricks onto or loop ties among themselves, and the point was to explain the zigzags. So people were only satisfied when each element of their circuit could be reduced to a circular motion. What is odd is that they didn't manage to do a better job of it. One might think that, in theory, if we combine enough circles on top of turning circles, we could manage to account for anything. It turned out to be impossible, because the more closely people observed the heavenly bodies, the more things remained to be explained, if nothing else, once the telescope appeared, their variation in size. But in any case, Copernicus' system was just as replete as Ptolemy's with this imaginary superfluity that weighed it down and encumbered it. Over Christmas vacation you must read, and you will see that it is possible, for pleasure, how Kepler began with the elements of the same Timaeus that I am going to speak to you about, in other words, from a purely imaginary, with the accent that this term has in the vocabulary that I use with you, conception of the universe. His universe was entirely regulated by the properties of the sphere, defined as the shape that bears within itself the virtues of self-sufficiency, such that it can combine in itself the eternity of place and eternal motion. Kepler's speculations are of this type. They are, moreover, refined, because he stupefies us by bringing in the 5 perfect solids that can be inscribed within a sphere. As you know, there are only 5 of them. This old Platonic speculation, which had already been superseded times over, came back at this turning point of the Renaissance at which Plato's manuscripts were reintegrated into the Western tradition, and literally went to the head of this character whose personal life, in the context of the revolution of the peasants, and then of the 30 Years' War, is really quite weird. Well, the said Kepler, who was seeking the celestial harmonies, managed, through prodigious tenacity, in which one can clearly see the game of hide-and-seek characteristic of an unconscious formation, to give the first take on what the birth of modern science really consists of. It was in seeking a harmonic relationship that he arrived at the relationship between the speed of a planet in its orbit and the area of the surface covered by the line that links the planet to the Sun. In other words, he perceived simultaneously that the planetary orbits are ellipses. Alexander Coyer wrote a beautiful book that is called From the Closed World to the Infinite Universe, which was published by Johns Hopkins University Press and was recently translated into French. And I was wondering what Arthur Koestler, who is not always the best inspired author, had done with Kepler. I assure you that The Sleepwalkers, which everyone is talking about, is his best book. It is phenomenal, marvelous. You don't even need to know elementary mathematics, you will understand everything through his biographies of Copernicus, Kepler, and Galileo. Koestler manifests some partiality for Galileo. Koestler was a communist, after all. He says so himself. Be that as it may, it is absolutely true that Galileo never paid the slightest attention to what Kepler had discovered. The brilliant step he made in his invention of modem dynamics is to have found the exact law of gravity. In spite of this essential step, and despite the fact that it was regarding geocentricism that he ran into all kinds of trouble, the fact remains that he was just as behind the times as everybody else, just as reactionary, just as wedded to the idea of perfect circular motion as the only motion possible for the heavenly bodies. To put it in a nutshell, Galileo did not even get as far as what we call the Copernican revolution, even though we know it was not started by Copernicus. You see how long it takes truths to clear a pathway for themselves when faced with a prejudice as solid as the perfection of circular motion. I could talk to you about this for hours, for it is very amusing to consider why it is so, and to see what the properties of circular motion truly are and why the Greeks made the circle into a symbol of the limit, pi epsilon rho alpha rho, pyrer, as opposed to the pi epsilon iota rho omicron nu, a pyron. Curiously enough, it is precisely because it is one of the things that is most likely to lapse into the apeiron. I should cut this sphere, which, as you know, served in the usual symbol for infinity h, down to size, reduce it to a point, and infinitize it for you. There is a lot to say. Why does this shape have the finest virtues? To answer this question would take us to the heart of problems concerning the function and value of intuition in mathematical construction. Prior to all of the exercises that allowed us to disexercise the sphere, it continued to work its charms on dupes because mental phi iota lambda alpha e philia stuck to it, and dirtily, like a strange kind of glue. This was the case for Plato at least, and I refer you to his Timaeus and his long discussion of the sphere there in which he depicts it for us in great detail. This corresponds curiously, like an alternating strophe, to what Aristophanes says of his spherical beings. On the one hand, in the Symposium, Aristophanes tells us that these beings have feet, small members that point and turn. But on the other hand, in the Timaeus, Plato, with a striking accent since he is discussing geometry, feels the need to observe in passing that the sphere has everything it needs inside itself. It is round, it is full, it is content, it loves itself, and above all it needs neither eyes nor ears since it is by definition the envelope of everything that can be alive. By virtue of this, it is the living being par excellence, and this gives us moreover the intellectual dimension in which biology could develop. We must take the notion that this form is what essentially constitutes the living being as an extremely strict imaginary spelling out epaulement. Thus the sphere has neither eyes nor ears, neither feet nor arms b, and it is left with but one motion, the perfect motion, revolving around itself in a circle. The 6 other forms of motion, toward the top, toward the bottom, to the left, to the right, forward, and backward are excluded, ab. On the basis of a comparison of the symposium and the Timaeus, and of the 2-step mechanism that consists in having the person who is for Plato the only one worthy of speaking of love clown around, we see that in Aristophanes' discourse, Plato seems to be having a good time by turning his own conception of the world and of the world's soul into a comical exercise. Aristophanes' discourse derides Plato's spherosphere as it is articulated in the Timaeus. We don't have much time left and there would be plenty to add. But to show you that the astronomical reference is sure and certain in this context, I will nevertheless supply proof, for it might seem to you that I'm simply having a good time. The 3 types of sphere that Aristophanes imagined, the one that is all male, the one that is all female, and the one that is male and female, the androgynes as they're called, beings of each type have a pair of genitals, have origins. And what are these origins? They are stellar. The males come from the sun, the all women come from the earth, and the androgynes from the moon, confirming, moreover, in this way the lunar origin, as Aristophanes tells us, of those who have a propensity for adultery, for it is tantamount to having a composite origin ab. So much for the astronomical element. Well, doesn't something show its face here that reveals the mainspring of our fascination with the spherical shape? It is the shape that one is not supposed to mess with or contest. For centuries it left the human mind in the error of refusing to think that, in the absence of any action or foreign impulse, a body is either at rest or in uniform rectilinear motion. A body at rest was supposed to not be able to have, apart from rest, anything other than circular motion, and all of dynamics was ruled out. Now, doesn't the incidental illustration that is furnished by Plato, who one can also call a poet, show us that what is at stake in shapes in which nothing sticks out or can be latched onto, has its foundations in the imaginary structure? But what is our attachment to such shapes due to, insofar as it is effective, if not to the Verwerfung foreclosure of castration? This is so true that we find it in Aristophanes' discourse. These beings, split in 2 like pair halves, die, at a time x that is not specified since it is a mythical time, in a futile attempt to fuse anew. They are doomed to vain efforts to procreate in the earth, and I will skip the whole mythical discussion as it would take us too far afield. How is their problem to be resolved? Aristophanes speaks to us here exactly like little Hans does, their genitalia, which are in the wrong place, because they are where they were when the beings were round, that is, they are on the outside, are unscrewed and screwed back onto the stomach, just like the faucet in Hans' dream as reported in Freud's case history. It is unique and astonishing to see in Plato's work that the possibility of amorous relief is connected to something that is indisputably related, to say the least, to an operation involving the subject's genitalia. Whether we place this under the heading of the castration complex or not, it is clear that the text stresses the shift of the genitalia to the front side b. This does not merely mean that the genital organ now has the possibility of serving as a copula, allowing junction with the beloved object, but that it is literally printed over and surimpression this object, almost superimposed on it. This is the only point at which the function of the genitals is betrayed or translated. Since we know that Plato's grasp of tragedy, he gives us 1,000 proofs of this, did not go much further than Socrates, how can we fail to be struck by the fact that here, for the first and only time, he brings into play the genital organ as such in a discourse concerning a serious matter, that of love? This confirms what I told you was essential to the mainspring of comedy, which is always, in the end, a reference to the phallus. And it is no accident that Aristophanes is the one who talks about it. he is the only one who can do so. But Plato does not realize that in having him speak of it, he has delivered to us, to those of us here, the linchpin that shifts the entire discourse that is to follow into another register. This is where we will pick up the thread next time. December 7. The Atopia of Eros. Agathon. The commandments of the second death. The signifier and immortality. The analyst's desire. The tragedian's macaronic fancy. Let me pause briefly before leading you into the great enigma of transference love. I have my reasons for occasionally pausing. It is important that we understand each other and that we not lose our bearings. Since the beginning of this year I have felt a need to remind you that, in everything I have taught you, I have done nothing but point out that Freud's doctrine situates desire in a dialectic. On this note, I must stop to remark that we are taking the road less traveled by. For I have already stated hereby that desire is not a life function, in the sense in which positivism defines life. Desire is caught up in a dialectic because it hinges, I have already said how it hinges, in the form of metonymy, on a signifying chain. The latter is, as such, both constitutive of the subject and that by which the subject is distinct from individuality taken simply as hic et nunc here and now. Keep in mind that this hic et nunc is what defines individuality. Let us make an effort to delve into what individuation or the instinct of individuality is, inasmuch as individuation requires each individual, or so we are told in psychology, to conquer anew all of real structure, whether by experience or learning. This is no small task, and one cannot conceptualize it without the presupposition that it is at least already prepared for by an adaptation or a whole set of adaptations. The human individual, as knowledge, is taken to be the flower of consciousness at the end of an evolutionary process. I profoundly doubt that. Not that I consider it to be a fruitless direction or a dead end. I doubt it insofar as the idea of evolution gets us intellectually used to all sorts of Ellis-ions that are highly debilitating for reflection, especially as concerns our ethics as analysts. In any case, it seems essential to me to re-examine these Ellis-ions, and to indicate or reopen the gaps left in the theory of evolution insofar as it always tends to cover them over in order to make our practice experience easier to conceptualize. If evolutionary theory is true, one thing is nevertheless certain, which is that evolution is not, as Voltaire said in another context, as natural as all that. As for desire, it is in any case essential that we examine its conditions. The latter are given to us by our practice, which overturns the whole problem of givens. Indeed, what we find is that the subject keeps an articulated chain outside of consciousness, making it inaccessible to consciousness. It is a demand, and not a pressure, malaise, imprinting, or any other term you might try to use to characterize it as primitive, that is, as definable in terms of instinct's tendency. On the contrary, a trace is traced out there, so to speak, that is encircled by a line trait, isolated as such, and raised to an ideographic power, let's say, on the condition that it be emphasized that we are not dealing with an index that can be attributed to anything isolated whatsoever. Rather, it is always linked to a concatenation, on one line, with other ideograms that are themselves encircled by the function that makes them signifiers. This demand constitutes a constant, albeit latent, claim upon the subject that is inaccessible to him. It is a statute or set of specifications that must be met. It is not the modulation that would result from some sort of phonetic inscription of the negative recorded on film or tape but, rather, a trace that goes into effect once and for all. It is a kind of recording, but only if you emphasize the term record, with its connotation of classification in a file. It is a kind of memory, but only in terms of the meaning this word takes on in the realm of electronic machines. Well, it was Freud's genius to have designated the medium of this chain. I think I have sufficiently shown you, and I will show it to you again, above all in an article I felt I needed to rewrite on the basis of what I said at the conference in Royaumont, and which will be published, that, in speaking of the ID, Freud designated the death drive itself as the medium of this chain, insofar as he emphasized the lethal character of repetition compulsion. Death. What Freud articulated as a tendency tendens toward death, as the desire of an unthinkable subject who presents himself in the living being in which it speaks ca parle, is responsible for the eccentric position of desire in man, which has always constituted a paradox for ethics. This paradox is altogether unsolvable, it seems to me, from the perspective of evolutionary theory. How could desires, in what one might call their transcendental permanence, namely, the transgressive character that is fundamental to them, be neither the effect nor the source of what they constitute, that is, a permanent disorder in a body assumed to be subject to the statute of adaptation, regardless of the impact its effects are acknowledged to have? Here, as in the history of physics, people have up until now merely tried to save the appearances. And I think I have helped you realize the import, and have given you ample opportunity to assess the importance, of what is meant by saving the appearances when it comes to epikykles in the Ptolemaic system. Don't imagine that the people who taught this system for centuries, with the proliferation of epikykles it required, from about to about depending on the accuracy demanded of the system, truly believed in epikykles. Not for a minute did they believe that the heavens were made like little armillary spheres. They manufactured them with their epikykles, and I saw some recently in a hallway at the Vatican, quite a nice collection, showing the movements of Mars, Venus, and Mercury. A certain number of epikykles must be placed around each little ball in order for it to mimic a planet's movements, but no one ever seriously believed in them. Saving appearances simply meant accounting for what one saw in accordance with a theoretical requirement, the bias in favor of the perfection of the circle. Well, it is more or less the same when one tries to explain desires by the system of needs, whether individual or collective. And I submit that no one in psychology, and by that I mean the psychology that runs through the entire moralist tradition, believes that any more, no more than anyone ever believed in epikykles, even at the time when people were working on them. In both cases, saving appearances means nothing but the following: trying to reduce to forms that are assumed to be perfect and necessary to the foundations of deduction, what can in no way, not with any good reason at least, be thus reduced. I am trying to ground with you the basic topology of desire, its interpretation, and, in short, its rational ethics. The between two deaths, which is not so difficult to grasp, because it simply means that, for humankind, the two borders related to death do not overlap, grew out of this topology over the course of the last year. The first border, whether linked to the fundamental time period essence we call old age, aging, or decline, or to an accident that cuts the thread of life, is that at which life effectively ends and comes undone. Hence it is obvious, and has always been obvious, that man's situation is characterized by the fact that this border does not overlap with the second death, which can be most generally defined by saying that in it man aspires to annihilate himself in order to have his being inscribed in history. The hidden contradiction or rub is that man aspires to destroy himself in the very act of becoming immortal. You will find this point throughout Agathon's speech, as well as in the others. You find myriad traces of it in the symposium. I attempted to illustrate it for you last year by showing you the four comers of the space in which tragedy is situated. There is not one tragedy that is not shed light on thereby, precisely because an aspect of tragic space has been stolen de robe, to use that word, from poets in the course of history, in the 17th century, for example. Consider any of Racine's tragedies and you will see that, in order for there to be any semblance of tragedy, the space of the between two deaths must in some way be invoked. If something resembling tragedy subsists in Andromachus, Iphigenia, or Bajazet, need I remind you of the plot? It is because the two deaths are always there, regardless of how they may be symbolized. What lies between Hector's death and the death that is hanging over Astyanax's head is but the sign of another doubling duplicit. The hero is always placed in imminent danger of death but faces it in order to be remembered by posterity, which is a derisory form of the problem. This is what is signified by the two terms we continually encounter that refer to the twofold nature duplicit of the lethal function. True enough. But while this may be necessary to maintain the framework of tragic space, we must still figure out how it is inhabit. I would simply like to clear away in passing the cobwebs that obstruct a direct view, in order to incite you to look at Racine's tragedies, pinnacles of Christian tragedy, which remain, through all their lyrical vibrations, so rich in poetic resonance. Take Iphigenia for example. Everything that takes place in the play is irresistibly funny, you can see for yourselves. Agamemnon is fundamentally characterized there by his terror of the conjugal scene. There, those are the cries I was afraid of hearing. Act 4, scene, while Achilles appears in an unbelievably superficial position. Why? I will try to indicate why a little later, in terms of Achilles' relation to death, a traditional relation for which he is always one of the first cases cited by Socrates' most intimate circle when they exhibit their moralism. The history of Achilles, who deliberately prefers a death that will make him immortal to a refusal to fight that would spare his life, is mentioned everywhere, including in the Apology, where Socrates talks about it in order to define what his own conduct will be before his judges. CD, we find echoes of it even in Racine's tragedies, cast in another light, which is far more important. It is one of the commonplaces which, in the course of the centuries, ceaselessly sound, echoing ever more loudly with a resonance that is increasingly hollow and bombastic. What is lacking in tragedy when it is pursued beyond the range of limits that gave it its place in the living, breathing world of antiquity? There is some kind of shadow, obscurity, or occultation related to the commandments of the second death. There is no trace of these commandments in Racine, because by his time we are no longer in a context in which the Delphic oracle can make itself heard. The playwright gives us mere cruelty, vain contradiction, and absurdity. The characters talk on and on, dialoguing and soliloquizing, saying nothing more, in the end, than that there has surely been some sort of misunderstanding somewhere. This is not at all the case in ancient tragedy. The commandment of the second death is ever present there. Being present there in a veiled form, it can be formulated and acknowledged as linked to the debt that accumulates without there being a guilty party and that is paid by a victim who does not deserve the punishment. It is, in short, that he did not know that I wrote for you at the top of the graph of desire, on the enunciation line that is fundamental to the topology of the unconscious. This is what is already achieved in ancient tragedy, or rather prefigured, I would say, were it not an anachronistic word, in relation to Freud, who immediately recognized it as being related to the raison d'être he had just discovered in the unconscious. Freud recognized his discovery and his field in the tragedy of Oedipus, but it was neither because Oedipus killed his father nor because he wanted to sleep with his mother. A very amusing mythologist, Robert Graves, who has compiled a vast collection of myths in a work of no renown, but which is very useful and highly practical, 2 small volumes that were published by Penguin Books, in which he has gathered all of ancient mythology, thinks he is being clever concerning the Oedipus myth. Why didn't Freud, he asks, seek out his myth among the Egyptians, where the hippopotamus is said to sleep with its mother and crush its father? Why didn't he call it the hippopotamus complex? He thinks he has, thereby, given Freudian mythology a fine punch in the gut. But this is not why Freud chose Oedipus. Many heroes other. The and spring of love. Then Oedipus kill their fathers and want to sleep with their mothers. The reason Freud found his fundamental figure in the tragedy of Oedipus lies in the fact that he did not know he had killed his father and was sleeping with his mother. The fundamental terms of our topology have now been recalled to mind. This reminder was necessary to continue our analysis of the symposium, in order that you perceive why it is of interest that it is now Agathon, the tragic poet, who gives a speech on love. But I must prolong this pause a little longer to clarify my remarks on the subject of what, little by little, through the symposium, I am proposing concerning the mystery of Socrates. Told you last time that for a while I had the feeling that I was killing myself over the mystery of Socrates. It does not seem to me to be unsituable. It is precisely because I believe, on the contrary, that we can situate it perfectly well that we are justified in beginning with this mystery in our research this year. What is the mystery of Socrates? I will remind you of it in the same annotated terms that I have just re-articulated for you, so you can compare it with Plato's texts, which are our first-hand documents. Since I have noticed that, for some time now, it is no longer in vain that I recommend certain readings to you, I will not hesitate to invite you to supplement the Symposium, which almost all of you have now read, with the Phaedo, which will give you a fine example of Socratic method and suggest why it is of interest to us. I would say that the mystery of Socrates, and one must look at this first-hand document in order to make it shine anew in all its originality, is the instituting of what he calls science, episteme. You can verify what it means in the text. It is quite obvious that it has neither the same meaning nor the same accent in the Phaedo as it has for us, since there was not at the time even the slightest beginning of what has since been articulated for us under the heading of science. The best formulation you can give for the instating of this science, in what? In consciousness, in a position, in an absolute dignity, or more precisely in a position of absolute dignity, is to say that it involves nothing other than what we can express in our vocabulary as the promotion of the signifier itself to a position of absolute dignity. What Socrates calls science is what is necessarily imposed on every interlocution as a function of a certain manipulation or internal coherence that is linked, or that he believes to be linked, to the sole, pure, and simple reference to the signifier. As you will see, in the Phaedo Socrates is pushed as far as he can go by the disbelief of his interlocutors who, however constraining his arguments may seem, do not altogether agree, no more than anyone would, with his assertion that the soul is immortal. What he refers to in the final analysis, and in a less and less convincing way, at least to us, are properties such as even and odd. It is on the basis of the fact that the number 3 cannot in any way be qualified as even and on other such points that he bases his demonstration that the soul cannot be said to be destructible, as it is at the very crux of life dd. You will see to what extent what I call the privy-legged reference to the signifier, which is proposed as a sort of cult or essential right, accounts for everything that the emergence of Socrates in the midst of the sophists contributes that is new, original, decisive, fascinating, and seductive. There is historical testimony of this. The second term I will extract from the testimony that has been handed down to us is as follows: thanks to Socrates, his total prescience, his destiny, his death, and what he asserts before dying, it appears that this promotion of the signifier to a position of absolute dignity is consistent with the effect I showed you, which is to abolish in a man, totally it seems, what I would call, borrowing Kierkegaard's terms, fear and trembling. Fear and trembling before what? Not the first, but rather the second death. Socrates does not hesitate on this score. He claims that it is in this second death, embodied in his dialectic by the fact that he raises the coherence of the signifier to an absolute power, to the power of being the sole ground of certainty, that he, Socrates, will indubitably find eternal life. On the condition that you not read anything more into what I am going say, I will take the liberty of tracing out tangentially, as a sort of parody, the appearance of Cotard's syndrome. Socrates, the indefatigable questioner, seems to me to overlook the fact that his mouth was flesh, and it is in this sense that his assertion is coherent, though not his certainty. Don't we almost find ourselves faced here with an apparition that is foreign to us, with a manifestation that I would qualify, to use our jargon in order to make myself perfectly clear and progress quickly, as akin to the psychotic core? I am thinking of the way, the very exceptional way, I assure you, Socrates implacably unfolds his arguments, which are not really arguments, but also posits before his disciples, the very day of his death, the assertion, perhaps more affirmative than any ever before heard from him, that he, Socrates, is serenely leaving this life for a truer, immortal life. He does not doubt but that he will join those who still exist for him, let us not forget it, the immortals. The notion of the immortals cannot be eliminated or removed from his thought. It is In terms of the antinomy between the immortals and the mortals, which is absolutely fundamental in ancient thought, and no less, believe me, in ours, that his living, real-life testimony takes on its full value. Let me thus summarize. This indefatigable questioner, who is not a speaker, who keeps his distance from rhetoric, metrics, and poetics, who eliminates metaphor, who lives entirely in the game, not of the finessed 4C card, but of the forced question, and who derives all of his sustenance from it, generates before our eyes and develops throughout his life what I will call a formidable metonymy. Its result, which is historically attested as well, is a desire that is embodied in an assertion of immortality, an immortality that is, I would say, fixed, sad immortality, all black and gold immortalite noir et doré, wrote Valery, a desire for infinite discourses. Indeed, while he is sure he will join the immortals in the next world, he is also, he says, more or less certain he will be able to continue his little verbal exercises for all eternity with interlocutors worthy of him, those who came before him and all those who will come to join him later. Apology, DC, admitted, this conception, as satisfying as it may be for people who like allegorical painting, is nevertheless a fancy which singularly smacks of delusion. To argue about even and odd, the just and the unjust, the mortal and the immortal, hot and cold, and about the fact that hot cannot allow cold within itself without weakening, without retiring in its essence of hot to one side, as is explained at length in the Phaedo C as the main reason for the immortality of the soul, to debate about that for all eternity is a very odd conception of happiness. Let us put things in perspective. One man thus experienced the question of the immortality of the soul. I would go even further, the soul as we still handle it today and are still weighed down by it, the notion or figure of the soul that we have, which is not the conception that developed in the course of all the waves of the traditional legacy, the soul we deal with in the Christian tradition has as its internal brace, frame, or truss the byproduct of Socrates' delusion of immortality. We are still living off it. What I would simply like to conjure up before you is the energy behind Socrates' assertion concerning the immortality of the soul. Why is that? It is obviously not for the import that we can give it now, for it is quite obvious that after several centuries of exercise and even of spiritual exercises, the rate, so to speak, of belief in the immortality of the soul, among all of those here before me, whether believers or non-believers, is quite tempered, as one says that a scale is tempered. No, that is not the point. If I ask you to reflect on the postulation of the immortality of the soul at that time, on certain grounds, by a man who, in his wake, astonished his contemporaries by his discourse, it is in order to get you to wonder about the following, which is quite important, for this phenomenon to have occurred, for a man, who has, over Nietzsche's Zarathustra, the advantage of having existed, to have acceded to the same thus spoke. As they say, what must Socrates' desire have been? This is the crucial question that I think I can raise here, and all the more easily since I have at length described for you the topology that gives it its meaning. Open any of Plato's dialogues to a passage related directly to Socrates as a person, and you can check the well-founded nature of what I am telling you about the forthright, paradoxical position of his assertion of immortality, and about what it is founded on, namely, his idea of science insofar as I situate it as the pure and simple raising of the function of the signifier in consciousness to an absolute value. To what does the position he introduces correspond? To what utopia? As you know, I am not the one who applied this term, atopia, to Socrates. To what atopia of desire? Adipose refers to a case that is unclassifiable or unsituable. Atopia, you cannot put it anywhere. That's the point. This is what Socrates' contemporaries were whispering about him. Doesn't this atopia of desire about which I'm raising a question, coincide to us, in a certain way with what I might call a certain topographical purity? For it designates the central point at which, in our topology, the space of the between two deaths is found in a pure state, emptying out the place of desire as such. Desire is no longer anything but its place there, insofar as it is no longer anything for Socrates than a desire for discourse, revealed discourse, discourse that is forever revealing. Hence the atopia of the Socratic subject, assuming that such a purified place of desire was never occupied by any man before him. I will not answer this question, confining myself to raising it. It is plausible and, at the very least, it gives us a first landmark by which to situate the question, one that we cannot eliminate once we have raised it. And, after all, I am not the one who first raised it. It was already posed as soon as we realized that the complexity of the topic of transference could in no way be limited to what takes place in the subject known as the patient, he who is analyzed. Consequently, the question arises of articulating, in a slightly more sophisticated way than has ever been done up until now, what the analyst's desire must be. It does not suffice to speak of training catharsis or of purification, so to speak, of the bulk of the analyst's unconscious. Such a notion remains terribly vague. Analysts must be credited with the fact that, for some time now, they have not been satisfied with it. We must realize, not in order to criticize them, but rather in order to understand the obstacle at hand, that we don't have at our disposal even the slightest sketch of what one could nevertheless articulate so easily, in the form of a question, concerning what must be attained in someone so that he may be an analyst. People say that he must come to know a little bit more about the dialectic in his unconscious. But what exactly does he know about it in the final reckoning? And, above all, how far does what he knows about it have to go concerning the very effects of knowledge? I will simply raise the following question: what must remain of his fantasies? You know that I can go further still and say of his fantasy, assuming that there is one fundamental fantasy. If castration is what must be accepted at the end of an analysis, what role must the scar of castration play in the analyst's eros? These are questions that are more easily raised than answered. Which is why people do not raise them. And, believe me, I would not raise them either in a void, for the simple purpose of sparking your imagination, if I did not think that there must be a method that broaches this from a different angle or even proceeds indirectly or in a roundabout fashion, by which to shed some light on these questions that we obviously cannot for the moment answer utterly and completely. All I can say for the time being is that it does not seem to me that what is called the doctor-patient relationship, with all it brings with it by way of presuppositions, prejudices, and molasses attracting swarms of flies, allows us to make much headway in this direction. We must thus try to articulate and situate what the analyst's desire should be, and what it is fundamentally. And we must do so in accordance with the markers that can, on the basis of an already sketched out topology, be designated as the coordinates of desire. We cannot find appropriate landmarks by referring to articulations of the situation for the therapist or the observer, nor in any of the phenomenological notions of situation being elaborated around us. For the analyst's desire is not such that it can be explained by reference to a dyad. It is not the relationship to the patient that can, through a series of eliminations and debarments, give us the key thereto. Something more intrapersonal is at stake. Nor is this to say that the analyst must be a Socrates, a virtuous person unper, or a saint. Explorers like Socrates, the virtuous, and saints can, no doubt, give us several indications concerning our field. But they do not go far enough. Upon reflection, all of our science, I mean experimental science, is related to this field. Yet it is precisely because they are the ones who do the exploring that we can perhaps define, in terms of longitude and latitude, the coordinates. The analyst must be able to attain simply in order to occupy the place that is his, defined as the place he must offer up as vacant to the patient's desire in order for the latter to be realized as the other's desire. It is in this respect that the symposium is of interest to us and that it is useful terrain to explore. This is due to the privileged place that testimony about Socrates occupies in it, inasmuch as this text is supposed to show him grappling with the problem of love right before our very eyes. I believe I have said enough to justify why we are approaching the problem of transference through a commentary on the symposium. I felt it was necessary to recall these coordinates to mind before we enter into what occupies the central or almost central place in this famous dialogue, namely, Agathon's speech. Is it Aristophanes or Agathon who occupies the central place? Why bother to try to decide? The two of them certainly occupy the central place, since everything that was demonstrated before turns out, apparently, to be already remote and devalued when their turns come, and what comes afterward is no other than Socrates' speech. Concerning the speech by Agathon, the tragic poet, one could say a great many things, not simply for the sake of erudition, that would lead us into details about and even into a history of tragedy, of which I gave you a brief sketch a bit earlier. What is of importance is not that, but rather to get you to see its role in the economy of the symposium. As you have seen, Agathon's speech takes up 5 or 6 pages in the French translation by Robin, published in the Guillaume Bude collection. I will begin with its pinnacle, and you will see why. Let me remind you that I am here less in order to provide you with an elegant commentary, than to lead you to what the symposium can or should provide us. The least one can say of Agathon's speech is that it has always struck readers for its extraordinary sophistry, in the modern, everyday, pejorative sense of the word. His sophistry here consists in saying that love does no wrong to gods or men, nor they to him. Why? Because if anything has an effect on him, it is never by violence, for everyone knows that violence never touches love. Thus the effects he has on others are not forced, for every service we give to love, so we are told, we give willingly. And whatever one person agrees on with another, when both are willing, that is right and just, so say the laws that are kings of society BC. Morality, love is what is at the very core of the laws of the city, and so on and so forth. As love is the strongest of all desires, irresistible passion, it is tempered with moderation, for moderation is what regulates desires and pleasures. Love must thus, by all rights, be identified with moderation. Manifestly, a bit of fun is being had here. Who is having fun? Is it simply we the readers? We would be wrong to think that we are alone. Agathon certainly does not play a secondary role here, if only for the fact that, at least according to the givens of the situation, he is Socrates' beloved. Let us give Plato the benefit of the doubt by believing that he is having a bit of fun as well with what I will now call, and I will justify it better a little later, the tragedian's macaronic discourse. But I am sure, and you too will be sure as soon as you read it, that we would be wrong not to realize that it is neither simply us nor Plato having a bit of fun here. As opposed to what commentators have said, it is altogether out of the question that Agathon not know perfectly well what he is doing. Things go so far and he gets so carried away that, at the pinnacle of his speech, Agathon says to us, I am suddenly struck by a need to say something in poetic meter. See. He expresses himself in the following terms, epsilon iota rho nu 8 nu mu nu theta rho pi omicron iota, iron and men and anthropois, peace among people, which means that love puts an end to all the ruckus rafifi /. Quite an unusual conception. It must be admitted that up until this idyllic modulation, one hardly suspected any such thing. But to spell it out for you letter by letter, he tops it all off by saying, pi epsilon lambda gamma epsilon iota delta gamma alpha lambda nu 8 nu, pelage de galnon, which means that everything has stopped, a flat sea, no waves or wind. We must keep in mind what a flat sea meant in antiquity. It meant that nothing was going right, that the ships were blocked at Aulis, and when that happened in the middle of the deep blue sea, people were bothered by it, almost as bothered as when that happened to them in bed. To evoke pelage de galnon concerning love makes it quite clear that a bit of fun is being had here. Love is what makes you break down, it's what leads to a fiasco. This is not all. Afterward, Agathon says, there is no more wind among the winds. He goes on, love, there is no more love, nu 8 nu epsilon mu alpha nu, nanamian, nu epsilon mu omega nu, anemon, stillness, without wind. It sounds, moreover, like the forever comic verses of a certain tradition, like the following two verses by Paul Jean Toulette. Su le double ornament d un nam mol o usanor, non, iln est reen k nonan et nonor. This is the sort of realm we are in here. And we have kappa omicron tau 8 nu, koiton, in addition, which means in bed, Betty by, no more wind in the sails, all the winds have gone to sleep. Then we have pi nu omicron nu tau evi kappa delta epsilon iota, hupnon ten icade. Strangely enough, love brings us sleep amidst our worries, as one might translate it at first glance, but look closely at the meaning of these cadences and of kappa delta omicron, kados. This Greek term is quite rich in connotations, which allow us to reassert the value of what Emile Benveniste once, with no doubt a great deal of goodwill toward me, but perhaps nevertheless missing something essential in that he did not follow Freud, articulated concerning the ambivalence of signifiers for our first issue of La Psychanalyse. Kados does not simply mean worry, but also kinship, pi nu omicron nu tau nu kappa eta delta epsilon iota, hupnon ten icade, regard for another sketches it out for us as in the Esiranga proverb, a relative by marriage is an elephant's shank, as one finds it in Levi Strauss' work. This hypnose, peaceful sleep, ten icade, in relation to in-laws, seems to me to be worthy of crowning verses that are indisputably designed to wake us up in case we have not yet understood that Agathon is making fun of something. Moreover, from this moment on, he literally lets loose, and tells us that love is what liberates us, alleviating us of the belief that we are strangers to each other. Naturally, when one is possessed by love, one realizes that we are all part of one big happy family, and it is truly from that moment on that one feels all warm inside and at home, and so on and so forth. This goes on line after line CD, I will leave you the pleasure of spending your evenings savoring it. Do you agree that love clearly moves us to mildness and removes from us wildness, that it spreads kindness and is incapable of meanness? Agathon provides here an enumeration on which would like us to dwell at length. Love is said to be the father of tau rho upsilon phi, trup he, alpha beta rho tau eta, habrotes, chi lambda iota delta, Clyde, chi rho iota tau epsilon, cherites. Iota mu epsilon rho omicron, hitneros, and pi theta omicron, pothos. One can, as a first approximation, translate, well-being, delicateness, languidness, graciousness, ardor, and passion. It would take us more time than we have here to carry out the twofold task of finding the French equivalent for the Greek terms, and to compare them with the headings of kind deeds and honesty in courtly love, as we discussed them last year. It would thus be easy for you to see that it is impossible to be satisfied when Leon Robin relates Agathon's list to the carte du tendre, as one could to the virtues of the knight in the men that he does not even mention. Taking text in hand, I could show you that not one of these terms lends itself to such a parallel. Trup he, for example, which people willingly translate as well-being, is, by most authors, and not just the comic authors, used with the most unpleasant connotations. In Aristophanes, for example, the word designates what is suddenly introduced by a woman or wife into the peace enjoyed by a man, her unbearable pretensions. The woman known as tau rho upsilon phi epsilon rho, trup hera, is an unbearable snob, one who does not for a single second stop telling her husband that her father and her family are better than his. And so on and so forth. Every one of these terms is habitually and for the most part conjoined or juxtaposed by antiquities authors, whether tragedians or even poets like Hesiod in this case, with alpha theta alpha delta alpha, authadia, which signifies one of the most unbearable forms of hubris and smugness. I merely wish to point these things out to you in passing. Let us move on. Love cares well for good men, cares not for bad ones. In pain, in fear, in desire, or speech, etc. Such translations signify absolutely nothing, for we have in Greek nu pi beta phi, nu lambda gamma phi and rho eta omicron, and phabo, and logo, which means, in deep trouble, in fear, in discourse. and kappa upsilon beta epsilon rho nu tau eta, epsilon pi iota beta tau eta Kubernetes, epibus, is the one who is at the helm. It is also the one who is ready to guide. In other words, they're having quite a fine time. Rho eta omicron, Fabo, Pato, and Logo are all jumbled up here. The point is always to produce an ironic effect, and even disorientation. This, for a tragic poet, has no other meaning than to stress that love is what is truly unclassifiable, blocking every important situation. Love is what is never in its place and is always inopportune. Whether or not this conception can be defended is not the issue, and, strictly speaking, it is certainly not the acme of what the symposium teaches us about love. What is important is that it is the tragic poet who gives the only speech about love that is openly and completely derisory. To seal the well-foundedness of this interpretation, it suffices to read Agathon's conclusion. This, Phaedrus, is the speech I have to offer. Let it be dedicated to the god, part of it in fun, part of it moderately serious, as best I could manage. The speech itself is affected, so to speak, by its connotation as jesting speech, the speech of a jokester. This is all Agathon as such, in other words, as he who is being celebrated here, let us not forget, for his triumph at the tragedy competition, the day after his victory, has the right to say about love. There is nothing here that should throw us off. In every tragedy situated in its full context, in other words in the context of antiquity, love always figures as a marginal incident and drags behind, so to speak. Rather than being what directs and runs on ahead, love merely lags behind in tragedy. This is the exact term that you will. The Iopia of Eros, Agathon. Find in Agathon's speech, love lags behind what he compares it to. Strangely enough, in one passage, 8. I pointed out the function of alpha tau eta, 8, in tragedy last year. 8 means mischief, the thing that has arisen as an obstacle and can never be exhausted. It is the calamity that lies behind every tragic adventure, and that, as the poet tells us, for it is to Homer that people refer here, gets around only by running on the heads of men with its feet which are too tender to touch the ground. Iliad, 19, Thus 8 moves rapidly and indifferently, striking and forever dominating, making heads bow down and driving men crazy. Oddly enough, Agathon mentions 8 in order to tell us that love must, like 8, have very delicate feet, since it can only walk on the heads of men. Confirming yet again the fanciful nature of Agathon's speech, he makes a number of jokes on this score about the fact that, after all, skulls are perhaps not as soft as all that eat. Our entire experience of tragedy confirms the analysis we are making of the style of this speech. Owing to the Christian context, the idea that one has an ultimate destiny is purged vide, as are the closed and incomprehensible nature of the fatal oracle and the inexpressibility of the commandment as regards the second death. It is inasmuch as this commandment can no longer be sustained, since we find ourselves faced with a God who is unable to give senseless orders and who removes death's cruel sting, that love appears. Love takes their place, filling up this emptiness vide. Racine's Iphigenia offers us the finest illustration of this, embodying this change in some sense. We had to reach a Christian context for Iphigenia to no longer suffice as a tragic figure, and for it to be necessary to double her with Erophilia. And rightly so, not simply so that Erophilia could be sacrificed in Iphigenia's stead, but because Erophilia is the only one who is truly in love. Her love is depicted as terrible, horrible, evil, and tragic in order to restore a certain depth to tragic space. It is also because every time this love, with which the play is quite concerned, with Achilles primarily, manifests itself as love pure and simple, and not as dark love, amour noir, or jealous love, it is irresistibly comic. In short, we find ourselves at a crossroads at which, as will be recalled in the final conclusions of the Symposium, it is not enough, in speaking of love, to be a tragic poet. One must also be a comic poet. It is at this point that Socrates responds to Agathon's speech. To appraise how he does so, it was necessary, as you will see in what follows, to articulate it with all the stress that I felt I needed to give it today. January 8. From episteme to mythos. From love to desire. The limits of Socratic knowledge. Socrates' diaceist. Masculine desirable, feminine desiring. Love as metaxia. We have now reached the point in the symposium at which Socrates is going to take the floor and give an epeinos or encomium. The two terms are not exactly equivalent, as I mentioned in passing some time ago, but I didn't want to dwell on their difference as it would have taken me off on quite a tangent. In praising love, we are told by Socrates himself, and his word cannot be disputed in Plato's work, that if he knows anything, if there is anything about which he is not ignorant, it is about matters of love. Let us not lose sight of this in all that takes place. Last time I emphasized, in a way which I believe was convincing enough, the strangely derisory character of Agathon's discourse. Agathon the tragedian speaks of love in a way that gives you the feeling he is playing the fool in his macaronic speech. The impraision he gives us at every instant is that he's pulling our leg a bit. I stressed, both in the content and body of his arguments, on the one hand, and in his detailed elocutionary style itself, the exceedingly provocative nature of the short verses he comes up with at one point, and how disconcerting it is to see the theme of the symposium culminate in such a speech. My reading of his speech is not new, although the function I give it in the unfolding of the symposium perhaps is. The derisory character of his speech has always given pause to those who have read it and commented upon it. So much so that the German scholar from the beginning of the century, whose name, Wilamoit Smolendorf, the day I mentioned it, made you laugh, though I don't know why, says, following thereby in the footsteps of almost all those who came before him, that Agathon's speech is characterized by its nycticite, its vacuousness. It is thus quite odd that Plato put the speech in the mouth of the person who immediately precedes Socrates, and who is, let us not forget, Socrates' beloved at the moment of the symposium. There is a sort of interlude even before Agathon takes the floor. Socrates says something like, after all we have just heard, and if now Agathon is going to add his speech to the others, how am I going to be able to speak? Agathon, for his part, apologizes, and announces some hesitation, fear, and intimidation too, about speaking before an audience that is, let us say, so enlightened, so intelligent, so epsilon mu phi omicron nu epsilon, emphrones, sensible, b. And here a debate begins with Socrates, who questions Agathon in more or less the following terms: are you, then, embarrassed to show yourself to be possibly inferior only in front of us? Would you be serene about putting forward less well-assured ideas in front of others, in front of a crowd or throng? BD, here, by goodness, we don't know very well what we're getting into. The direction could be rather risque. Is he trying to get at some sort of aristocratism of dialogue? Or, as seems more likely, for all of Socrates' practice attests to it, is the point, rather, to show that even an ignoramus or slave is capable of revealing in himself the seeds of sure judgment and truth when appropriately questioned? As they proceed in this direction, Phaedrus interrupts, Agathon, don't let Socrates get you going. He knows nothing more pleasurable, he says expressly, than to speak with the one he loves, and once we get started in such a dialogue, we'll never see the end of it. On that note, Agathon commences his speech, after which Socrates finds himself in a position to correct him. It is all too easy for Socrates to do so. His method immediately proves to be brilliantly superior, and effortlessly brings out what has just dialectically exploded in Agathon's speech. The procedure is such that it can only be a refutation or annihilation of Agathon's speech, revealing its ineptitude and vacuousness, which commentators, namely the one I mentioned earlier, think Socrates is loath to take too far for fear of humiliating his interlocutor. This would, in their view, explain why Socrates stops short, and proceeds instead by means of she who will go down in history as but a prestigious figure, Diotima, the stranger from Mantinea. If Socrates has Diotima speak in his stead, if he has himself instructed by her here, it is supposedly so as not to put himself any longer in the position of Grand Master in relation to Agathon, to whom he has dealt a decisive blow. According to this view, Socrates gives the floor to an imaginary character who instructs him in order to attenuate the distress he has caused Agathon. I beg to differ with this view. If we examine the text more closely, we cannot say that this is its precise meaning. At the very point where people try to show us that Agathon admits he got off track, it turns out, Socrates, I didn't know what I was talking about in that speech. The impression we are left with in listening to him is rather that of someone who replies something like, we are not on the same level, I spoke in a way that had a meaning and an underside. We might even go so far as to say that I spoke by enigma. Don't forget alpha nu omicron aims, and alpha nu tau tau omicron mu alpha iota I, which take us to the very etymology of the word enigma. I adopted a certain tone in saying what I said. Furthermore, we find in Socrates' reply that there is a certain way of conceptualizing the kind of praise that involves enveloping the object of praise with all that is best. Socrates denigrates this approach for a moment, but did Agathon really adopt it? On the contrary, it seems that in the very excessive quality of his speech, there was something that was simply asking to be heard. In short, if we understand Agathon's answer in what I think is the right way, we may have the impression for an instant that Socrates, by introducing his critique, dialectic, or mode of interrogation here, ultimately finds himself in a pedantic position. It is clear that there was something ironic in what Agathon said. Socrates, who tramples over everything with his hobnailed boots, changes the rules of the game. And actually, when Agathon retorts, epsilon gamma, phi nu alpha iota, sigma kappa rho alpha tau epsilon ego, phene, o Socrates, and so on, I'm not going to argue or debate with you, but I agree, go to it in your own way, using your own modus operandi. See, we have the impression of someone withdrawing here and saying to Socrates, let us now shift to another register, to another way of speaking. But we cannot agree with the commentators, even with the one whose translation I have before me, Leon Robin, that this constitutes a sign of impatience on Agathon's part. To determine whether or not Agathon's speech can be bracketed from this truly paradoxical game, from this sophistic tour de force, we need but take seriously, which is the right way to go about it, what Socrates says about it himself. To avail myself of the French term that is most apt here, I would say that Agathon's is a speech that shocks idea or dumbfounds him. This is expressly slated in the text, for Socrates puns on the name Gorgias and the Gorgon's head. See. Agathon's speech, which closes the door to the dialectical game, fascinates Socrates and turns him, as he says, to stone. Such an effect should not be neglected. Socrates, naturally, shifts things to the level of his method, as it is presented to us by Plato. This involves his method of questioning, his way of questioning, and also of articulating and dividing the object, that is, his way of operating in accordance with this diaresis thanks to which the object is presented for examination and situated in a certain way whose register we can locate. The Socratic method thus promises at the outset a development of knowledge that will constitute progress. But the import of Agathon's speech is not annihilated for all that. It is situated in another register, yet it remains exemplary and plays an essential role in the progress of what is shown to us by way of the succession of eulogies concerning love. It is probably significant, and rich in instruction, suggestions, and questions for us, that it is Agathon the tragedian who turns love into a comical romancero, so to speak, and that it is Aristophanes the comedian who speaks of love in the sense of passion, with an almost modern accent. Socrates' intervention comes as a kind of rupture or break, but one that does not discredit or annihilate what was just stated in Agathon's speech. Can we consider meaningless or as merely antiphrastic the fact that Socrates emphasizes only the fact that it was kappa alpha lambda nu lambda gamma omicron nu, kalon logon, a fine speech? What is ridiculous and can give rise to laughter is often evoked in the text that precedes this, but Socrates in no wise seems to tell us this is the case when he makes his shift in register. At the very moment at which he introduces the wedge that his dialectic rams into the topic to contribute what one expects from the Socratic light, we have the sense of a discordance, and not of a comparison designed to altogether annul what was formulated in Agathon's speech. With Socrates' questioning, with what is articulated as being Socrates' own method, by which, if you will allow me this Greek pun, the eromenos, the beloved, becomes rho omega tau mu epsilon nu omicron, erotomenos, the questionee, a topic is raised that I have announced several times since the beginning of my commentary, the function of lack. Everything Agathon says, for example, about the beautiful, that it belongs to love and that it is one of love's attributes, succumbs to Socrates' questioning, is the love about which you spoke love of something? Does loving and desiring something mean having it or not having it? Can one desire what one already has? E.A. I will skip over the details regarding the way this question is articulated. Socrates casts it and recasts it with an acuity that, as usual, turns his interlocutor into someone he can handle and manipulate. This is precisely the ambiguity of Socrates as a questioner. He is always the master, even when this may in many cases seem to us, his readers, to be an easy way out. It is, moreover, of little import to know what, in this case, must or can be rigorously developed. What concerns us here is the testimony that constitutes the essence of Socrates' questioning, and also what Socrates introduces, wants to produce, and conventionally speaks about. We are told that his adversary is unable to refute the conclusion that such a man or anyone else who has a desire, desires what is not at hand and not present, what he does not have, and what he is not, and that of which he is in want, for such are the objects of desire and love. The text is certainly weakly translated. Epsilon pi iota theta upsilon mu epsilon, epithume, means he desires, tau omicron mu epsilon mu omicron upsilon, toumi hitoimu, is strictly speaking what is not ready to wear, tau omicron upsilon mu pi alpha rho nu tau omicron, toumi parantos, what is not there, o mu chi epsilon iota, homi eshii, what he does not have, delta mu epsilon sigma tau iota nu alpha upsilon tau, homi est in autos, what he is not himself, and omicron nu delta epsilon sigma tau iota, ho ens esti, that which he is lacking or essentially lacks. This is what is articulated by Socrates in what he brings to this dialogue. It concerns something which he says is not situated at the level of wordplay, by which the subject is captured, captivated, transfixed, and fascinated, and it is in this respect that his method is distinguished from that of the sophists. He makes the progress of the discourse he develops, with no concern for elegance, so he tells us, using everyday words, reside in the exchange, dialogue, or consent obtained from the person with whom he is speaking. Such consent is presented as the springing forth or necessary emergence of knowledge that his interlocutor already has. This is, as you know, the linchpin of the whole Platonic theory of the soul, its nature, consistency, and origin. All of this knowledge is already and has forever been there in the soul, and it suffices to pose the right questions to re-evoke and reveal it. This attests to the pre-existence of knowledge, which is why we can but presuppose that the soul partakes of an infinite anteriority. The soul is not merely immortal, it has always been in existence. This is what paves the way for reincarnation and clears the way for metempsychosis. It is, no doubt, what accompanies the development of Platonic thought at the level of myth, which is not that of dialectic. Something should strike us in this regard. Having introduced what I earlier called the wedge of the function of lack as constitutive of love relations, Socrates goes no further when speaking in his own name. To ask why he substitutes Diotima's authority for his own is to raise a good question. Yet to say that it is in order to spare Agathon's pride is to answer this question a bit too easily. If things stand as we are told, Plato could simply execute an altogether elementary judo or jujitsu move, since Agathon expressly says, "Please excuse me, I didn't know what I was saying, my concern lies elsewhere. It is not so much Agathon as Socrates who is in a pickle here. Since we cannot in any way assume that Plato intended to show Socrates to be pedantic or heavy-handed, after Agathon's assuredly light-hearted speech, were it only for its amusing style, we must surely conclude that if Socrates hands the floor over to someone else in his speech, it is for some other reason than because he himself cannot continue without offending Agathon. This other reason can be immediately situated. It is due to the nature of the affair or thing, to pragma, that is at stake. We can suspect, and what follows confirms it, that Socrates is necessarily led to proceed in this manner because they are speaking of love. Let us note, indeed, the point on which his question bears. The function of lack, to which he gave its own efficacy, is quite patently a return to the desiring function of love, the substitution of epsilon pi iota theta upsilon mu epsilon, epithume, he desires, for rho alpha era, he loves. We can point in the text to the moment at which, asking Agathon whether he thinks love is or is not the love of something, he substitutes the term desire for the term love. One might legitimately object, in the name of the very method which is that of Socratic knowledge, that the way love is related to desire is not, strictly speaking, articulated here as a substitution. We have every right to remark that the substitution is carried out a bit quickly here. Which is not to say, however, that Socrates errs in this context, since it is clearly around the articulation of love eros and desire eros that the entire dialectic developed in the dialogue as a whole in fact revolves. The thing nevertheless needs to be pointed out in passing. Let us note again that it is hardly accidental that we find thus isolated what is, strictly speaking, Socrates' presentation. Socrates goes so far that what, last time, called his method, which is to bring to bear the effect of his questioning on what I call the coherence of the signifier, becomes manifest and visible in the very flow of his speech. Consider the way in which he poses his question to Agathon: epsilon nu alpha iota tau iota nu rho omega epsilon rho omega, omicron delta epsilon nu, enatinos ho eros, eudnos, is love such as to be love of something or of nothing? D. As the Greek genitive, like the French genitive, has its ambiguities, something can take on two meanings here, and these two meanings are articulated in a heavy-handed, almost caricatural way. In the distinction that Socrates draws, tau iot nu, tenos, can mean being someone's descendant. I'm not asking, he says, if he is born of some mother or father d, referring to the whole theogony that was discussed earlier on in the dialogue. The point is not to know from what love descends, from whom, from what God, it comes. My kingdom is not of this world, as it is said. The point is, rather, to know, at the level of the questioning of the signifier, what love as a signifier is correlated with. To the first way of understanding the question d, Socrates opposes an example that we cannot help noticing. It is the same thing, he says, to ask regarding father. When you say father, what does that imply? It is not a question of a real father, that is, what he has by way of a child, but rather of the fact that, when one speaks of a father, one necessarily talks about a son. The father is, by definition, father of a son insofar as he is a father. You'd tell me, of course, if you wanted to give me a good answer, as Leon Robin translates the Greek, that it's of a son or a daughter that a father is the father d. Here we are in the specific realm of Socrates' dialectic, which consists in questioning the signifier as to its coherence as a signifier. Socrates is very nimble and sure-footed on this turf. This is what allows the rather quick substitution I mentioned earlier between eros and desire to occur. To his mind, this is a form of marked progress that is made possible, he says, by his method. If he yields the floor to Diotima, isn't it because, concerning love, the Socratic method itself can go no further? Everything shows this to be true, and Diotima's speech itself does so as well. Why should we be surprised by this? If the idiom beginning of the Socratic approach constitutes a step forward compared to that of his contemporaries, the sophists, it is because this knowledge, the only certain knowledge, as Socrates tells us in the Phaedo, can be asserted on the sole basis of the coherence of discourse that involves dialogue and that revolves around apprehension of the necessity of the law of the signifier. Need I remind you that what is involved when one speaks of even and odd is a domain entirely enclosed within its own register? I think that I have taken enough pains in my teaching here and given you enough exercises to have shown you that even and odd owe nothing to any other experience than to that of the play of signifiers themselves. There is nothing even or odd, in other words countable, other than what has already been raised to the function of a signifying element or seed of the signifying chain. One can count words or syllables, but one can only count things on the basis of the fact that words and syllables are already counted. We are clearly at this level when Socrates situates himself outside of the confused world of the debate among the physicists who preceded him, and outside of the discussion of the sophists who exploit, at various levels, what I might call, in an abbreviated way, and you know that I only resolve to do so with all kinds of reservations, the magical power of words. Socrates, on the contrary, asserts that knowledge resides within the play of the signifier. He posits at the same time that this knowledge, which is entirely transparent to itself, is what constitutes its truth. Now, haven't we taken a step forward in the same realm that leads us to disagree with Socrates? Socrates' no doubt essential step ensures the autonomy of the law of the signifier, and prepares for us the field of the word that allowed him to criticize all human knowledge as such. But the novelty of psychoanalysis, assuming that what I have been teaching you about the Freudian revolution is correct, is precisely the fact that something can find sustenance in the law of the signifier, not only without involving knowledge but by explicitly excluding it, by constituting itself as unconscious, in other words, as necessitating the eclipse of the subject at the level of knowledge, in order to subsist as an unconscious chain, as constituting what is fundamentally irreducible in the subject's relationship to the signifier. This is why we are the first, if not the only, people not to be necessarily surprised that the specifically Socratic discourse, that of tau eta sigma tau mu eta epistem, knowledge transparent to itself, cannot be pursued beyond a certain limit concerning a particular object, when this object, assuming that it is the one on which Freud was able to shed new light, is love. Whatever the case may be, whether you follow me or you do not follow me here, it is clear that in a dialogue like Plato's Symposium, which over the ages has, as you know, lost little of its strength, constancy, or interrogative power, retaining all the perplexity that has developed around it, we cannot remain satisfied with an explanation as pitiful as the following, that if Socrates has Diotima speak in his stead, it's simply in order to avoid excessively ruffling Agathon's feathers. If you will allow me an equally ironic comparison, imagine that I have been asked to expound the whole of my doctrine concerning analysis, whether verbally or in writing, it makes little difference, and in doing so, at a particular turning point, I give the floor to François Dolto. You would say, there must be some reason for it. Why is he doing it? Assuming, of course, that if I give her the floor it is not in order to have her say something stupid. That would not be my method and, moreover, I would have a hard time putting stupid words in her mouth. Socrates has far less of a hard time with this, as you will see, Diotima's speech is full of glaring gaps. This allows us to easily understand why Socrates does not take responsibility for it. Moreover, Socrates points out these gaps with a whole series of responses that are, it's quite striking, and it suffices to read the text to see this, increasingly amused. His replies are at first quite respectful, and then more and more of the kind, you think so? And then, so be it, let us go as far as the point to which you are dragging me, and in the end, it becomes clearly, knock yourself out, my dear girl, I'm listening. Go on C, E, B. Here cannot fail to point something out that seems not to have struck commentators. Aristophanes introduces a term concerning love which is transcribed quite simply in French by the word diésisme, which qualifies the spaltung or division of the round primitive being, that is, of the derisory sphere in Aristophanes' image, whose value I talked about 2 classes back. He uses this word in comparison with a practice that was common in the context of community relations, relations of the city, the mainspring of all politics in Greek society. This diesism consisted, when one wanted to finish off an enemy city, and this is still done in our times, in dispersing its inhabitants and placing them in what were called relocation camps. This happened shortly before the moment at which the symposium came out, and it is even one of the landmarks that allows us to date it. For it seems that there is something anachronistic here, as the event to which Plato alludes, namely, an initiative on the part of Sparta, took place after the supposed meeting narrated in the symposium. This diesism is very telling to us. It wasn't at random that I used the term Spaltung earlier, which evokes the subjective split. Isn't it insofar as something about love evades Socrates' knowledge that he himself disappears, diesizes, and has a woman speak in his stead? Why not say the woman who is in him? Be that as it may, no one disputes the idea, and certain people have stressed it, while Amoit Smoelender for one, that there is a difference in register between what Socrates develops with his dialectical method, and what, in Plato's testimony, he presents us in the form of a myth. This is not the case here alone, these things are always clearly separated in Plato's texts. When one arrives, and in plenty of fields other than love, at a certain terminus regarding what can be obtained at the level of episteme or knowledge, myth is necessary in order to go further. From episteme to emythos. It is quite conceivable to us that there is a limit to knowledge, assuming that the latter is solely what can be accessed by purely and simply bringing the law of the signifier into play. In the absence of far-reaching conquests based on experiments, it is clear that in many domains, and even in domains in which we have no need for such conquests, it is urgent to give myth the floor. What is remarkable is the rigor of this shifting of gears to the level of myth. Plato always knows perfectly well what he is doing or having Socrates do. Everyone knows that they are speaking in myths, mu theta omicron upsilon, mythos. I am not talking about myths in the common meaning of the word, for mu theta omicron upsilon lambda gamma epsilon iota nu, mythos legain, does not mean that but, rather, what people say. And in all of Plato's work, in the Phaedo, the Timaeus, and the Republic, myths arise when Plato needs them in order to fill the gap in what can be assured dialectically. On this basis, we will be able to see more clearly what might be called the headway made by Diotimus' speech. Someone who is here today once wrote an article entitled, "If Memory Serves Me Well, Un désir d'enfant." This article was entirely constructed around the ambiguity of the expression désir d'enfant, for it can mean either that the child is the one who desires or that someone desires to have a child. It's no accident that signifiers work in this way, and the proof thereof is that it is around this very ambiguity that Socrates' approach to the problem revolves. Indeed, what was Agathon saying in the final analysis? That eros is eros, that is, desire, of beauty, in the sense that, I would say, it is the god beauty who desires. And what does Socrates retort? That a desire for beauty implies that one does not possess beauty. One might be tempted to shy away from such verbal arguments, but they are not useless in nature, nor do they constitute a sort of needling or hand-waving. The proof thereof is that it is around these two terms that Diotimus' whole speech develops. To clearly highlight the continuity between Diotima and himself, Socrates tells us that Diotima commenced her dialogue with him at the same level and with the same kinds of arguments that he used with Agathon. The stranger from Mantinea is presented to us as a priestess and magician. Let us not forget that at this turning point in the symposium, the arts of divination are spoken of at length, in particular, the way of having one's wishes fulfilled by the gods and of influencing natural forces. Diotima is highly knowledgeable in all such matters of gamma omicron eta tau epsilon alpha, goetia, sorcery, or mantic, as the Count of Cabanis would have said. Goetia is a Greek term and is found in the dialogue. We are thus told something about her to which surprisingly little attention has been paid, which is that she was successful through her artifices in delaying the plague for 10 years, in Athens to boot. It must be admitted that this familiarity with the powers of the plague should give us pause for thought and help us situate the stature and approach of the person who is going to speak to us about love. Things are thus introduced at this level, and Diotima goes on by responding to Socrates, who is, on this occasion, pretending to be naive or feigning that it is all Greek to him. He asks her the following question: so, if love is not beautiful, is it ugly? Indeed, this is where his method leads, a method said to be one of more or less, yes or no, presence or absence. This is what is specific to the law of the signifier: whatever is not beautiful is ugly. This is, at least, what is rigorously implied by following Socrates' ordinary way of questioning. To which the priestess is in a position to answer, watch your tongue. Do you really think that, if a thing is not beautiful, it has to be ugly? Le. Diotima then recounts for us the myth of the birth of love, and it is worth our while to dwell upon it. This myth is found only in Plato's work. Among the innumerable mythical narrations of the birth of love found in the literature of antiquity, and I took the time to look through a number of them, there is no trace of anything that resembles what is enunciated here. Plato's is nevertheless the myth that has remained the most popular. It thus seems that someone, who owes nothing to tradition in this regard, to be explicit, a writer of the era of the Aufklärung like Plato, is altogether capable of forging a myth that must have been enthusiastically handed down through the ages for it to function as such. Can anyone be unaware of the fact that love is the son of Pyro-Omicron, Poros, and Pi Epsilon Nu Alpha, Penia, since Plato first said so? The translator whose work I have before me, simply because it is placed opposite the Greek text, translates Poros with some relevance as expedient. If that means resource, it is certainly a valid translation. Astuce cunning, ruse is too, since Poros is the son of Mu Tau Iota, Metis, which means something closer to invention than to wisdom. Opposite him we find the female character who will be the mother of love, Penia, namely poverty, even abject poverty. She is characterized in the text as Pi Omicron Rho Alpha, aporia, namely, she has no resources. She herself is aware that she has no resources. The word aporia, as you know, is the one that serves us concerning philosophical argumentation. It refers to an impasse, something that makes us throw in the towel, having exhausted our resources. So we have the female aporia opposite Poros, the expedient, which seems rather enlightening. What is so nice about this myth is the way aporia engendered love with Poros. At the moment at which this happened, it was aporia who was awake, who had her eyes wide open. She had, we are told, come to the festivities in honor of the birth of Aphrodite and, like any self-respecting aporia in this hierarchical era, she remained on the steps near the door. Being aporia, in other words, having nothing to offer, she did not enter the banquet hall. But the great thing about parties is precisely that things happen at them that overturn the ordinary order of events. Poros falls asleep. He falls asleep because he is drunk, and this is what allows aporia to get herself knocked up by him, and to have this kid named Love, whose date of conception thus coincides with Aphrodite's date of birth. This is why, we are told, love always has some obscure relationship with beauty, which is what is in fact at stake in the remainder of Diotimus' speech. Love and beauty are connected owing to the fact that Aphrodite is a beautiful goddess. Things are stated quite clearly here: masculinity is desirable, femininity is active. This is, at any rate, how things present themselves at the moment of love's birth. If I trot out in this regard the formulation that love is giving what you don't have, there is nothing artificial about it, and it's not simply in order to rehash one of my old stock phrases. It is obvious that this is what is at stake here, as the poor aporia, by definition and structure, has nothing to give above and beyond her constitutive lack or aporia. The expression giving what you don't have is literally written out in section A of the text of the Symposium, nu epsilon upsilon tau omicron epsilon chi epsilon iota nu lambda gamma omicron nu delta omicron nu alpha iota, anu to ueshian logon psi une. It is the exact same formulation, although it is proffered here as regards discourse, in particular, as regards the fact that one can have a correct opinion or judgment without having a reason or worthwhile explanation to give for it. This is said at the moment at which Diotima is led to say what love belongs to. Well, love belongs to a zone, to a form of affair, thing, pragma, or praxis that is at the same level and of the same quality as delta xi alpha, da. In other words, there are discourses, behaviors, or opinions, those are the translations we provide for the term da, that are true without the subject being able to know it. Da might well be true, but it is not episteme. It is one of the stock tenets of Platonic doctrine to distinguish the field of da from that of episteme. Love as such is part of the former field. It lies between episteme and mu alpha theta alpha, amathia, ignorance, just as it lies between the beautiful and the ugly. It is neither the one nor the other. This might well remind us of Socrates' objection, an objection which is no doubt trumped up, that if love is lacking in beauty, it must be ugly. Yet it is not ugly. The whole domain exemplified by da, to which we constantly return in Plato's work, shows that love is, to use Plato's term, mu epsilon tau alpha xi, janatag zu, that is, between the two. But that's not all. We cannot remain satisfied with such an abstract, even negative, definition of what is in between. It is here that Diotima brings in the notion of the demonic as the intermediary between immortals and mortals, between gods and men. This notion is essential here, in that it confirms what I told you we should think concerning what the gods are, namely, that they belong to the field of the real. The gods exist, their existence is in no wise disputed here. The demonic, daemon, or delta alpha iota mu nu iota omicron nu, daimonion, and love is far from the one example, is that by which the gods convey their message to mortals, whether they are asleep or awake. Something strange that does not seem to have attracted much attention either is who this whether they are asleep or awake concerns. The gods or men? I assure you that in the Greek text there is room for doubt. Everyone translates it commonsensically, as related to men, but it is in the dative, which is precisely the case of the theoi in the sentence, such that it is another little enigma upon which we will not dwell for long. Let us simply say that this myth situates the demonic order where our psychology speaks of animaism. This should incite us to rectify our overly cursory idea of the notion a primitive person would have of the animistic world. What we are told in passing is that it is the world of messages that we would call enigmatic, which means, but only to us, messages in which the subject does not recognize his own contribution. If the discovery of the unconscious is essential, it is because it has allowed us to extend the field of messages we can authenticate, in the only proper meaning of the term, insofar as it is grounded in the domain of the symbolic. In other words, many of the messages that we believe to be opaque messages from reality real are merely our own. This is what we have reclaimed from the world of the gods. Here, at the point at which we have arrived in the symposium, this has not yet been reclaimed. Next time, we will continue to examine Diotima's myth from end to end, and having given it a thorough working over, we will see why it is doomed to leave opaque the object of the praises that constitute the rest of the symposium. The only field in which the elucidation of its truth can develop is the one that follows Alcibiades' entrance. Far from being a mere add-on, a null and void part, or one which must simply be rejected, Alcibiades' entrance is essential. It is only in the action that develops afterward between Alcibiades, Agathon, and Socrates that we can effectively delineate the structural relationship in which we can recognize what the discovery of the unconscious and the practice of psychoanalysis, namely, the experience of transference, finally allow us as analysts to be able to express dialectically. January 9. Exit from the ultra-world. The fascination with beauty. Identification with what is supremely lovable. Socrates he did not know. It takes three to love. The object of unique covetousness. Last time we got as far as the point where, in speaking of love, Socrates has Diotima speak in his stead. I underscored the astonishing substitution that occurs at the dialogue's acme or point of maximum interest, placing a question mark next to it. Socrates has just provided the decisive turning point by showing lack to be at the heart of the question of what love is. Love can, in effect, only be articulated around lack, owing to the fact that love can but lack what it desires. I showed you that Socrates' questioning, with its ever triumphant and magisterial style, is the crux of his dialectic insofar as he brings it to bear on the coherence of the signifier. It is at the point at which he distinguishes episteme, science, from every other kind of knowledge that, strangely enough, he ambiguously yields the floor to she who, in his stead, expresses herself through myth. I pointed out to you that the Greek term for myth is not as narrow as it is in our language, due to the distance we have placed between myth and science. Mu theta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon gamma epsilon iota nu, mythos legain, is both a precise story and discourse. In a word, it is what people say. This is what Socrates defers to in letting Diotima speak. I briefly highlighted the relation between the substitution and the diesism whose form and essence Aristophanes had already outlined as being at the heart of the problem of love. By an odd division, it is perhaps the woman in Socrates, I said, that he allows to speak at this point. The set or succession of forms, the series of transformations, in the sense the latter term takes on in combinatorics, in Diotima's speech is expressed in a geometrical demonstration. And it is in the transformation of figures as her speech proceeds that we will try to find the structural landmarks which, for us and for Plato who is our guide here, provide the coordinates of the dialogue's theme, namely, love. Examining Diotima's speech, we see something develop in it that makes us slip further and further away from the original notion Socrates introduced in his dialectic by positing the term lack. What Diotima questions us about, what she leads us toward, is already sketched out in the question she asks at the point at which she takes up Socrates' speech, what is he who loves lacking in? Here we find ourselves immediately drawn into the dialectic of good things biens, concerning which I ask you to recall my seminar last year on ethics. Why does he who loves love these things? D. He loves them, she continues, in order to enjoy them. Then she stops and a backward movement begins. Is the dimension of love thus going to be said to arise from all good things biens? Diotima here refers to something as worthy of note as what accentuated as being the original function of creation as such, pi omicron eta sigma chi, poiesis. When we speak of poiesis, she says, we are talking about creation, but don't you see that the use we make of it is more limited when we are referring to poetry and music? The name for the whole serves to designate the part C. Similarly, every aspiration toward good things is a sort of love, but in order for us to speak of love, strictly speaking, something must be made more specific. This is how she introduces the theme of the love of beauty. Beauty specifies the direction in which the call or attraction to possession, to the enjoyment of possessing, to the constitution of a capital mu alpha, thema, arises. This is the point to which Diotima leads us in order to define love. In the course of her speech, a moment of surprise or a jump is clearly emphasized. In what sense is this good thing bien related to beauty or specified especially as beauty? It is here that Socrates attests, in one of his replies, to the fact that he marvels at sophistic discourse, that he is shocked by it, as I mentioned last time. Diotima proves here that she has the same priceless authority as that with which the sophists exercised their fascination, and Plato warns us that in this sense she expresses herself exactly like them be. What she presents is the following: beauty has nothing to do with having, with anything that can be possessed, but rather with being, and specifically with mortal being. What is characteristic of mortal being is that it perpetuates itself through reproduction. Reproduction and destruction, such is the alternation that rules the realm of what is perishable. Such is also the feature that makes it an inferior order of reality, At least this is how it is described in the Socratic view, as much by Socrates as by Plato. It is precisely because the human realm is afflicted with this alternation of generation and corruption that it finds its eminent rule elsewhere, higher up, in the realm of essences, which is afflicted by neither generation nor corruption, that of the eternal forms, participation in which alone assures that what exists is grounded in being and beauty. In the movement of generation, which is the mode by which what is mortal reproduces itself, approaching thereby the permanent and the eternal, its fragile mode of participating in the eternal, in this very movement or distant form of participation, it is beauty that helps us, as it were, get over the difficult hurdles. Beauty is the mode of a kind of giving birth, which is not painless, but which involves the least pain possible. It is the painful escape route of all that is mortal toward what it aspires to, immortality. Diotima's whole speech articulates the function of beauty as being first and foremost an illusion, a fundamental mirage, by which perishable and fragile beings are sustained in their quest for permanence, which is their essential aspiration. One finds therein almost shameless occasion for a whole series of slippages that amount to so many dissimulations. Diotima introduces first, as being of the same order, the constancy whereby the subject recognizes himself as always being the same in his life, his short life as an individual, despite the fact that there is not a single detail of his carnal reality, from his hair right down to his bones, which is not the locus of perpetual renewal. The underlying theme is that nothing is ever the same, everything is in flux, everything changes, and yet something recognizes itself, affirms itself, tells itself that it is always itself. This is what Diotima refers to significantly in order to tell us that the renewal of beings via generation is analogous, and in the final analysis, of the same nature. The fact that beings succeed one another by reproducing the same type, in other words, the mystery of morphogenesis, is the same as what sustains the form in its constancy. Here we see a prime reference to death, and a pinpointing of the function of the mirage of beauty as that which guides the subject in his relationship to death, insofar as he is both outstripped and directed by immortality. It is impossible, in this respect, for you not to be reminded of what I tried to broach last year concerning the function of beauty as a defense, where beauty intervenes as a barrier. At the limit of the zone I defined as lying between two deaths. If there are two desires that captivate man, on the one hand in relation to eternity, and on the other in relation to reproduction, complete with the corruption and destruction it involves, beauty is designed to veil his desire for death insofar as it is unapproachable. This is clear even at the beginning of Diotima's speech. We find anew here the ambiguous phenomenon that I brought out concerning tragedy. Tragedy evokes or approaches the desire for death which, as such, hides behind the evocation of hate, the fundamental calamity around which the tragic hero's fate revolves, and tragedy is also, for us, insofar as we are called upon to participate in it, the culminating moment in which the mirage of tragic beauty appears. This is the ambiguity around which I told you the slippage in Diotima's whole speech occurs. I will leave you to trace it yourselves through all its developments. The desire for beauty, désir de beau, desire insofar as it attaches itself to this mirage and gets caught up in it, is what corresponds to the hidden presence of the desire for death. The desire that comes from beauty, désir du beau, is what, reversing this function, makes the subject choose the trace or appels of what the object offers him, or at least certain objects. It is here that the slippage occurs in Diotima's speech that turns beauty, which was not, strictly speaking, a medium, but rather a transition or passageway, into the very goal that is sought. In remaining, so to speak, the guide becomes the object, or rather takes the place of the objects that can be its prop. And this transition is explicitly indicated in her speech. But this transition is distorted faussi. Diotima goes as far as possible in developing functional beauty, beauty in its relation to the aim of immortality, and does not eschew paradox, since she specifically evokes the tragic reality to which we referred last year. She goes so far as to raise a question, which is not without eliciting some cynical smiles, Do you actually believe that those who prove themselves capable of the most beautiful acts, like Alcestis, about whom I spoke last year concerning tragedies between two deaths, insofar as she accepted to die in Admetus' stead, did not do it so that people would talk about it, so that discourse would forever immortalize her? This is where Diotimus stops, saying, while you have been able to follow me thus far, I don't know if you will be able to go as far as epopta, evoking thereby the dimension of the mysteries. She then resumes her speech in this other register, wherein what was but a transition or guide becomes a goal. Developing the theme of what we might call a Platonic Don Juanism, she shows us the ladder that proposes itself at this new phase, which develops in an initiation-like vein. We see objects dissolve, in a progressive climb, into pure beauty, beauty in itself, unadulterated beauty. Diotoma abruptly shifts to a theme that certainly seems to no longer have anything to do with that of reproduction, and that moves from love, not only for a handsome young man, but for the beauty in all beautiful young people, to the essence of beauty, and then from the essence of beauty to eternal beauty. She thus takes a very lofty perspective, to the point of grasping the play, in the world order, of the reality that revolves around the fixed plane of the stars, which is, as I have already indicated, that by which human knowledge joins up with that of the immortals in Plato's perspective. I think I have sufficiently made you sense the dissimulation by which, on the one hand, beauty, at first defined and encountered as a bonus along the path of being, becomes the goal of the pilgrimage, while, on the other hand, the object, at first presented as the prop of beauty, becomes the transition toward beauty. To return here to my own terminology, one might say that the dialectical definition of love, as it is developed by Diotoma, intersects with what I have tried to define as the metonymic function in desire. What is at issue in her speech is something beyond all objects that resides in the movement of a certain aim and a certain relation, that of desire, through all objects and toward an unlimited perspective. On the basis of numerous clues, one might believe that this is the last word of the discussion in the symposium. This is basically what we have long been used to taking as Plato's view of Eros. Eros, Eron, the lover, is led toward a distant eromenos, by all the eromenoi, all that is lovable, all that is worthy of being loved. It is a distant eromenos or eromenon, for his quest can also have a neuter goal. The problem then is what is signified by and what can continue to signify, beyond this outstripping, this marked jump, that which presented itself at the beginning of the dialectic as ktima, the goal of possessing. The step we have made no doubt adequately indicates that the aim is no longer to be situated at the level of having, but rather at the level of being, and also that this progression or ascesis involves a transformation or becoming of the subject, a final identification with what is supremely lovable. In short, the further the subject goes in his aim, the more he is within his rights to love himself, so to speak, via his ideal ego. The more he desires, the more he himself becomes desirable. Theologians point at this in order to tell us that Platonic eros cannot be reduced to what Christian agape has revealed to us, inasmuch as in Platonic eros, the loving person aims only at his own perfection, love aims only at its own perfection. Now, the commentary that I am in the process of offering on the symposium seems to me apt to show that this is not at all the case. This is not where Plato leaves off, on the condition that we are willing to look beyond the immediate terrain and ask ourselves, first, what is signified by the fact that Socrates has Diotima speak in his stead, and, second, what happens once Alcibiades arrives on the scene. Let us not forget that Diotima first introduces love as not at all partaking of the nature of the gods, but rather of that of daemons, insofar as their nature lies between that of immortals and mortals. Let us not forget that, in order to illustrate it and ensure that its impact is felt, she supplies nothing less than a comparison with what, in Plato's discourse, lies midway between episteme, science in the Socratic sense, and amathia, ignorance, namely, doxa. True opinion A. Doxa is no doubt true, but the subject is unable to account for it, he does not know in what way it is true. Highlighted in this context two statements that are very striking. The first, alpha nu epsilon upsilon tau omicron epsilon chi epsilon iota nu lambda gamma omicron nu delta omicron nu alpha iota emu to ueshian logon down I, characterizes Daza as giving an answer without having one, echoing the formulation I myself have proposed here that love is giving what you don't have. The other formulation, which stands opposite the first, and which is no less worthy of being emphasized, is on the courtyard side, so to speak, looking out toward Amathia. Daza, indeed, is not ignorance either, for how could what perchance hits the real and encounters what is, tau gamma rho tau omicron upsilon nu tau omicron tau gamma chi alpha nu omicron nu, to gartio u ontus tung chanan, be absolute ignorance aj? This is what we must perceive in what I might call the Platonic staging of the dialogue. Even though it is posited at the outset that the only matters about which Socrates knows anything are matters of love, he can only speak of them by remaining in the zone of the he did not know. Even when knowledgeable, he himself cannot speak of what he knows and must have someone else speak who speaks without knowing. This is what allows us to situate in its proper context, for example, the intangibility of Agathon's response, when he eludes Socrates' dialectic by saying to him quite simply, "Let's just say that I didn't know what I meant. This is why." This, in the extraordinarily derisory way I have brought out, is what makes for the import of Agathon's speech, the peculiar import it derives from the fact that these words are put in a tragic poet's mouth. The tragic poet, as I showed you, can speak of love only in a clownish way, just as Aristophanes, the comic poet, has been given the job of bringing out the passionate aspects that we associate with the tragic landscape. He did not know. The myth Diotima introduces concerning the birth of love takes on its full meaning here. Love is conceived while Poros is asleep, Poros being the son of Metis, invention, the all-knowing and all-powerful, the most resourceful. It is while he is sleeping, at a moment at which he longer knows anything, that the encounter takes place through which love is engendered. She who slips in, owing to her desire to produce this birth. Aporia, the feminine aporia, is Eristes, the originally desiring person in the veritably feminine position I have emphasized several times. She is quite precisely defined in her essence or nature, let me stress this, before the birth of love, by what she is lacking, there is nothing Iramenon about her. In the myth, Aporia, absolute poverty, is at the doorstep of the banquet of the gods being held the day of Aphrodite's birth. She is in no wise recognized, she has in herself none of the qualities biens that would give her the right to sit at the table of true beings Athens. It is in this respect that she is prior to love. The metaphor by which we always recognize that love is operating, even when it is hidden in the shadows, the metaphor whereby Aeon or Eristes is restored to Eromenon, is missing here due to the absence of Iramenon at the outset. It is the logical time before the birth of love that is thus described here. On the other hand, the he did not know is absolutely essential. Allow me to highlight what came to me last night while I was trying to punctuate this structural, connecting moment. It was the echo of the admirable poem from which I deliberately selected an example in order to try to demonstrate the fundamental nature of metaphor. The poem, "Boo's Sleeping," would alone suffice, despite all the objections our snobbery might have against it, to make Victor Hugo a poet worthy of Homer. You will not be surprised at the following two verses which suddenly came to me, having known them forever. Boo, ne savate.chu on femme etate la. Et Ruth ne savate.cek diovolate dl. Booz did not know that a woman was there, and Ruth did not know what God wanted from her. Reread the poem and you will see that it lacks none of the features that give the fundamental drama of Oedipus its eternal meaning and weight. Not even the between two deaths evoke several stanzas before these concerning Booz's age and widowhood. Voilà longtemps qu'être avec qui j'ai dormi, ô Seigneur. Acquit ma couch pour la vatrie, et nous sommes encore tout mêlés l'un à l'autre, elle a demi vivant et moi mort à demi. She with whom I slept has long since, O Lord, left my bed for yours. Yet we are still mingled with one another. She half living and I half dead. We have here the between two deaths and its relation to the tragic dimension evoked in it as constitutive of paternal transmission. Nothing is missing in this poem. Which is why the metaphorical function is found throughout the poem. Everything is taken to extremes, right up to the aberrations, so to speak, of the poet, since he goes so far as to say what he has to say by forcing the themes he uses: come dormate Jacob, come dormate Judith, as Jacob slept, as Judith slept. Yet it was never Judith who slept, it was Holofernes. But so what? Hugo is right all the same. What we glimpse in effect at the end of the poem is what is expressed by the wonderful image with which it concludes. Et Ruth se demandade, immobile, ouvrant l'oeil sous ses voiles. Cul Dieu, cul moisonneur de l'éternel et evade, ns en allant, négligemment jeté cette fossile d'or dans le champ de toils. And Ruth wondered, lying motionless and half opening her eye beneath her veils. What God, what harvester of eternal summer, had, in departing, negligently thrown this golden sickle into the field of stars? The billhook with which Cronus castrated Uranus could not fail to be included at the end of this complete constellation that constitutes the paternity complex. This digression, for which I beg your pardon, concerning that he did not know, seems to me essential to make you understand what is at stake in Diotima's speech. Socrates can only locate himself in his knowledge here by showing that there can be no discourse on love but from the point at which he did not know. This is the mainspring of what is signified by Socrates' choice of this way of teaching at this precise moment in the dialogue. But at the same time, we have proof that this is not what allows us to grasp what takes place in love relations either. What allows us to is precisely what will follow, namely, Alcibiades' entrance. The marvelous, splendid, oceanic unfolding of Diotima's speech ends without Socrates having, in sum, made any attempt to resist. Significantly, right after her speech, Aristophanes raises his index finger to say, "Let me get a word in edgewise all the same." An allusion has been made to a certain theory, indeed to Aristophanes' theory, which the good Diotima has just nonchalantly kicked out of the way. This is significantly anachronistic, for while Socrates says that Diotima told him all of this some time before, it doesn't stop him from having her talk about the speech Aristophanes just made. Aristophanes has a thing or two to say in response, and for good reason. Plato indexes this point, showing that there is someone who is not content. Let us see, using my method, which is to stick to the text, whether what develops afterward does not bear some relation to this index, even if this raised index finger, which says it all, gets cut off. And by what? By Alcibiades' entrance. Here, a change of scene takes place before our very eyes. We must clearly indicate first of all into what world it suddenly casts us anew, after the great fascinating mirage. I say anew, for this world is not the ultra-world, it is the world tout court, in which we know, after all, how love is experienced. Despite all these fine stories, as fascinating as they may seem, a bit of tumultuous ruckus, the entrance of a few drunkards, suffices to bring us back to reality. We are now going to see incarnated the transcendence by which we have seen played out, in a ghost-like way, the substitution of one for another. And if, as I teach you, it takes three to love, not just two, well, we are going to witness it here. Alcibiades enters, and it is not unfitting that you see him emerge in the shape in which he appears, with his formidable countenance due not only to his officially drunk state, but also to the large quantity of garlands he is wearing that manifestly have an eminently exhibitionistic meaning in the divine position he assumes as a leader of men. Chef Humane de. Never forget what we are missing out on by no longer wearing wigs. Try to imagine what the learned as well as the frivolous agitations of 17th century conversations might have been like when each of the speakers shook, with each of his words, his lion-like exit from the ultra-W world. Maine, which was moreover a magnet for filth and vermin. Picture to yourself the wig of the 17th century. From the perspective of its mantic effect, we are missing out on quite a bit. Not Alcibiades, however, and he goes right to the only person whose identity he is able to discern given his inebriated condition. Thank God it is the man of the house, Agathon. He goes to lie down next to him, without realizing where that places him, namely, in the metaxuposition, in between Socrates and Agathon, in other words, precisely at the point at which we have arrived, where the debate swings between the game of he who knows and, knowing, shows that he must speak without knowing, and he who, not knowing, spoke no doubt like a bird brain, but very well nevertheless, as Socrates himself emphasizes when he comments, you said some very fine things. This is where Alcibiades seats himself, not without jumping up when he perceives that damned Socrates is there too. I will not take our analysis of what is contributed by the whole scene which begins with Alcibiades' entrance all the way today, although not for personal reasons. I will nevertheless sketch out the first outlines of what the scene introduces. Well, let's say that there is a stage-like atmosphere to it. I will not accentuate the caricatural aspect of things. I spoke offhandedly of the symposium as an assembly of old faggots, given that they are not all characterized by the first flush of youth, yet they are not without being based on a certain model. Alcibiades is a real piece of work. And when Socrates asks to be protected from Alcibiades who does not allow him to look at anyone else, it is not because commentaries on the symposium have been provided over the centuries by university professors, with all that implies both by way of nobility and universal missing the point. We are not going to let this make us overlook the fact that what is happening here is, strictly speaking, as I have already mentioned, scandalous in nature. We must recognize that the dimension of love is in the process of showing itself to us in a way in which one of its characteristics certainly must be sketched out. First of all, it is clear that when this dimension manifests itself in reality it does not tend toward harmony. The beauty toward which the procession of desiring souls seem to climb certainly does not seem to structure everything into a kind of convergence. Oddly enough, it is not clear, in love's manifestations, that you call on everyone else to love what you love, to join with you in the ascension toward Iramenon. The first thing we see is that Alcibiades wants to keep Socrates, this eminently lovable man, since he is depicted as a divine personage right from the very first words of the dialogue, for himself. You will tell me that you don't believe it, basing yourselves on all sorts of things that prove it. That's not the point. We are following the text, and this is what is presented in it. And not only is this what is presented in it, but it is this very dimension that is, strictly speaking, introduced here. Is it a question of competition? If the word is taken in the sense and function I gave it when I articulated the transitivisms by which the object is constituted, insofar as it institutes communication between two subjects, no. Something of a different order is introduced here. The object of unique covetousness, so to speak, is introduced and constituted as such at the heart of love's action. One wants to shove aside the competition for this object that one is averse to even having shown. Recall that this is how I introduced it in my discourse 3 years ago, Seminar V. Remember that, in order to define objecta in fantasy, I took the example, in La Grande Illusion by Renoir, of Dallio showing his little automaton, and the woman-like blushing with which he effaces himself after having set it in motion. Alcibiades' public confession is played out in this same dimension, accompanied by some kind of uneasiness of which Alcibiades himself is so well aware that he even mentions it in his speech We are no doubt in the truth of wine, this is explicitly stated, in Vino Veritas. Kierkegaard takes up this point when he writes his own symposium in Vino Veritas in works of love, but one must truly have gone beyond all the bounds of propriety to speak of love as Alcibiades does when he exposes what transpired between himself and Socrates. What kind of object is there behind all of this that leads to such a vacillation in the subject himself? I will leave you today with the function of the object, insofar as it is specifically indicated in the whole of this text, in order to present it to you next time. What I will tell you will revolve around a word that is found in the text, and whose use in Greek allows us to glimpse the history and function, which I believe I have refound, of the object at stake here. This word is gamma alpha lambda mu alpha, agalma, which, we are told, is what is hidden within the disheveled Silenus known as Socrates. I leave you today with the unexplored enigma of this word in the dialogue itself. January. X. AGALMA. And the master. The fetish function. The God trap. From the partial object to the other. A subject is an other. I ended last time, at a sort of way station along our path, on a word about which I said I would leave it with its full enigmatic value until this time, agalma. I didn't realize I had put it so well. For many of you the enigma was so complete that people asked, what? What did he say? Do you know? Anyway, to those who manifested this worry, someone in my household was able to provide the following response, which proves that in my home secondary school serves at least some purpose, that it means ornament or jewelry. Be that as it may, this response was but a first take on what everyone should know. Gamma lambda lambda omega, agalo, means to bejewel or adorn, and agalma does in fact signify ornament or jewelry at first glance. But the notion of jewelry is not as simple as it may seem, and one realizes right away that it can take us quite far. Why bejewel oneself? And with what? If we are at the crux of something now, many different avenues must lead us here. The fact remains that I selected the word agalma as the pivotal point of my explanation. Rather than take it as an attempt on my part to find something extremely unusual, assume that in a text like the Symposium, to which we attribute the utmost rigor, something leads us to this crucial point. The word agalma appears at the very moment at which I told you the scene changes completely. After the eulogistic games regulated up until then by the topic of love, Alcibiades, the actor who changes everything, enters. The proof that he changes everything is that he himself modifies the rules of the game, assigning himself the place of he who presides over the symposium. From now on, he says, we are no longer going to provide eulogies of love, but of the other, and namely, of the person to our right. That's already going very far. If love is to be involved here, it's love in action, and it is the relation of the one to the other that will have to manifest itself here. I have already pointed out to you a remarkable fact that is manifested as soon as things take off in this direction, led by the experienced director whom we assume to be behind this dialogue. I must say that this assumption is confirmed by the incredible intellectual genealogy that stems from the Symposium, the second to last echo of which I mentioned last time, Kierkegaard's In Vino Veritas in Works of Love, and the last, which I have already mentioned as well, Agape and Eros, by Anders Nygren, it too being dependent upon the structure of the Symposium. As soon as this experienced director brings into play the other, there has to be more than one, there are two others here. In other words, there have to be at least three in all. This remarkable fact does not escape Socrates in his response to Alcibiades. After Alcibiades' extraordinary avowal, public confession, or outburst that lies somewhere between a declaration of love and almost, as it were, a defamation of Socrates, the latter responds, "It is not for my benefit that you have spoken, but for Agathon's." This allows us to realize that we are shifting to another register than the one I pointed out in Diotiras' speech. What was at stake there was a dyadic relation. He who begins to climb toward love proceeds by the path of identification and of production, as it were, aided by the marvel of beauty. He finds in beauty his terminus and identifies it with the perfection of the labor of love. We see there a twofold relationship whose goal is identification with the sovereign good, something that I called into question last year. Something else is suddenly substituted here for the theme of the supreme good, the complexity or, more precisely, the triplicity that proposes to provide us with what I consider essential in the psychoanalytic discovery, the topology from which the subject's relation to the symbolic results at its core, insofar as the symbolic is essentially distinct from the imaginary and its capture. This is our terminus, and I will articulate it next time in concluding what I want to say about the symposium, which will allow me to bring out old models that I gave you of intrasubjective topology, insofar as Freud's second topography must be understood accordingly. What I am pointing out today is essential if we are to intersect that topology, in the sense that we have to intersect it regarding the topic of love. In question here is the nature of love and a position, an essential but forgotten or elided connection, of which we analysts have nevertheless provided the linchpin that allows us to bring out its problematic. What I have to say regarding Agilma today will revolve around this. It is all the more extraordinary and almost scandalous that the fact that we have here a specifically psychoanalytic notion has not been better highlighted before. I hope to help you put your finger on it later and obtain your consent on this point. Here is how Agilma presents itself in the text. Alcibiades speaks of Socrates and says that he is going to unmask him. As you know, Alcibiades goes into considerable detail regarding his affair with Socrates. What did Alcibiades try to do? I would say that he tried to get Socrates to manifest his desire to him. He knows that Socrates has some desire for him, but what he wanted was a sign thereof. Let us leave that in abeyance for a moment. It is too soon to ask why. We are merely at the beginning of Alcibiades' speech, and at first glance, it doesn't seem essentially different from what has been said thus far by the others. Early on, in Pausanias' speech, the question was what we look for in love, and it was said that what everyone looks for in the other, an exchange of courtesies, is what he contains that is eromenon, desirable. The very same thing seems to be at stake now. Alcibiades tells us, as a sort of preamble, that Socrates is someone whose amorous inclinations draw him to pretty boys. He is ignorant of everything, he knows nothing, at least apparently. On this subject, Alcibiades repeats the famous comparison with the Silenus that he mentioned when beginning his eulogy, and which is twofold in scope. First of all, there is Socrates' appearance, which is anything but beautiful. But, on the other hand, this Silenus is not simply the image designated by that name. It is also a wrapper that looks like a Silenus usually looks, like a container or way of presenting something. There must have been some small items in the industry of the time, little Silenuses that served as jewelry boxes or packaging in which to offer gifts. This is precisely what is involved. This topological indication is essential. What is important is what is inside. May well mean ornamentation or ornament, but here it means above all gem or precious object, something that is inside. And it is with this that Alcibiades rips us away from the dialectic of beauty that had, up until then, served as the pathway, guide, or mode of capture along the pathway of the desirable. He makes the scales fall from our eyes regarding Socrates himself. Let it be known, he says, that Socrates supposedly loves pretty boys, omicron tau epsilon epsilon tau iota kappa alpha lambda sigma tau iota, out ei tis kalos esti, but he couldn't care less whether one or the other of them is pretty, mu lambda epsilon iota alpha tau phi omicron delta nu, mele autoidon, he despises it on the contrary, kappa alpha tau alpha phi rho omicron nu epsilon, cataphronia, to an unbelievable extent, tau omicron sigma omicron tau omicron nu sigma omicron nu omicron delta av epsilon iota omicron eta theta epsilon eta, to sutan liasin udan haze oathia, you can't even imagine how much d. And in truth the goal he pursues, what is it exactly? I am underscoring it because it is in the text. It is expressly articulated at this point that it is not outward good things that he pursues, wealth, for example, about which everyone up until then, these are refined people, after all, has said this is not what we look for in others. It is not any of the other advantages either that may seem in some way to bring mu alpha kappa alpha rho alpha, mockeria, happiness, pi pi lambda theta omicron upsilon, hypoplethys, to one and all e. We would be completely mistaken to interpret this as if the point were to disdain the things that are considered good by the masses. What are dismissed here are precisely what was talked about up until this point, good things in general. On the other hand, Alcibiades tells us, Don't be fooled by Socrates' strange appearance, he pretends to be naive. Epsilon iota rho omega nu epsilon upsilon mu epsilon nu omicron, I rho nu imenos, questions, acts dumb to find out more, truly acts like a child, and spends his time bantering. But sigma pi omicron upsilon delta sigma alpha nu tau omicron delta alpha tau omicron, spudacintos de autu, which is not when he decides to be serious, as it is translated, but rather, let's be serious, pay close attention, open this silenus up, nu omicron iota chi theta nu tau omicron, anoicthentos, partly open. I don't know if anyone has ever seen the gamma lambda mu alpha tau alpha, agalmata, that are inside E. Alcibiades thus immediately calls into question whether anyone has ever been able to see what is at stake. We know that this is not merely an impassioned speech. It is the discourse of passion at its peak of trembling, namely, at a peak that is entirely contained in his preamble origine, even before he explains himself. It is here, weighed down by everything he has to tell us, that he is about to let loose with a back kick. It is thus clearly the language of passion. We immediately sense this unique, personal relationship. No one has ever seen what is in question as I managed to. I saw it. I saw them, the agalmata that are already divine, chi rho upsilon sigma, crusa, they're wonderful, they're golden, totally beautiful, so utterly amazing that there was only one thing to do, nu beta rho alpha chi epsilon, and brachet, and right away, as directly as possible, to do everything Socrates ordered pi omicron iota eta tau omicron nu, poidion, what must be done, what becomes one's duty, is to do everything it pleases Socrates to command. I don't think that it is pointless to articulate such a text step by step. You don't read Plato the way you read François or the International Journal of Psychoanalysis. At stake here is something whose effects are surprising. On the one hand, no one tells us here what the agalmata, in the plural, are. On the other hand, they immediately lead to a subversion or falling under the spell of the commandments of he who possesses them. Doesn't this smack of the magic that I already pointed out to you regarding Chekhov? It is truly this key, this essential razor's edge of the topology of the subject that begins with the question, what do you want? In other words, is there a desire that is truly your will? Alcibiades then goes on to say, since I thought Socrates was serious when he spoke of mu eta rho iota, emora, it's translated as the flower of my beauty or my youthful bloom, and the account of the whole seduction scene begins. We won't go any further into it today. I will try to convey what makes the passage from the first moment to the next necessary, namely, why it is absolutely necessary that Socrates be unmasked. For the time being, I am simply going to dwell on these agalmata. Give me enough credit to believe that this is not the sole text that made me curious about the meaning of agalma. Not that there would be anything wrong with that, for the symposium suffices to justify my interest in it, but I am going to tell you how it was. Although I can't exactly date it, my first encounter with agalma was one that, like all encounters, was unforeseen. The word struck me several years ago in a verse of Euripides' Hecuba, and you will easily understand why. It was shortly before I situated, here in this seminar, the function of the phallus in the essential place that analytic experience and Freud's doctrine show us it has in the connection between demand and desire, such that I did not fail to be struck in passing by the use of the term by Hecuba. Hecuba says, where are they taking me, where are they deporting me to? The tragedy of Hecuba is set at the moment of the capture of Troy, and Delos figures among the places that she envisions. Might she be deported to Delos, which is at once sacred and plague-stricken? As you may know, you didn't have the right to give birth there or to die there. And here, in her description of Delos, Hecuba alludes to an object there that was famous. The way she speaks about it indicates that it was a palm tree. This palm tree, she says, is delta nu omicron gamma alpha lambda mu alpha delta alpha, odilnos agalmadios, delta nu omicron, odinos, means from pain, and dios designates leto here verse. Hecuba is referring to the birth of Apollo and the agolma of the divinities Letos pain. We encounter anew here the theme of giving birth, but it is somewhat different in this case, for here there is a trunk or tree, a magic object erected and preserved as a landmark throughout the ages. This cannot fail to remind us, at least we analysts, of the register or theme of the phallus, insofar as the fantasy of the phallus is here, as we know, on the horizon, situating this infantile object. And the fetish that it remains cannot but echo this signification for us. It is clear that agolma cannot be translated in any way, shape, or form by ornament or jewelry here, or even, as we often see in published texts, by statue. In many instances, when theta epsilon nu gamma lambda mu alpha tau alpha, thean agolmata, is translated quickly, it seems that the latter works and that it is a question in the text of statues of the gods. You see why I think it's a term whose signification should be pointed out. There is a hidden accent here that reminds us not to let ourselves be led down the path of banalization that tends to ever more completely efface the true meaning of texts. Whenever you encounter the word agolma, pay close attention. Even if it seems to have to do with statues of the gods, look closely and you will see that it always has to do with something else. I am not talking in riddles here. I am giving you the key to the question by saying that this term always emphasizes the fetishistic function of the object. I am not giving a course on ethnology or even linguistics here, and, on this subject, I am not going to take up the fetishistic function of round rocks at the center of a temple, the temple of Apollo, for example, for that is very well known. You very often see the god himself represented. What is the fetish of such and such a tribe, for example, from a bend in the Niger? It is something unspeakable and shapeless, on which enormous quantities of liquids of various origins can at times be poured, liquids that are more or less sticky and disgusting, the accumulated superimposition of which, running from blood to shit, constitutes the sign that there is something around which all sorts of effects revolve. Fetishes are in themselves very different from images or icons, insofar as the latter are intended to be copies. The special power of the object remains at the root of the usage, whose accent, even for us, is still preserved in the terms idol and icon. The term idol, in the use made of it by Saint Polyeuctus, for example, means, it's nothing at all, it's something you smash on the ground. But all the same, if you say about someone, that person is my idol, it doesn't simply mean that you turn him into a copy of yourself or himself, but that you make something else of him, around which something happens. My goal here thus isn't to elaborate on the phenomenology of fetishes, but to show you the function this serves in its place. To do so, can indicate to you that I tried, as far as I was able, to quickly look over the passages bequeathed to us by Greek literature where the word agolma is used. If I don't read all of them to you, it's merely in order to go more quickly. You should simply realize that it is from the multiple significations deployed that I am isolating the central function, the one that must be seen at the fringe of these uses. For in the type of teaching I provide here, we naturally don't believe that etymology consists in finding the meaning of a word in its root. The root of agolma is not easy to handle. Writers relate it to gamma alpha upsilon, agaos, based on the ambiguous word gamma alpha mu omicron iota, agamai, I admire, but also I am envious or I am jealous of, which becomes gamma zeta omega, agazo, to bear with pain, which goes toward gamma alpha omicron mu alpha iota, agaiamai, meaning to be indignant. Writers looking for roots. I mean roots that bear meaning, which is absolutely opposed to the principle of linguistics, isolate gamma alpha lambda, gal, or gamma epsilon lambda, gel, the gel of gamma epsilon lambda omega, gilau, the gal which is the same as in gamma lambda nu eta, glean, pupil as of the eye, and in gamma alpha lambda nu eta nu, galnan, which I cited in passing the other day, the sea that shines because it is perfectly still. In short, the idea of sparkle eclat is hidden in the root. And alpha gamma lambda alpha, allows, related to alpha gamma lambda alpha alpha, aglaya, the youngest of the three graces or charites, which means shining or splendor, is there to provide us with a familiar echo. It doesn't run counter to what I have to say about it. I am mentioning it merely as an aside here, because it is simply an occasion to show you the ambiguities inherent in the idea that etymology takes us, not toward a signifier, but toward a central signification. For one could also take an interest, not in gal, but in the first part of the phonemic articulation, namely AGA, which is truly the reason why agalma interests us in its relation to gamma alpha theta, agathos. In such an etymological vein, you know that I don't balk at the import of Agathon's speech, but I prefer to go directly to the great fantasy in the Critylus. You will see there that the etymology of agathon is gamma alpha sigma tau, agastos, what is admirable. Lord knows why they need to go looking for agaston, what is admirable, in theta omicron nu, thokm, what is quick. But that's the way everything is interpreted in the Critylus C&A. One finds some very nice things in the etymology of nu theta rho omega pi omicron, anthropo, where there is articulated language AC. Plato truly was a very fine guy. In truth, it is not in this direction that we must turn to establish the value of agalma. Is always related to images, provided that you see that, as in every context, it is always related to a very specific type of image. I must select among the references. There are some in Empedocles, in Heraclitus, and in Democritus. I'm going to take the most common ones, the poetic ones, the ones that everyone knew by heart in antiquity. I found them in a line-by-line Greek/French edition of the Iliad and the Odyssey. There are, for example, 2 occurrences in the Odyssey. The first is in Book 3 of the Telemachy. The context concerns sacrifices that are being made for the arrival of Telemachus. The suitors, as usual, go out of their way, and sacrifice a beta omicron, booze, which is translated by heifer, it is a member of the ox family, to the god. And they expressly call on a certain Laerces, who is a jeweler, like Hephaestus, and he is given the job of making an ornament, agalma, for the horns of the beast. I'll skip the practical details concerning the ceremony. What is important is not what happens afterward, whether it is a voodoo-type sacrifice or not, but what they are said to be expecting from agalma. In effect, is involved here. It is said expressly. Agalma is the golden ornament itself, and it is sacrificed to the hunger of the goddess Athena. The goal here is that, having seen it, kappa epsilon Chi-Rho omicron iota tau omicron, xeroito, verse, she be gratified. Let's use this latter word since it is part of our vocabulary. In other words, agalma appears as a kind of god trap. There are things that attract the eyes of those real beings known as the gods. Another example can be found in Book 8 of the Odyssey. We are told what happened at the capture of Troy, the famous story of the big horse that contained the enemies and all the misfortunes to come in its belly, the horse that bore within itself the destruction of the city. The Trojans, who pulled it inside their city walls, question each other and wonder what to do with it. They hesitate. It seems quite clear that this hesitation was fatal to them, for there were 2 things they could have done. Assuming the wooden horse was hollow, they could have opened up the stomach to see what was inside. Or, having dragged it to the top of the citadel, they could have let it sit there to be what? Mu gamma alpha lambda mu alpha, mega agalma, verse. It's the same idea as earlier, it's a charm. It is also something that is as cumbersome and embarrassant to the Trojans as to the Greeks. It is an uncanny object. In short, it is this well-known extraordinary object that is still at the center of a whole series of contemporary preoccupations. I needn't mention here the surrealist horizon. For the ancients, agalma is also something with which you can, in short, attract divine attention. I could give you 1,000 examples of this. Agalmta. In another spot in Euripides' Hecuba, the story is told of the sacrifice of Polyxena to appease the ghost of Achilles. It's very pretty, and we have here an exception that gives us the opportunity to awaken the erotic mirages in ourselves. It is the moment at which the heroine herself offers a bosom that is aching, we are told, to Agilma verse. Nothing says we have to confine ourselves to what that evokes, namely, the perfection of the breasts in Greek statuary. Given that they were not museum pieces at the time, I believe that it has to do rather with what we see indications of everywhere, in the use made of the word agilma when it is said that, in the course of ceremonies in sanctuaries and temples, one hangs up, nu pi tau omega, anapio, agilmata. The magical value of the objects mentioned here is related, instead, to that of something we know very well, what we call ex votos. In short, for people who were much closer than we are to the original differentiation of objects, Polyxena's breasts were as beautiful as those found on votive offerings ex votos. Indeed, the breasts of votive figures are made on a lathe or in a mold and are always perfect. There are plenty of other examples, but we can stop here. It is enough to indicate that agilma has to do with the meanings brillantine and gallant, the latter coming from gal, meaning éclat, sparkle or gleam in Old French. In a word, what is at stake here if not the function we analysts have discovered that is designated by the term partial object? The function of the partial object is one of the great discoveries of psychoanalysis. And what we analysts must be most surprised by in this case is that, having discovered such remarkable things, our efforts are always designed to efface their originality. Somewhere in Pausanias's work Guide to Greece, it is said that the agilmata that are related in such and such a sanctuary to witches and were placed there expressly to stop alcmene from giving birth, were mu upsilon delta rho tau epsilon rho alpha, a mudratera, a tad effaced. Well, that's it, we too have effaced as much as we could the meaning of the partial object. We had a real find there, that of the fundamentally partial nature of the object insofar as it is the pivotal point, crux, or key of human desire. It was certainly worth dwelling on for a moment. But nay, our first effort was to interpret it as pointing toward a dialectic of totalization, to turn it into a flat, round, total object, the only one worthy of us, the spherical object without feet or paws, the other as a whole person, in whom, as everyone knows, our love irresistibly finds its terminus and its completion. Even though we took things in this way, we didn't tell ourselves that this other, as an object of desire, is perhaps the summation of a pile of partial objects, which is not at all the same as a total object. We didn't tell ourselves that what we elaborate on, what we have to deal with on the basis of the bedrock /fond/ we call the ID, is perhaps but a vast trophy of all these objects. No, on the horizon of our own ascesis or model of love, we placed something other de l'autre. And we weren't completely wrong to do so. But we have made that other into another to whom the bizarre function we call ablativity is addressed. We love the other for himself. At least, we do so once we arrive at our goal, at perfection. The genital stage sanctions all of this. We analysts have clearly gained something by developing a certain topology of the relationship to the other, and we are not the only ones to have done so, since there is a great deal of contemporary and variously personalist speculation about it as well. But it is still quite funny that there is something that we have left altogether by the wayside here. And we are certainly obliged to leave it by the wayside when we consider things from the particularly simplified perspective that assumes the problem to be resolved with the idea of a pre-established harmony, namely, that in short it suffices to love genitally in order to love the other for himself. Didn't bring with me today an incredible passage regarding genital characterology found in a volume entitled La Psychanalyse d'aujourd'hui Contemporary Psychoanalysis because I have mentioned it elsewhere, in an article that will come out soon, the direction of the treatment. I have been pointing out to you for a long time now the ridiculous nature of the kind of preaching we hear around this ultimate idealness. We need not dwell on it today, but, when we look at the textual sources, there is at least one question to raise on this point. If so-called ablative love is merely the homologue, development, or blossoming of the genital act itself, which would suffice, I would say, to reveal its secret, key, or measure, an ambiguity nevertheless persists about whether we seek, regarding this other, to whom we devote our ablativity in this love which is all love, all for the other, to bring him jouissance, as seems to be self-evident in the fact that it has to do with genital union, or rather to perfect him. As soon as a writer, who is even the slightest bit concerned with writing in a style that is accessible to a contemporary audience, wants to discuss ideas as highly moral and topics as old as that of ablativity, the first thing he does to rouse us is bring out a latent binary opposition. For, in the final analysis, terms like ablative ity cannot be sustained in such a simplified or even abraded form. Except owing to what underlies them, namely, the altogether modern opposition between the subject and the object. And thus, it is around this opposition that such a writer is led to comment on this analytic theme: we take the other as a subject and not purely and simply as our object. The object at stake here is situated as being valued for the plaisir, enjoyment, fruition, or jouissance it brings. It is taken to boil down what is unique in the other to an all-purpose function, insofar as he must be a subject to us. If we merely turn him into an object, he will be just any old object, an object like all the rest, an object that can be rejected or exchanged. In short, he will be profoundly devalued. This is the theme that underlies the idea of ablativity, as it is articulated when people make of it the necessary ethical correlate of access to true love, which would be adequately termed genital. Note that today I am less in the process of criticizing this analytic idiocy, which is why I don't feel the need to remind you of the texts that talk about it, than calling into question what it is based on, namely, the idea that the beloved or love partner would be in some way superior if he were, as we say in our existential analytic vocabulary, considered as a subject. I don't think that, after having given such a pejorative connotation to the fact of considering the other as an object, anyone has ever mentioned that to consider him as a subject is no better. Let us admit that one object is just as good as another en voie d'un autre, on the condition that we give the word object its original meaning, which aims at objects insofar as we distinguish them and can communicate about them. If it is deplorable that the beloved might ever become an object, is it better for him to be a subject? To answer this question it suffices to note that if one object is no better than another en voie d'un autre, it's even worse in the case of the subject. For it is not simply another subject that he is equal to in worth tu il vot, a subject, strictly speaking, is an other en est d'un autre. Strictly speaking, the subject is someone to whom we can attribute what? Nothing other than the fact of being, like us, a being that is nu alpha rho theta rho omicron nu chi epsilon iota nu pi omicron, en arthron eschian epos, that expresses itself in articulated language, that possesses the comminatory, and that can respond to our comminatory with its own combinations, someone we can thus bring into our calculation as someone who calculates like us. I imagine that those of you who are trained in the method that I have inaugurated here are not going to contradict me on this point. It is the only sound definition of the subject, at least the only sound one for us, the only one that allows us to explain how a subject obligatorily enters into the spal tongue splitting determined by his submission to language. On the basis of these terms, we can see how it is strictly necessary that there be in the subject a part where it speaks all by itself, in which respect the subject remains in abeyance. And we need to know, how can one ever forget this question? What function is served by the fact that, in this elective, privileged relationship which is the love relationship, the subject with whom, among all others, we have a bond of love, is also the object of our desire? If one brings out the love relationship while holding in abeyance its anchor, pivotal point, center of gravity, or hook, it is impossible to say anything that is not simply a crock. We must emphasize the correlative object of desire, for it is this, and not the object that is involved in equivalence, the transitivism of good things, or the transaction of covetous desires, that is the psychoanalytic object. The psychoanalytic object is the something that is the aim of desire as such, the something that emphasizes one object among all the others as incommensurate with the others. The introduction in analysis of the function of the partial object corresponds to this emphasis on the object. I ask you to note, on this topic, that everything that makes metaphysical discourse seem weighty and noteworthy is always based on some ambiguity. In other words, if all the terms you use when you do metaphysics were strictly defined, each having an unequivocal signification, if the vocabulary of philosophy triumphed, which is the eternal goal of professors, there wouldn't be any point in doing metaphysics anymore because there wouldn't be anything left to say. You would notice then that mathematics is much better. There you can use signs with an unequivocal meaning because they don't have any meaning. This implies that when you speak in a more or less impassioned way about the relations between the subject and the object, it is because you are talking about the subject metaphysically as if it were something other than the strict subject I was talking about earlier. And you talk about the object, too, as something other than what I just defined. In other words, you talk about it as something that virtually verges on the strict equivalence of an unequivocal communication by a scientific subject. But if this object impassions you, it is because hidden inside it is agilma, the object of desire. This is what makes it weighty. This is why it is important to know where this fabulous object is, what its function is, and where it operates in inter- and intrasubjectivity. This privileged object of desire culminates for each of us at the border or liminal point I have taught you to view as the metonymy of unconscious discourse. This object plays a role there that I tried to formalize in fantasy and to which I will return next time. This object, however you talk about it in psychoanalytic work, whether you call it the breast, the phallus, or shit, is always a partial object. This is what is at stake inasmuch as analysis is a method or technique that has made headway in the field of desire, a field that was left behind, decried, and excluded by philosophy because it wasn't manageable, because it wasn't accessible to philosophy's dialectic. If we are unable to point out, in a strict topology, the function of what this partial object signifies, which is both so limited and so slippery in its figure, if you don't see the interest of what I am introducing today with the term agilma, which is the main point of analytic practice, well, it would be too bad. I wouldn't believe it for a minute, especially when I note that, regardless of the misunderstanding on which it is based, things are such that all the most modern work in psychoanalysis dialectic revolves around the fundamental function of the object. The only proof I need provide of this is that reference to the object as good or bad is considered to be a primordial given in the Kleinian dialectic. I ask you to dwell on that for a moment. In our theoretical work we use a pile of things, and especially a pile of identificatory functions, for example, identification with the person from whom we demand something when we call for love. If our call is rejected, what results is identification with the very person we addressed as the object of our love, with a striking shift from love to identification. This is the third type of identification about which you have to read a bit of Freud, his group psychology and the analysis of the ego, to see the tertiary function taken on by a certain characteristic object, the object insofar as it is the object desired by the other with whom we identify. In short, subjectivity is constructed in the plurality or pluralism of levels of identification that we call the ego ideal, the ideal ego, and something that has also been identified, the desiring ego. But we still must figure out where the partial object is situated and functions in this articulation. Note simply that when we look for this object, agana, little a, the object of desire, in analytic theory as it is currently being developed by Kleinians, it is there right from the outset, before any dialectical development, it is already there as an object of desire. The weight or internal central core of the good or bad object figures in all psychology that relies for its elaboration on Freudian terms. It is this good object or bad object that Melanie Klein situates at the origin, at the beginning of beginnings, even prior to the depressive period. Isn't this sufficiently indicative all by itself? I think I have done enough today in telling you that it is around this that, inside or outside of analysis, the division between two perspectives regarding love can and must be concretely drawn. The one drowns, sends off course, masks, elides, and sublimates everything concrete in the experience of love, in an infamous ascension toward a supreme good bien. It is astonishing that in analysis we can still keep some vague threepenny glints of this with the term ablativity, this sort of loving in God, so to speak, that is supposed to be at the basis of every love relationship. In the other perspective, an analytic work demonstrates this: everything revolves around the privileged or unique point constituted somewhere by something we find in a being only when we truly love. But what is it? Agultna, the object we have learned to discern in analytic practice. I will try next time to situate this object in the threefold topology of the subject, the other with a lowercase o, and the other with a capital O, and to reconstruct the point at which it comes into play. And we shall see that it is only via the other and for the other that Alcibiades, like each and every one of us, wants to make his love known to Socrates. February 11. Between Socrates A and D. Alcibiades. Why Socrates does not love. Am nothing. Socrates' interpretation. The revelation that is ours. There are thus some agolmata in Socrates, and this is what aroused Alcibiades' love. We are now going to return to the scene that stages Alcibiades addressing a speech to Socrates, to which Socrates responds by providing, strictly speaking, an interpretation of it. We will see in what respect his assessment can be corrected, but one could say that, structurally speaking, Socrates' intervention has, on the face of it, all the features of an interpretation. Socrates' response is more or less as follows: everything you just said that was so extraordinary, so unbelievably impudent, everything you just revealed in speaking of me was in fact said for Agathon's sake. CD. To understand the meaning of the scene that unfolds between these 2 points, from Alcibiades' eulogy of Socrates to Socrates' interpretation and what follows thereafter, we must go back to an earlier moment in the text and examine it in detail. What is the meaning of what happens between Alcibiades and Socrates after Alcibiades' entrance? As I told you, after Alcibiades' entrance, there are no more eulogies of love, but solely of the person seated to one's right. What is important in the change is the following: the point is to make a eulogy, epainos, of another person and, in this dialogue, the action. Passage of metaphor lies precisely herein. The eulogy of another person is substituted, not for the eulogy of love, but for love itself, and this happens right from the word go. Love for Alcibiades is no trifling matter to me, Socrates says, addressing Agathon, everyone knowing full well that Alcibiades was the love of Socrates' life. Since I became enamored of him, we will see the meaning that it is fitting to bestow upon these terms. Socrates here was the Eristes, he hasn't allowed me to say 2 words to anyone else. What am I saying? I can't so much as look at an attractive man, but he flies into a fit of jealous rage. He yells, he threatens, he can hardly keep from slapping me around. Please, try to keep him under control, he says to Agathon. The fierceness of his passion terrifies me. CD. A short exchange then takes place between Alcibiades and Eryximachus and gives rise to a new agenda. Namely, it is agreed that each person will make a eulogy, each in his turn, of the person who is seated to his right. Epainos, the eulogy in question, has, as I told you, a symbolic function, more specifically, a metaphorical function. What it expresses has, indeed, from he who speaks to the person about whom he speaks, a certain function qua metaphor of love. To praise, epainion, has a ritual function here, which can be translated in the following terms: to speak highly of someone. While we cannot exactly refer to Aristotle's rhetoric, as it was written later than the Symposium, in book, chapter, of the rhetoric, Aristotle distinguishes between epainos and encomium. Up until now I have told you that I did not want to go into the difference between the two. We have nevertheless been led to it by the very nature of our endeavor. What is specific about epainos can be seen very precisely in the way Agathon starts his speech. He begins with the nature of the object and only elaborates on its qualities afterward. This leads to a deployment of the object in its essence. Encomium is difficult to translate into French, and the implied term kappa mu omicron, komos, is no doubt involved in some way. If we are to find some equivalent for it in French, it would have to be something like panegyric. If we follow Aristotle, it's a question of braiding a wreath from the object's loftiest deeds, a point of view that goes beyond epeinos aim to get at one's essence, which is eccentric to it. But epeinos is not something that presents itself unambiguously at first. When it is decided that it is epeinos that will be on the agenda, Alcibiades retorts that the remark Socrates made concerning Alcibiades' ferocious jealousy didn't have a word of truth in it. The truth is just the opposite. He's the one who, if I dare praise anyone else in his presence, even a god, will most surely, and here he uses the same metaphor we saw earlier, tau chi epsilon rho epsilon, to chire, beat me up d. We find in Socrates' reply here a tone, style, malaise, and confusion, an uncomfortable, almost panicked response of the shut-up kind. Hold your tongue, it has been translated quite accurately d. By Poseidon, Alcibiades responds, which is no small matter, don't you dare deny it. I would never, never, praise anyone else with you around. Well, why not do just that, if you want, says Eryximachus. Why don't you offer an encomium to Socrates? Should I unleash myself upon him? Should I give him, Alcibiades asks, his punishment in front of all of you? In making a eulogy of him, must I unmask him? This is how his speech later unfolds. Indeed, it is not lacking in worry either, as if it were both a necessity of the situation and also an implied facet of the genre that a eulogy might go so far as to make people laugh at the person in question. Alcibiades thus proposes a gentleman's agreement *, must I speak the truth, he asks. Socrates does not refuse this, replying, by all means, go ahead nothing can stop me now, says Alcibiades. But here's what you can do, if I say anything that's not true, you can just interrupt, if you want, and correct me, at worst, there'll be mistakes in my speech, not lies. But you can't hold it against me if I don't get everything kappa alpha tau alpha rho iota theta mu eta sigma alpha iota, catarith me say, in the right order. It is no easy task for one in my condition to give a smooth and orderly account of your bizarreness, atapian, tea, here once again we come across the term atapia. Then the eulogy begins. I indicated the eulogy's structure and theme to you last time. Alcibiades' speech is assuredly laughable, gamma lambda omega, gamma epsilon lambda omicron, gelos, geloios, beginning as it does by presenting things through a comparison that I already highlighted. This comparison shows up 3 times in his speech, each time with an almost repetitive insistence. Socrates is compared in it to the satyr's crude and derisory outer crust or envelope. One must in some sense open it up to see inside what Alcibiades calls, the first time, agolmatathion, translated as the statues of the gods be. The next time he once again calls them godlike and amazing the third time, he uses the term gamma lambda mu alpha tau alpha rho epsilon tau, agolmat narrates the marvel of virtue, the marvel of marvels During his speech we find a comparison with the satyr Marsyas which, when it is presented, is taken quite far. Despite Socrates' protests, and he is certainly not a flautist, Alcibiades returns to the point and takes it still further. He doesn't simply compare Socrates to a box in the form of a satyr, to a more or less derisory object, but to the satyr Marsyas himself, and everyone knows from the legend that when Marsyas began to play, his song was irresistibly charming. The charm was so great that it aroused Apollo's jealousy, who had him skinned alive for having dared rival the supreme, divine music. The only difference, Alcibiades says, between Socrates and Marsyas is that Socrates is not a piper. He does not operate via music and yet the result is of the exact same order AC. Here we should refer to what Plato explains in the Phaedrus concerning the higher states, so to speak, of inspiration, as they are produced beyond the realm of beauty. There are different forms of going beyond that I will not take up here. Among the means used by those who are delta epsilon omicron mu nu omicron upsilon, Diomenes, who need the gods and initiations, there is the drunkenness brought on by a certain music that produces a state known as possession. Alcibiades refers specifically to the state when he says that it is what Socrates produces with his words. Although his words are unaccompanied, without musical accompaniment, he produces the exact same effect. See. When we listen to an orator, he says, even a first-rate orator, it has little effect on us. On the contrary, when it is you that we listen to, or even your words as related by another person, even if he is pi nu upsilon phi alpha lambda omicron, rho eta iota follows, a man of no consequence whatsoever, the listener, whether man, woman, or adolescent, is troubled, as if struck by a blow, and strictly speaking kappa alpha tau epsilon chi mu epsilon theta alpha, catacomata, we become possessed by them. This situates the experience that makes Alcibiades think that inside Socrates lies a treasure, an indefinable, precious object which will fix his resolve after having unleashed his desire. This object is at the crux of what he says thereafter concerning his resolution and then his schemes designed to seduce Socrates. Let us dwell for a moment on this point. Alcibiades had an experience with Socrates that was far from ordinary. Having made his decision, he knew he was treading on somewhat sure ground, for he knew that Socrates had long since been paying attention to what he calls his rho alpha, aura, we translate it as best we can, let's call it sex appeal. It seemed to Alcibiades that if Socrates would only deign to declare how he felt, Alcibiades would obtain from him precisely what was at stake, namely, what he himself defines as everything Socrates knows, pi nu tau kappa omicron upsilon sigma alpha iota omicron sigma alpha pi epsilon rho omicron tau omicron delta epsilon iota, pant akosehos aperhutos edi I, a. He then provides us with the narrative of his seductive maneuvers. But can't we pause here a moment? As Alcibiades already knows that he has captivated Socrates' desire, why can't he more truly presume that Socrates will comply with his wishes? Alcibiades already knows that he is Socrates' beloved, Eomenos, so why does he need to have Socrates give him a sign of his desire? Socrates has never made a mystery of his desire in the past. His desire is recognized rekanu and, by dint of that very fact, known kanu, and thus one might think it is already avowed. What then is the meaning of these seductive maneuvers? Alcibiades spins his narrative with artfulness and detail, but at the same time with impudence and a challenge to his audience, which is so clearly felt to go beyond all limits that he introduces it with nothing less than the words that are spoken before the mysteries are revealed, cover your ears, you who are here. This warning is addressed only to those who have no right to hear, and still less to repeat what is going to be said or how it is going to be said, that is, house slaves, who would be better off not hearing. Socrates' behavior corresponds, after all, to the mysterious demand that Alcibiades makes. If, indeed, Socrates has always shown himself to be Alcibiades' Eurists, it may seem in another register, in a post-Socratic perspective, that Socrates is demonstrating a great quality, which the French translator of the Symposium indicates in the margin with the term temperance. But in this context, his temperance is not indicated as necessary. Perhaps Socrates proves that he is virtuous, but what relation could there possibly be between that and the subject in question if it is true that what we are being shown here concerns the mystery of love? In other words, you see that I am trying to examine every facet of the situation that unfolds before us in the symposium, in order to grasp the structure of this game. Let's immediately say that everything in Socrates' behavior indicates that his refusal to enter into the game of love is closely related to the fact, posited at the outset as the point of departure, that he knows. He knows the score in matters of love, that is even, as he says, the only thing he knows. I will propose that it is because Socrates knows that he does not love. With this key in hand, let us give their full meaning to the words with which Socrates greets Alcibiades' invitation, after 3 or 4 scenes in which Alcibiades' attacks are shown to proceed with accelerating rhythm. The ambiguities of the situation always verge on the gamma epsilon lambda omicron. Jaloyos, the laughable or comic. Indeed, they are buffoonish scenes, these invitations to dinner, which end with a guy who leaves very early, very politely, after having made others wait for him, who returns a second time, and who escapes once again, and with whom the following dialogue takes place under the covers. Socrates, are you asleep? No, no, not at all, he replies. See. It must be said that, in order to arrive at its end point, what is at work leads us along paths that are well designed to situate us at a certain level. Once Alcibiades has truly said his piece, and has gone so far as to tell Socrates, this is what desire, and I would certainly be ashamed before people who might not understand, I am explaining to you what I want. CD, Socrates replies, if you are right in what you say about me, you are already more accomplished than you think. If I really have in me the power to make you a better man, then you can see in me a beauty that is really beyond description and makes your own remarkable good looks pale in comparison. But, then, is this a fair exchange that you propose? You seem to me to want more than your proper share, you offer me the merest appearance of beauty, what, in the Socratic perspective on science, is illusion, fallacy, and daza, which does not know its function, and in return you want truth. And in fact, for goodness sake, that means nothing more than gold in exchange for bronze. De. But, says Socrates, and we must take things as they are said here, you should think twice, mu epsilon iota nu omicron nu sigma kappa pi epsilon iota, ama non scopii, because you could be wrong, and omicron delta nu, udin ori, I may be of no use to you. The mind's sight, he continues, becomes sharp only when the body's eyes go past their prime, and you are still a good long time away from that. But pay attention, where you see something, I am nothing. What is Socrates refusing here? What is he refusing even though he has already shown himself to be what he has, I would say, almost officially shown himself to be in all of Alcibiades' remarks, to the extent that everyone knows that Alcibiades was his first love? What Socrates refuses to show Alcibiades is something that takes on another meaning. If it is definable in the terms I have given you, it would be the metaphor of love. It would be the metaphor of love, insofar as Socrates would admit to being the beloved, and I would say even more, would admit to being the beloved unconsciously. Yet it is precisely because Socrates knows that he refuses to be, in whatever sense, whether justified or justifiable, eromenos, desirable, what is worthy of being loved. Why doesn't he love? Why is it that the metaphor of love cannot be produced, that there is no substitution of Eurists for eromenos, that Socrates doesn't manifest himself as Eurists at the place where eromenos was? Socrates can but refuse to do so because, to him, there is nothing in him that is lovable. His essence is omicron delta nu, udin, emptiness or hollowness, and to use a term that was used later in Neoplatonic and Augustinian thought, kappa nu omega sigma iota, kenosis, this represents Socrates' central position. This is so true that the term kenosis, emptiness or void, as opposed to the fullness of whom? Of agathon specifically, is present right at the beginning of the dialogue, when Socrates, after his long meditation in the foyer of the neighboring house, finally shows up at the banquet, sits down next to Agathon, and begins to speak. We think he is joking, that this is said in jest, but in a dialogue that is both as rigorous and austere in its unfolding as this one, can we believe that anything here is simply used as filler? Socrates says, Agathon, you are the one who is full, and just as one makes a liquid move from a full vase to an empty one using a wick along which it flows, similarly I'm going to fill myself up. This is, no doubt, said ironically, but it expresses something that is precisely what Socrates presents as constitutive of his position, and what I have repeated to you many times. Here we hear the words from Alcibiades' very own lips, namely, that Socrates doesn't know anything except concerning matters of love. Cicero translates amathia as inscientia by forcing things a bit in Latin. Inscientia is brute ignorance, while inscientia is non-knowledge constituted as such, as empty vitae, as the attraction exercised by the void or vacuum vitae at the center of knowledge. I think that you get what I mean here, since I expose to you the structure of substitution or actualized metaphor that constitutes what I call the miracle of the appearance of Eris at the very place where Eromenos was. It is precisely because this is lacking here that Socrates can only refuse to give, so to speak, a simulacrum thereof. If he presents himself to Alcibiades as not being able to show him signs of his desire, it is insofar as he challenges the idea that he himself is, in any way, an object worthy of Alcibiades' desire, or of anyone else's for that matter. Note thereby that the Socratic message, if it contains something that refers to love, certainly does not fundamentally begin from a center of love. Socrates is represented to us as an Eristes, someone who desires, but nothing is further from his image than the radiant love which, for example, stems from Christ's message. Neither ephousion, nor gift, nor mysticism, nor ecstasy, nor simple commandment flows from it. Nothing is further from Socrates' message than love thy neighbor as thyself, a formulation whose dimension is remarkably absent from everything he says. This has always struck commentators, who, in their objections to the ascesis of Eros, say that what is commanded in this message is, love before all else in your soul what is most essential to you. This is only apparently the case, and the Socratic message, such as it is transmitted to us by Plato, does not make a mistake here, since, as you will see, the structure is preserved. It also allows us to more accurately glimpse the mystery hidden behind the Christian commandment precisely because it is preserved. This is also why it is possible to provide a general theory of love, behind every manifestation that is a manifestation of love. This may, at first glance, seem surprising to you, but keep in mind that once you have the key, I mean what I am calling the metaphor of love, you will see it everywhere. I illustrated it for you with Victor Hugo's poem, but there is also the original book of the story of Ruth and Boaz. If this story stands before us in a way that inspires us, except for those scoffers who see in it only a sordid story of an old lech and a washerwoman, it is because we take this inchance for granted. Boaz did not know that a woman was there. We also take for granted that Ruth is already the object Boaz unconsciously loves. We categorically assume as well that Ruth did not know what God wanted from her and that the third party, the divine locus of the other, insofar as the fate of Ruth's desire is inscribed in it, is what gives her nocturnal vigilance at Boaz's feet its sacred character. The whole mystery of the signification of love that the revelation of their desire takes on lies in the underpinning of inchance, in which the dignity of Eromenos for each of the partners is already situated in a veiled anteriority. Let us return to the symposium to see what transpires. Alcibiades does not understand. After having heard Socrates out, he says to him, "Really have nothing more to say. I've told you exactly what I think. Now it's your turn to consider what you think best for you and me." He calls on him to, as we say, face up to his responsibilities. To which Socrates replies, "We'll talk about all that. See you tomorrow." We still have a lot to say about it. In short, he situates things at the level of the continuation of a dialogue, leading Alcibiades down his own pathways. He thus makes himself absent to such an extent that Alcibiades' covetousness shows through. Can we say that this covetousness is covetousness of what is best? What counts is that it is expressed in terms of objects. Alcibiades does not say, "It's for my own good, or for my own misfortune, that I want what is incomparable, which lies in you, namely, agalma." He says something more like, "I want it because I want it, whether it's for my own good or not." And it is precisely for this reason that Alcibiades reveals the central function of agalma in the articulation of love relations. It is also for this reason that Socrates refuses to respond at the same level. Socrates' commandment is concern yourself with your own soul, seek your own perfection. Through his attitude of refusal, severity, and austerity, through his noli me tangere, Socrates directs Alcibiades along the pathway of his own good. But is it even clear that we mustn't allow some ambiguity to subsist regarding this phrase, his own good? Isn't it the equating of the object of desire and one's own good that has been called into question since this dialogue by Plato resounded in the world? Shouldn't we translate it by the good such as Socrates, he who brings into the world a new discourse, traces out its path for those who follow him? Observe that, in Alcibiades' attitude, there is something, I was going to say sublime, in any case absolute and impassioned, that verges on an entirely different character with another message, that of the gospel, where we are told that he who knows that there is a treasure buried in a field, and we are not told what the treasure is capable of selling everything he has in order to buy that field and enjoy the treasure. This is the distance that separates Socrates' position from Alcibiades. Alcibiades is a man imbued with desire l'homme du désir. But you will then retort, why does he want to be loved? In truth, he already is and he knows it. The miracle of love has taken place in him insofar as he has become the one who desires. And when Alcibiades shows that he is in love, it is, as they say, no small potatoes. Because he is Alcibiades, he whose desires know no bounds, when he enters into the referential field that is for him the field of love, he shows a highly remarkable absence of fear of castration, in other words, a total lack of the famous Abel Nunger Weiblickeit repudiation of femininity. Everyone knows that in antiquity the most extreme kinds of virility were always accompanied by an utter and complete disdain for the possible risk of being called a woman, even by one's soldiers, which, as you know, happened to Caesar. Alcibiades here throws a hissy fit in front of Socrates. He nevertheless remains Alcibiades at his own level. And this is why we must still, before moving on from Alcibiades' speech, grant full importance to the compliment he provides his eulogy with, namely, the astonishing portrait designed to complete the impassive figure of Socrates. Impassivity means that Socrates cannot bear being placed in the passive position, as the beloved, Eromenos. Socrates' attitude, what Alcibiades describes to us as his courage, is constituted by a profound indifference to everything that happens around him, even the most dramatic of events db. Once we arrive at the end of this speech, in which the demonstration that Socrates is a being like no other culminates, Socrates responds to Alcibiades as follows, you give me the sense of having all your wits about you see, whereas Alcibiades had expressed himself with the caveat, I don't know what I'm saying. If Socrates, who knows, says that Alcibiades gives him the impression of nu phi epsilon iota nu mu omicron iota delta omicron kappa epsilon, nephian moidokais, having all his wits about him, it means, although you are drunk, I can read something in you. What is it? Socrates is the one who knows it, not Alcibiades. Socrates points out what is at stake when Alcibiades mentions agathon. Indeed, at the end of his speech, Alcibiades turns toward Agathon to tell him, I warn you, don't let Socrates fool you. Remember my torments, be on your guard be. He says it to Agathon incidentally. And in truth, Socrates' intervention, insofar as I called it an interpretation, would have no meaning did it not bear on this incidentally. How casually you let it drop, he says, almost like an afterthought, at the very end of your speech. See. What Socrates tells us is that Agathon was in fact present as an aim in all of Alcibiades' circumlocutions, and that it was around him that his whole speech revolved. As if your speech, this is how it should be translated, and not your language, had but the following goal, to enunciate that I should be in love with you and no one else, and that for his part, Agathon should let himself be loved by you and by no one else cd. This, he says, is kappa alpha tau delta eta lambda omicron nu, catadelon, entirely transparent, in Alcibiades' speech. Socrates says quite plainly that he can read this in Alcibiades' apparent speech. And, more precisely, it is in this drama of your invention, as Socrates calls it, this sigma alpha tau upsilon rho iota kappa nu sigma omicron upsilon delta rho mu alpha, satirican sun drama, that the Silenus metaphor is perfectly transparent and we see things let us try, in effect, to recognize its structure. Socrates says to Alcibiades, what you want, in the final analysis, is to be loved by me and to have agathon be your object. No other meaning can be given to this speech, if not the most superficial psychological meanings, such as the vague awakening of jealousy in the other person, and there is no question of that here. This indeed is what is at stake, and Socrates admits it, showing his desire to agathon and asking him in sum what Alcibiades had at first asked of him. The proof thereof is that if we consider all the parts of the symposium as a long epithalamium nuptial poem, and if what this whole dialectic leads to has any meaning, what happens at the end is that Socrates provides a eulogy of agathon. The fact that Socrates eulogizes agathon is tantamount to responding to Alcibiades' demand. Not his past demand, his present one. When Socrates eulogizes agathon, he pays Alcibiades back / done satisfaction a Alcibiad. He pays him back for his just finished public declaration, his putting at the level of the universal other what took place between them behind the veils of modesty. Socrates' response is as follows: you can love he who I am going to praise because, by praising him, I will be able to transmit the image of you loving ament, qua image of you loving. That is how you will enter into the path of superior identifications traced out by the path of beauty. But we must not misrecognize here that Socrates, precisely because he knows, replaces one thing with something else. It is neither beauty, nor ascesis, nor identification with God that Alcibiades desires, but rather this unique object, this special something he saw in Socrates and which Socrates turns him away from, because Socrates knows that he does not have it. But Alcibiades still desires the same thing. What he is looking for in agathon, make no mistake about it, is the same supreme point at which the subject is abolished in fantasy, his agolmata. Socrates substitutes here his lure for what I will call the lure of the gods. He does so quite authentically, insofar as he knows what love is. And it is precisely because he knows this that he is doomed to be mistaken, namely, to misrecognize the essential function of the targeted object constituted by agolma. Last night we heard about theoretical models at a meeting of our society. It is impossible not to mention, in this regard, if only as a prop for our thought, the intrasubjective dialectic of the ego-ideal, ideal-ego, and partial object, and not to recall the little schema of the spherical mirror I drew for you in the past. In front of this mirror, the fantasy is created or arises of the real image of the vase hidden within the device. If this illusory image can be propped up and perceived as real, it is insofar as the eye adjusts to what the vase appears around, namely, the flower we have placed on top. I taught you to use these three notations, ego-ideal, ideal-ego, and the agolma of the partial object, to grasp the reciprocal relations of the three terms in question every time something is constituted. What is this something? Precisely what is at stake at the end of the Socratic dialectic. It concerns what Freud tells us is essential in falling in love. I introduced this schema in order to give it consistency, namely, the recognition of the basis of the narcissistic image, insofar as this image constitutes the substance of the ideal ego. The imaginary incarnation of the subject is what is at issue in this threefold reference. Be so kind as to allow me to finally tell you what I've been meaning to say. Socrates' daemon is Alcibiades. It is Alcibiades, in the sense in which we are told in Diotimus' speech that love is not a god, but rather a daemon, namely, a daemon who sends mortals the message that the gods wish to convey to him. Which is why we couldn't fail, regarding this dialogue, to bring up the nature of the gods. I am going to be away for 2 weeks and will leave you with a reading assignment, De Natura Deorum on the Nature of the Gods by Cicero. It's a book that did me a good deal of harm a long time ago. A well-known pedant, seeing me with my nose in it, thought it did not bode well regarding the direction of my professional interests. Read it in order to get up to speed. You will notice that Cicero is not the lout people try to depict him as by saying that the Romans were people who were simply dragging their feet. he's a guy who articulates things that go right to the quick. You will also see all sorts of exceedingly funny things in it, as, for example, that in Cicero's time, people went to Athens to look for traces of the great Pinupes of Socrates' day. People went there saying to themselves, I'm going to meet guys like Charmides on every block. You will see that, compared with the stir created by these Charmides, our Brigitte Bardot wouldn't stand a chance. Even the little street urchins had eyes this big expansive hand gesture. We find some pretty funny stuff in Cicero's work. There is, in particular, a passage I cannot recite for you, but which is of the following type: when it comes to the pretty boys that philosophers have taught us it is good to love, you can look for them, there's certainly one here and there, but that's all. What does this mean? Did the loss of political independence have, as an irremediable effect, some sort of racial decadence, or simply the disappearance of the mysterious sparkle eclat, the mu epsilon rho omicron epsilon nu alpha rho gamma, hymeros enarges, the shine brillant of desire Plato speaks about in the Phaedrus? We will never know anything about it. You will learn plenty of other things from De Natura Deorum as well. You will learn that it is a serious question to know where the gods are situated. The question has not lost its importance for us. If any of what I tell you here can serve you in some way, some day when there is a palpable slippage in your certainties, when you find yourself in a tough position, well, one of those things will be that I have reminded you of the real existence of the gods. Why not then dwell on the scandalous objects that the gods of ancient mythology were? Without trying to reduce them to piles of files or to sets of themes, let us ask ourselves what it might have meant for the gods to act as you know they did, their most characteristic activities being theft, fraud, and adultery. I won't even mention impiety, that was their specialty. In other words, the scandalous nature of ancient mythology frankly raises the question of what a god's love is. It reaches its height right at the outset in Homer's work. There is no way to behave more arbitrarily, unjustifiably, incoherently, or derisively than these gods do. Read the Iliad, they're always mixed up in men's affairs, intervening constantly. Yet we cannot think these stories were merely tall tales. I don't adopt this perspective, and no one can, not even the thickest Homa. No. They're there and that's all there is to it. What can it possibly mean that the gods only show themselves to men in this manner? You have to see what happens when they take it into their heads to love a mortal woman, for example. Nothing will stop them until the mortal, out of desperation, turns into a laurel or a frog. Nothing is further from the trembling one feels in one's being when in love than a god's desire, or a goddess' desire for that matter. I don't see why I shouldn't include them as well. It took someone of Girardus's stature to represent the dimensions and resonance of the prodigious myth of Amphitryon. Even this great poet couldn't help but let Jupiter shine with something that might resemble a sort of respect for Alcmene's feelings, but that was clearly in order to make it plausible to us. For those who know how to hear, this myth remains the height of blasphemy, one might say, and nevertheless this was not at all how it was understood in antiquity. For here things go further than anything. Divine debauchery disguises itself as human virtue. When I say that nothing stops the Greek gods, I mean that they go so far as to make a mockery of even what is best. This is the whole key to the matter. The best ones, the real gods, take impassivity to the very point that mentioned earlier, namely, to the point of being unable to put up with being called passive. To be loved is to necessarily enter into the scale of the desirable, as we know, Christian theologians were at great pains to rid themselves of it. For if God is desirable, then he can be more or less desirable. There is thus a whole scale of desire. And what do we desire in God if not what is desirable? But, then, can there be greater degrees of God? The upshot being that it was precisely at the moment at which people tried to give God his most absolute value that people found themselves caught up in a vortex out of which they could only climb with great difficulty to preserve the dignity of the supreme object. The gods of antiquity didn't beat around the bush. They knew they could reveal themselves to men only in the guise of something that would cause a ruckus, in the agilma of something that breaks all the rules, as a pure manifestation of an essence that remained completely hidden, whose enigma was entirely below the surface. Hence the demonic incarnation of their scandalous exploits. It is in this sense that I say that Alcibiades was Socrates' daemon. Alcibiades provides the true representation, unbeknown to himself, of what is implied by the Socratic ascesis. He shows that the dialectic of love as it was later elaborated in Christianity is there. Believe me, it's not absent. For it was around this dialectic that a crisis developed in the 16th century, one that called into question the long synthesis, and, I would add, the long equivocation, concerning the nature of love that was sustained and developed throughout the Middle Ages in an oh so very post-Socratic perspective. I mean, for example, that the God of John the Scot is no different from Aristotle's God, insofar as he acts as Eomenon. They cohere, it is through his beauty that God makes the world go round. What a gap there is between this perspective and the one that is opposed to it. But what I am trying to express is that it is not really opposed. People oppose to it the perspective of agape, insofar as it explicitly teaches us that God loves us insofar as we are sinners, loves us as much for our evil doings as for our good deeds. This is, in effect, the meaning of the shift that took place in the history of the amorous sentiments, and curiously enough, at the precise moment at which Plato's message reappeared in its authentic texts in the West. Divine agape, insofar as it is addressed to the sinner as such, is the core and crux of Luther's position. But don't believe that this is something that was limited to heresy, to a local insurrection within Catholicism. It suffices to take a look, even a superficial one, at what followed, the Counter-Reformation, namely, the eruption of what was called Baroque art, to realize that it signifies nothing other than the exposing, or erection as such, of the power of the image in all its seductive glory. After the long misunderstanding that had sustained the Trinitarian relation in divinity, from the knowing to the known, and ascending to the known in the knowing via knowledge, we can see in it the outlines of our own form of revelation, namely, that things go from the unconscious toward the subject who is constituted in his dependence, and ascend toward the core object that I call agilma here. Such is the structure that regulates the dance between Alcibiades and Socrates. Alcibiades demonstrates the presence of love, but only insofar as Socrates, who knows, can be mistaken about its presence, and only accompanies him in being mistaken. The deception lura is mutual. Socrates is just as caught up in the deception, if it is a deception and if it is true that he is deceived lura, as Alcibiades is. But which of them is the most authentically deceived, if not he who follows closely, and without allowing himself to drift, what is traced out for him by a love that I will call horrible? Don't believe that she who was placed at the beginning of this dialogue, Aphrodite, is a goddess who smiles. A pre-Socratic by the name, I believe, of Democritus, says that Aphrodite was there all alone at the beginning. And it was even in this connection that the term agilma appeared for the first time in Greek texts. Venus, as she is more commonly known, is born every day. The birth of Aphrodite takes place every day, and to borrow a term from Plato himself, an equivocation that is, I believe, a true etymology, I will conclude my talk today with these words: Kappa alpha lambda eta mu rho alpha, Kailmera, good day bonjour, Kappa alpha lambda mu epsilon rho omicron, Kailmeros, good day and beautiful desire, based on the reflections I have contributed here about the relation of love to something that has always been called eternal love. It should not be too burdensome for you to think about it if you recall that Dante in the Inferno explicitly places the words eternal love on the doors of hell. February. The object of desire. And the dialectic of castration. 12. Transference in the present. Decline of the other. Dignity of the subject. Transference is not just repetition. The true mainspring of love. Socrates' interpretation. I think most of you recall that we have arrived at the end of our commentary on the symposium. As I have, if not explained, at least indicated several times, this dialogue happens to have been historically at the origin, not only of what one might call an explanation of love in our cultural era, but also of the development of a function that is, on the whole, the deepest, most radical, and most mysterious of relations between subjects. On the horizon of the commentary I proposed was the whole development of ancient philosophy right up until Christianity. Ancient philosophy, as you know, did not simply promulgate a speculative position. Whole parts of the society were oriented in their practice by the speculation that stemmed from Socrates. It was not at all artificially or fictitiously that Hegel described positions like those of the Stoics and Epicureans as the antecedents of Christianity. Such positions were in fact experienced by a very large set of subjects as something that guided their lives in a way that was equivalent, prior, and preparatory to what the Christian position brought them afterward. The latter also involves a dimension that goes beyond speculation and that the symposium itself has continued to mark deeply. One cannot in effect say that the fundamental theological positions taught by Christianity were lacking in repercussions. They profoundly influenced each person's problematic, most notably the problematic of those people who found themselves, in the course of history, at the forefront, assuming, as they did, roles as examples in a variety of ways, whether because of what they said or because of their directive action. This is what we call sainthood. This can only be indicated here on the horizon, yet it suffices for our purposes. It suffices because if it were from this point of departure that I wanted to fuel what I have to say here, I would have broached things from a later point. I chose instead the initial point constituted by the symposium and provided a commentary on it because it harbors within it something altogether radical concerning the mainspring of love. Indeed, it is subtitled On Love in Leon Robin's French edition and it clearly announces that its main topic is love. I don't think it would be exaggerating to say that the point with which I concluded last time has been neglected heretofore by all commentators on the symposium, and that in this respect my commentary marks a milestone in the history of the development of the dialogue's potential. I believe I was able to perceive the last word of what Plato meant to tell us about the nature of love in the very scenario of what happens between Alcibiades and Socrates. This presupposes that in the presentation of what one might call his thought, Plato deliberately created room for enigma. In other words, his thought is not entirely patent, delivered up, or spelled out in this dialogue. Now there is nothing excessive in asking you to go along with me on this, for the simple reason that, according to all ancient and especially modern commentators on Plato, it is not the case of just one of them. An attentive scrutiny of the dialogues shows that they quite obviously contain an exoteric as well as a hermetic element. The most peculiar forms of Hermeticism, right up to and including the most typical pitfalls bordering on illusion l'erreur, on difficulty produced for its own sake, have as their aim not to be understandable to those who should not understand. This is truly fundamental in every one of Plato's exposés that has been handed down to us. To admit this is also to admit what can always be risque in making headway, going further, trying to break through, and guessing the deepest mainspring of what Plato tells us. But concerning the theme of love as it is presented to us in the symposium, to which I have limited my attention here, it is difficult for us as analysts not to recognize the bridge that is standing there and the hand that is extended toward us in the articulation of the last scene in the symposium, namely, the scene that unfolds between Alcibiades and Socrates. I articulated and emphasized it to you in two stages. I showed you the importance, in Alcibiades' declaration, of the theme of agolma, the object hidden within the subject, Socrates. I showed you that it is very hard not to take it seriously. In the form and articulation in which it is presented to us, Plato does not resort to metaphorical terms or pretty images when he tells us, roughly speaking, that Alcibiades expects a great deal of Socrates. A structure is revealed here, in which we can find anew what we are able to articulate as fundamental in what I will call the position of desire. Apologizing to those of you who are recent arrivals here, I can assume that most of you are aware of the general outlines of my previous discussions on the position of the subject, outlines that are found in the topological summary we conventionally refer to here as the graph. Its general form is supplied by the splitting asterisk or fundamental doubling of two signifying chains by which the subject is constituted. This requires that we admit that it has already been demonstrated that this doubling is, in and of itself, necessitated by the initial, inaugural, logical relationship between the subject and the signifier as such, and that the existence of an unconscious signifying chain stems from the sole position of the term subject qua determined as a subject by the fact that he props up the signifier ilst support do signifiant. Those for whom this is merely an assertion or proposition that remains to be demonstrated, should rest assured, we will come back to it. But for the purposes of our seminar this morning, I ask you to keep in mind that it has already been articulated here. In relation to the unconscious signifying chain as constitutive of the subject who speaks, desire presents itself in a position that can only be conceptualized on the basis of the metonymy determined by the existence of the signifying chain. Metonymy is the phenomenon that occurs in the subject as a prop for the signifying chain. Due to the fact that the subject undergoes the mark of the signifying chain, something is fundamentally instituted in him that we call metonymy, which is nothing other than the possibility of the infinite sliding of signifiers owing to the continuity of the signifying chain. Everything that at one time finds itself associated with the signifying chain, a circumstantial element, an aspect of activity, an element of the beyond elodela or of the endpoint term to which this activity leads, all of these elements can be taken as equivalent to each other under suitable conditions. A circumstantial element can take on the representative value of the endpoint of subjective enunciation, that is, the object toward which the subject heads or the subject's action itself. Now it is precisely inasmuch as something presents itself as enhancing revalorize on this infinite sliding, this dissolving element that brings signifying fragmentation into the subject, that it takes on the value of the privileged object that puts a stop to the infinite sliding. An object can thus assume, in relation to the subject, the essential value that constitutes the fundamental fantasy. The subject himself realizes that he is arrested therein, or, to remind you of a more familiar notion, fixated. We call the object that serves this privileged function A. It is to the extent that the subject identifies with the fundamental fantasy that desire as such takes on consistency and can be designated, that the desire in question for us as well is rooted, by its very position, in horikite bondage, sexual dependence. In other words, to use our terminology, in the subject it stands for the desire of the other with a capital O abbreviated as A for outre. A is defined for us as the locus of speech, the locus that is always evoked as soon as there is speech, the tertiary locus that always exists in relations with the other, A, as soon as there is signifying articulation. This A is not an absolute other, an other that would be what we call, in our incoherent moral jargon, the other respected as a subject, as our equal, morally speaking. No, this other, as I teach you to articulate it here, that is both necessitated and necessary as a locus, but at the same time constantly questioned as to what guarantees it, is a perpetually vanishing other which, due to this very fact, places us in a perpetually vanishing position. Now love itself is related to the questioning of the other regarding what he can give us and what he can furnish by way of an answer. Not that love is identical to each of the demands with which we assail the other, for love is situated in what lies beyond this demand, insofar as the other can or cannot respond to us as an ultimate presence. The whole problem is to perceive the relationship that links the other to which the demand for love is addressed, to the appearance of desire. The other is no longer in any way our equal, this other to whom we aspire, love's other, but something that represents, strictly speaking, its deposing descience, I mean that it is something like an object. What is at stake in desire is not a subject but rather an object. Herein lies what one might call the terrible commandment of the God of love. The commandment is to make of the object it designates to us something that, first of all, is an object, and, second, an object before which we falter, vacillate, and disappear as subjects. For it is we as subjects who suffer from this deposing descience or depreciation. What happens to the object is precisely the opposite. The terms I am using here are not the most suitable, but so what? The most important thing is that you get it and that I make myself understood. This object is overvalued. And it is insofar as it is overvalued that it serves the function of saving our dignity as subjects, that is, of making us something other than subjects subjected to the infinite sliding of the signifier. It makes of us something other than subjects of speech, turning us into something unique, inestimable, and irreplaceable in the final analysis, which is the true point at which we can designate what I have called the dignity of the subject. The equivocal nature of the term individuality lies not in the fact that we are something unique, like the body which is specific, this one and not that one. Individuality consists entirely in the privileged relationship in which we culminate as subjects in desire. Here I am merely repeating once more the merry-go-round of truth on which we have been spinning since the beginning of this seminar. My goal this year is to show what the consequences of transference are at the very heart of our practice. How did it happen that we are coming to transference so late in the game, you will ask me. It is, of course, characteristic of truths to never show themselves completely. In short, truths are solids that are perfidiously opaque. They don't even have, it seems, the property we are able to produce in certain solids, that of transparency. They do not show us their front and back edges at the same time. You have to circumnavigate them and faire le tour, and even do a little conjuring le tour de passe. As for transference as we are broaching it this year, and you have seen how charmingly I have been able to lead you for a while in making you concern yourselves with love along with me, you must, all the same, have noticed that I approached it from a certain direction or angle, which not only is not the classic angle, but is not even the angle from which I had heretofore approached the topic with you. Hitherto, I always remained reserved in what I asserted regarding transference, by telling you that one has to seriously distrust its appearances, namely, the phenomena that are most often designated with the terms positive transference and negative transference. These terms are situated at the level of a simple COL lection. At the level of the everyday terms with which not only a more or less informed public, but even we analysts speak of transference. I have always reminded you that we must begin with the fact that transference, in the final analysis, is repetition compulsion automatisme. Since the beginning of this year I have done nothing but lead you through the details of the movement in Plato's Symposium, where love alone is at work, and this was obviously designed to broach transference by another path. The goal now is to bring these two paths together. The distinction between transference and repetition compulsion is so legitimate that one can find it in the work of other authors. One reads very odd things in authors' texts, and one realizes that, lacking the proper reference points, that is, the guidelines I provide you with here, they arrive at things that are quite astonishing. I would be more than happy if someone who is a bit incisive would give us a short report here on this topic, which we could truly discuss. I could even say that I wish someone would do so, at this point in my seminar, for precise, local reasons I don't want to dwell on, but that I will come back to. It is certainly necessary that some of you mediate between my rather heterogeneous audience and what I am in the process of trying to articulate for you. It is obviously very difficult for me, without such mediation, to make enough headway regarding subject matter that leads toward nothing less than placing the function of desire, not only in the analysand but essentially in the analyst, at the forefront of what I am articulating this year. One wonders for whom the risk is greater. Is it for those who, for one reason or another, know something about it? Or is it for those who can still know nothing about it? Whatever the case may be, there must nevertheless be a way of broaching the topic before a sufficiently prepared audience, even if not everyone present has undergone an analysis. That said, let me draw your attention to an article by Hermann Nunberg, published in the International Journal of Psychoanalysis, entitled Transference and Reality. This article, like everything else that has been written on transference, moreover, is exemplary as regards the difficulties that arise and the sleight of hand one encounters when authors lack a sufficiently methodical, situated, and enlightened approach to the phenomenon of transference. In this short article, which is exactly 9 pages long, the author goes, in effect, so far as to distinguish transference from repetition compulsion. They are, he says, essentially different. Which is going pretty far, and it is certainly not what I am teaching you. I will thus request that, for next time, someone prepare for us a 10-minute report on what seems to him to result from the structure of the statements made in this article and how we can correct it. For the moment, let us highlight what is involved. Transference was originally discovered by Freud as a process, let me stress this, that is spontaneous. And, as we are talking about the historical beginning of the appearance of this phenomenon, a spontaneous process that was worrisome enough to scare one of its most eminent pioneers, Breuer, away from the first analytic investigation. Transference was very quickly noticed and linked to the most essential facet of the presence of the past insofar as it is discovered by analysis. I am weighing my terms very carefully, and I beg you to record what I am retaining in order to establish the main points of the dialectic in question. It was also very quickly agreed, at the level of an attempt that was confirmed thereafter by experience, that the phenomenon is accessible to interpretation. Interpretation already existed at that time, showing itself to be one of the tools necessary to induce the subject to remember. People perceived that something other than the tendency to remember was at work. They didn't yet know very well what it was. But, in any case, it was there. Transference was immediately agreed to be accessible to interpretation and thus permeable, so to speak, to the action of speech. This immediately raised a problem that still remains unsolved for us today, which is the following. The phenomenon of transference is itself positioned in such a way as to sustain the action of speech. In effect, at the same time at which transference was discovered, it was discovered that if speech hits home/port, as it always had before this was noticed, it is because transference is involved in it. The upshot being that until the present time, and in fact the question has always remained on the agenda, the ambiguity remaining intact, as things stand, nothing can eliminate the fact that transference, no matter how much it is interpreted, retains within itself a kind of irreducible limit. The topic has been discussed and rehashed at length by the most qualified authors in the field. Let me mention to you in particular an article by Ernest Jones in his papers on psychoanalysis, the action of suggestion in psychotherapy, but there are countless others. What indeed is at issue? Under the normal conditions of analysis, in the case of neurosis, that is, transference is interpreted on the basis of and using the instrument of transference itself. It is thus impossible for the analyst not to analyze, interpret, and intervene in the transference from the position bestowed upon him by transference itself. In effect, there remains an irreducible margin of suggestion, an ever suspect element, which is not related to what happens outside, one cannot know that, but rather to what the theory itself is capable of producing. But, in fact, it is not such difficulties that thwart our progress in this area. We must nevertheless establish the limits, the theoretical aporia, of the phenomenon. This is perhaps what will later allow us to go beyond it. Let us take careful note of the situation, and perhaps we can already perceive what paths will enable us to go beyond it. The reality of transference is thus the presence of the past. Isn't there already something that stands out in this, allowing us to provide a more complete formulation? It is a presence that is a bit more than presence, it is a presence in action and, as the German Übertragung and French transfer terms indicate, a reproduction. What is not brought out clearly enough in what is ordinarily said is in what respect this reproduction differs from a simple passivating of the subject. If the reproduction here is a reproduction in action, there is something creative in transference's manifestations. It seems to me essential to articulate this creative element. As always, just because I highlight it doesn't mean it is not already detectable in a more or less obscure way in what other authors have articulated. If you read Daniel Lagacé's landmark paper, you will see that this is the crux of the distinction he introduced between repetition of need and need for repetition which, in my opinion, remains a bit vacillating and murky as it does not take this last point into account. As didactic as this opposition may be, in reality it is not inclusive, it is not even truly at work for a single instant in what we experience in transference. Consider first the need for repetition. There is no doubt about it, we can only formulate transference phenomena in the following enigmatic form: why must the subject eternally repeat a signification, in the positive sense of signification, namely, what he signifies to us through his behavior? To call this a need is already to deflect what is at work. In this regard, to refer to an opaque psychological fact, as Daniel Lagache purely and simply does in his paper, namely, the Zeigarnik effect, better respects in the end what should be preserved that is strictly original in transference. If, on the other hand, transference is the repetition of a need that can manifest itself at one moment as transference and at another as need, it is clear that we arrive at an impasse, since we also spend our time saying that it is but a shadow of a need that has long since been outgrown, which is why its disappearance is possible. We also arrive here at the point at which transference, strictly speaking, appears to be a source of fiction. In transference, the subject fabricates or constructs something. Thus it is impossible, it seems to me, not to immediately include the terra fiction in the function of transference. What is the nature of this fiction? And, second, what is its object, I've? And if fiction is involved, what is being feigned? And since it is a matter of feigning for whom? If we don't immediately answer by saying for the person one is addressing, it is because we cannot add knowing full well that one is doing so sacient. It is because we have already distanced ourselves, due to the phenomenon, from any hypothesis of what we might globally massivement term simulation. Thus it is not for the person one is addressing insofar as one knows that one is doing so. But this is not because it is the contrary, namely, that it is insofar as one does not know it that one must believe that the person one is addressing has, for all that, suddenly evaporated or vanished. Everything that we know of the unconscious right from the outset, on the basis of dreams, leads us to the conclusion that there are psychical phenomena which occur, develop, and are constructed in order to be heard entendus, which also means understood, which occur, develop, and are construct for the other who is there even if one does not know it. Even if one is not aware that they are there in order to be heard, they are there in order to be heard, and by an other to boot. Stated differently, it seems to me impossible to eliminate from the phenomenon of transference the fact that it manifests itself in a relationship with someone to whom one speaks. This fact is constitutive. It constitutes a border, and enjoins us at the same time not to drown the phenomenon of transference in the general possibility of repetition constituted by the very existence of the unconscious. Outside of analysis, there are of course repetitions that are linked to the constancy of the signifying chain in the subject. These repetitions must be strictly distinguished from what we call transference, even if they can, in certain cases, have analogous effects. It is in this sense that we can justify the distinction into which someone who is nevertheless quite remarkable, Hermann Nunberg, allows himself to slip, from an entirely different direction, that of error. I am now going to slip in here a segment of our exploration of the symposium for a moment, in order to show you its stimulating character. Recall the extraordinary scene constituted by Alcibiades' public confession, and let us try to situate it in our terms. I'm sure you sense the quite remarkable weight that is attached to this action, sensing too that there is something here that goes well beyond a pure and simple account of what happened between Alcibiades and Socrates. It is not neutral. The proof thereof is that before even beginning, Alcibiades takes cover by calling for secrecy, not simply in order to protect himself. He says, "Let those who are neither capable nor worthy of hearing, the slaves who are here, plug up their ears, for there are things that are better not heard when one is unable to understand them. Before whom is he confessing? The others, all the others, those who, through their assembly, body, or council, seem to give the greatest possible weight to what might be called the other as tribunal. And what constitutes the value of Alcibiades' confession before this tribunal? It is that he recounts his attempt to make Socrates into something completely submissive and subordinate to a value other than that of a relationship of one subject to another subject. He attempted to seduce Socrates, he wanted to make him, and in the most openly avowed way possible, into someone instrumental and subordinate to what? To the object of Alcibiades' desire, agalma, the good object. I would go even further. How can we analysts fail to recognize what is involved? He says quite clearly, Socrates has the good object in his stomach. Here Socrates is nothing but the envelope in which the object of desire is found. It is in order to clearly emphasize that he is nothing but this envelope that Alcibiades tries to show that Socrates is desire's serf in his relations with Alcibiades, that Socrates is enslaved to Alcibiades by his desire. Although Alcibiades was aware that Socrates desired him, he wanted to see Socrates' desire manifest itself in a sign, in order to know that the other, the object, agalma, was at his mercy. Now, it is precisely because he failed in this undertaking that Alcibiades disgraces himself, and makes of his confession something that is so effectively latent. The daemon of alpha iota delta, eidos, shame, about which I spoke to you before in this context, is what intervenes here. This is what is violated. The most shocking secret is unveiled before everyone, the ultimate mainspring of desire, which in love relations must always be more or less dissimulated, is revealed, its aim is the fall of the other, A, into the other, A. And on top of all that, it seems in this case that Alcibiades failed in his undertaking, insofar as it was designed to make Socrates fall off his pedestal. What could more closely resemble what one might call a search for truth? One might believe that this is the endpoint of such a search, not in its function as a sketch, abstraction, or neutralization of all elements, but, quite the contrary, in what it contributes by way of resolution value, or even absolution. It is quite different, as you see, from the simple phenomenon of a so-called unaccomplished task, the Zeigarnik effect, a public confession made, right up to its very last words, with all the religious overtones we rightly or wrongly attach to confession. This is certainly what seems to be involved. But doesn't it also seem fitting that the homage rendered to the master should end with this brilliant eclatant testimony to Socrates' superiority? Wouldn't that underscore what some have designated as the apologetic value of the symposium? You are indeed aware of the accusations with which Socrates, even after his death, remained charged, in particular in a pamphlet by a man named Polycrates. Everyone knows that the symposium was in part written in response to the lampoon. We have several quotes from others who were also involved in his condemnation, which still accused Socrates of having corrupted Alcibiades and many others, by having indicated to them that the door to the satisfaction of their desires was wide open. Now what do we see? A paradox. A truth is brought to light here, which seems in some sense to be self-sufficient, yet everyone senses that a question remains intact: why all of this? To whom is all of this addressed? Who is being instructed at the moment the confession takes place? It is certainly not Socrates' accusers. What desire induces Alcibiades to thus air his dirty laundry in public? Isn't there a paradox here that is worth pointing out? As you will see by looking closely at the text, it's not so simple. What everyone perceives to be an interpretation by Socrates is, indeed, an interpretation. Socrates retorts to Alcibiades,